afternoon and welcome to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. The time for pretenders is past. It is now the time for heroes, as 4 teams will be battling out to see who is the World of Tanks World Champions. I'll be your host for today. My name is Ryan Ektar Murphy, and let me introduce you to the guys who'll be with me today. First of all, we have Mihailo Still Mojo Jugovic, my co-host for most of the season. How are you today, sir?
Brilliant. We had an ecstatic day yesterday. I believe some of the fans will get disappointed, but that's how it goes. Everyone gets at the end what they deserve and what they can win.
Indeed. Joining us here also on the desk, coming all the way from our North America region, is James Rockstar Grieve. How are you feeling today, James?
I'm feeling great. Elevator in the finals, so we still got a North American team left. We'll have to see if they can get past Ding, but overall, I'm just amped. I'm ready to be here. It's going to be a good day. The 3 matches we have for you today, we've got 2 semi-finals. Trying to predict winners in these ones is going to be pretty difficult, isn't it?
Depends from which side of perspective you are watching this.
Oh, me and you, Mojo, we've got our cards on the table. We're Ding all the way here. James, who are you going for?
Oh, I wonder. Yeah, biasly, Elevate, you know, where the heart is and where the mind are 2 separate things. I know they have a tough challenge in front of them with Ding. The second match between NSS and Tornado, I have a thing for underdogs, and NSS been playing out of their mind so far this tournament, so I really want to root for them against Tornado.
Okay, now we have a fantastic venue here at the VTB Ice Palace in Moscow. Let's actually give you guys just a little hint behind the scenes of what actually goes into putting on a show like this.
This is where all the magic happens to bring the Grand Finals 2017 live from here in Moscow to you, wherever you are in the whole world. But of course, we don't have 1 broadcast truck, we've got 2, because there's a Russian stream and an English one. Let's take a look inside. That's the world champions, Na'Vi, getting ready for their first game on this, which is the main stage here at the Ice Palace. It's huge. There's 1,000 LED panels. It's about 200 square meters if you add them together. It took over 100 people a week to build this incredible installation, and it'll be gone 26 hours after we crown the world champion. And it has to be, because Tuesday night, there's an ice hockey match here. It is the VTB Ice Palace, and the ice for that game, that's still here as well. It's underneath us right now. The World of Tanks Grand Finals has taken over every part of the VTB Ice Palace. Now we're upstairs on the top floor and we're using all of these rooms for the group stages. Every team has its own room. They can use it to warm up, they can use it to chill out between games. They used it for the group stages to compete against each other. And in there, they've got food and they've got drink. They've got everything they need to function as a team. And they've also got access to a balcony from which they can see the main stage. So that's how this all comes together with these great players that we've got, from the broadcast trucks to the group stages up here, and in the middle is that fantastic arena.
Really awesome video there. Elevate just getting caught out munching on pizza there, Rockstar.
Don't think they were expecting him, Matt, to just will go strolling in there right then and there.
But everyone could get a glimpse how actually the practice rooms look. Those are the rooms that all the teams have. They have computers, all the commodities you want, like from a toilet to place to eat, cook, whatever.
The
Yeah, and
players, they've got their rooms up above us, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The rooms they have their own balconies that overlook the stage, so when they're not playing, they can chill out there and watch the matches and just see the whole venue. And the crowd we have today is just massive.
Okay, now let's go into the story of how the teams actually got here today to be part of the Grand Finals. We started off with 12 teams initially. We had 2 group stages there on Tuesday, Wednesday, made up of these teams from all across the world, Mojo.
Yeah, these were the seeding process. You can see here how did they even actually end up to play against each other. There were 3 teams from CIS, but here Yato, Team Efficiency, Eclipse and Brainstorm didn't make it through the group stage, and they fell out already before we even came here into the Ice Palace.
Yep, then yesterday we had 4 quarter-final matches, and those were some great display of tanks, weren't they, Rockstar?
Yeah, definitely. Just overall, it was such a great day. A lot of good matches. The first match between L Gaming and Elevate was a lot of fun. A really closest series we had all day, 7-6. And I'm really happy that Elevate managed to pull it out. However, today versus Ding, they're going to have another challenge in front of them. We'll have to see if they can surpass it.
Yeah, we had DL Gaming, Elevate, we had Ding versus Oops as well, Mojo.
I mean, that match was really something like a lullaby for Oops. In a start, it started really well. They were holding their ground. It was 1-1, 2-2, and then suddenly disaster struck. They didn't win a game they thought they should win, and it all spiraled downwards, and they lost every game till the end. Unfortunately, they still need to grow as a team, but they proved some potential.
And right after that, there was another match that kind of had a favourite. I mean, we had a favourite, but it wasn't necessarily the same as the home audience here, was it?
Well, definitely our favorite as Europecasters is Kazna, but audience is with NSS, and you could hear it in a crowd.
Yeah.
Again, same like with Oops, it started really well for Kazna. They were holding ground. It was 1-1, really tight games, but this is the first tournament in long time that NSS is actually in offline competition with full crew, all 7. Nidin finally joined them. He couldn't play on season offlines in Katowice. It was really visible, and he was their star player yesterday, which you could see on Kazna backs, and Kazna actually doesn't have one of their main players, LD Nexus.
And then for that final match, Rockstar, we were expecting it as the clash of the titles. It is Navi versus Tornado Energy, and boy, did that match deliver.
Yeah, definitely. And now the last 2 times that these teams have played, it's been Tornado that's come out on top. And yesterday, after the first 3 rounds, I thought Navi were going to walk away with it. I thought we were going to see a 7-0 because Navi looked unstoppable. But then all of a sudden, you just saw that switch on with Tornado, and it just never stopped after that. They just completely shut Navi out. They couldn't get a foothold in any round at all. Nothing, never. They just lost their killer instinct, it seemed, and Tornado just ran away with it and managed to win 7 straight games, to win 7-3.
And then from those matches yesterday, those quarter-final matches, that sets everything up today for the semi-finals and then the finals. So semi-final 1 is going to be Elevate, back-to-back champions from America, playing off against Ding, back-to-back champions from Europe. And then we're going to have Not So Serious against Tornado Energy.
It's going to be big clashes. I mean, definitely we know that one of the finalists must come from CIS, and first finalists will come either from NA or Europe. I'm sorry for you, mate.
It's going to be Europe. It's going to be Europe, Rockstar.
Yeah, I talked to Comps this morning, and the way he said it is it's 50-50. We'll have to see what can happen. We feel if we play our best game, we stand a good chance.
Keep your hopes up. That's okay.
They have to. They're going to go up there and play, and I got to root for them because they're from North America.
See, like,
got to stick with the
let's be honest here. We're together here as a team, but like for this first battle, there's a line being drawn here, Rockstar.
There's a trench for here, man.
Big time.
Yep,
and you're in minority.
Yeah. Well, I'm outmatched. Good thing I'm twice both your size.
Well, that's a fair point, actually. I'm going to use Mojo as a weapon.
Oh, dear.
Battering ram.
Now, for the second match, however, I don't know who to call for that one. Both of these teams, both Not So Serious and Tornado, have both looked really strong.
I must give some advantage to Tornado. They still played much more of these kind of tournaments than NSS, and they really proved yesterday, even when their back is to the wall. 3-0 for Navi. No problem. Davai, 7 in a row.
Davai, indeed. What about you, Rockstar? Initial thoughts? We'll go into it obviously in a lot more detail, but how do you see that one going?
I really want to root for NSS. I've liked what I've seen out of them so far this tournament. I think they have a really good team. They had some great plays yesterday. So I definitely think they can make Tornado work for it. And the other thing I want to say is just in terms of raw form, NSS were in better form than Navi. Navi lost their last game of the group stage. They looked like they were struggling. NSS, we haven't seen that same sort of weakness. Now, while they've played arguably weaker opponents, they've looked very good. They've looked very sharp. They looked like they had a game plan they understood and they knew what they want to do. So if they can bring that game plan while they play Tornado, I think they can make one heck of a match out of it.
I think in my head, it's Tornado versus Ding. In my heart, what I'd like to see is Not So Serious versus Ding. Because Not So Serious, we talked about this earlier on and yesterday as well, they've always kind of been in the shadows behind Navi and behind Tornado and never quite been in the limelight, never been quite there. And this is their big chance to kind of step up and come away with the grand final trophy.
Yeah, I think it was the second grand final, correct me if I'm wrong, Mojo, where NSS really came out and they looked like a really strong team for a little bit. And then the last grand final, they kind of struggled a little bit more in the group stages, didn't have that quite same impact, and then they had a lot of roster issues this season. And it wasn't until recently where they kind of really really stepped it into high gear.
Yes, NSS definitely had a potential there, but they never actually ended up in top 3 in grand finals. That was always far away from their reach, and not for Tornado. Tornado actually, even in this lineup or a slightly changed lineup, or some of their players in different teams, they were on grand finals always. They were in finals always, while NSS still is trying to battle their way up there.
Fair enough.
So everything to play for between these 4 teams. Initially, we started off with 12 as well. I mean, these were the best teams from around Europe. We had like at least 5 seasonal champions over the 2 seasonal splits. We've had only 2 grand final champions because pretty much Navi and Tornado share it amongst themselves. But it's not going to happen. Well, it still could potentially happen today, couldn't it?
Honestly, if you look at it like that, this league is still young. This is only the 4th grand finals. I mean, we already have some tradition. We have some leading teams and so on. But that can all change. There is many years to come.
Yes, now, I mean, already with the venues it's getting quite filled actually. You could hear the noise earlier on, a little bit of excitement for this. How much, we talked about this yesterday as well. Now with the venue being even more busier, how much of an impact do you think this home audience is going to have?
Well, like yesterday we could hear them quite a bit, even with half full. Now, when it's going to be packed, I believe the players will hear them through the headset all the time. And see them, which is more important.
I think for the first match, I think the crowd will kind of stay fairly neutral, so I don't think it'll have that big an impact. Yesterday, whenever any team made a great play,
they're going to cheer if there is a good play.
They were cheering. However, when the Russian teams came on, they really stepped it up. So when we get to the final, which is guaranteed going to be a Russian team versus someone else, I think that's when that could play a factor.
And have you had a chat to any of the teams before coming in here to this final day? I mean, I wasn't able to catch any of them yesterday. We did have a little kind of chat with the Tornado manager about the game against Navi, and I believe somebody was asking, somebody actually did say, was that easy for you? It looked like super easy. He says, well, not really. It may have looked easy, but it certainly wasn't. I mean, they were down 3-1 to start with.
Yeah, but
NSS guys said that they were not playing so serious in the start of the groups. They were kind of experimenting and giving themselves time and so on, but they put it in a higher gear in a quarter-final. And it was really rough for them in a moment, you could see that, but they kind of stepped up toward the end of the match and just kept the pace all the time, and Kazna couldn't keep up.
Yep, I went over and talked to the Elevate guys a little bit. They seem to be in good spirits, kind of joking around. And as Comp said, their manager, he feels it's kind of a 50-50 match. He knows that Ding are a very good opponent, but he feels if they go and they play their best game today, that they could walk away with it.
Okay, now I've been here before. I was at grand finals last year. I was in your position. Mojo, you've been here, veteran, multiple times. Rockstar, how is this for you as your first grand finals?
Oh, it's been an amazing experience. Just the crowd here, everything is just phenomenal.
Okay, and speaking of that crowd, you can hear the noise in the background, which means we're ready for the opening ceremony, so let's sit back and enjoy the show. awesome show. Coming out there on stage right now is Stepan Shulka. He's going to be our master of ceremonies here, obviously speaking in Russian here for the home audience. Guys, the noise when that thing starts up is incredible, isn't it?
I can barely hear ourselves in the headset when you talk with that background music, but it's cool. I like it. I like the floor trembling.
Well, I know what it feels like. It feels like this whole arena suddenly turned into one giant tank.
You're expecting a tank to burst through. It does, like where we are is like the whole thing is shaking. It's so loud, fantastic as well. Dancing Girls, nice and awesome as well. Been watching them rehearse recently. You can see the crowd, everyone's ready to go, clapsticks. Now Stefan, at the moment, he's getting ready to introduce the teams out on stage. He'll be welcoming all 4 teams, I believe, and then we'll have Elevate and Ding taking their positions. And I mean, it's a tough order for Elevate today, isn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, they struggled last time they played at the Challengers Rumble last November. Ding beat them 5-1. It started off kind of like their game versus NSS in the group stage. They showed early promise, they got around, they looked good, and then after that, Ding just kind of put their foot down and said, nope, we're walking away with this one. Today, though, with Elevate already having the confidence, they've gotten past Elevate versus L Gaming. They've gotten this far. They're now the American team that has gone the farthest of any other American team. So, you know, they have that behind them now. So now there's that kind of weight off their shoulder. They've already met their expectations. Now anything after this is just pure cream on top. So we'll have to see what they can do.
And to get here, Mojo, Ding, they've had a bit of an easy path to it. But, I mean, let me see. Yeah, Ding have had quite an easy path to get into the show, haven't they?
Beautiful shots of Arena here, but here we go. The guys from Elevate are on video.
Elevate here, I mean, you can see all the players come up. Adam, Wallhacks, Dylan, Dodoma. These
Ox
guys you know
Mathis.
inside out, James.
Yep. You know, you got Canadian Impact, Nits, one of the silent players, Brett. A lot of just talented players on this roster. The one that really surprises me, though, a lot is Nits. We don't often talk about him. However, he does a lot of things for this team to really open them up. He plays those heavy tanks. He plays the pivot role around the team. So overall, you know, I think as long as the team's playing well and Nits performs well, other players are going to step up because they're all all-star quality players on that team. Dodoma, Ox Mathis has had a great tournament so far. Brett has also been a great player for this team off and on. So as long as they at least a couple of them step up and help up, I think they can do well versus Ding today.
It's not really a team with a weak link as such in it, is it?
No, I really don't think so. Wallhacks is a phenomenal caller. And every player on that team, they've all been the best player on a team before through the years. Even Vetra was one of the best players on Eclipse, and before that 07. He's now sitting on their bench. He could be a starter for any other team in the North American region, and I'd go as far as to say he could be a starter on many teams through the other regions as well.
That's quite impressive, quite a powerful thing to have that player on the bench that can always come in and do the job. A bit like footballer when you have that star striker you just bring in the last couple of moments when you need a goal.
And you never know with these international tournaments. I've heard many stories of players going over and getting sick because they're not used to the food, different bacteria and such. And so having a player that's just with the team that can help or sub in during practice or do whatnot is so important. As Elevate is right now coming out onto the stage.
Coming on stage, super serious faces. Not a lot of, not a lot of really jokey, having a laugh, relaxed atmosphere. They're taking it, you know, they want this.
Yep, well, they're here, they've gotten this far, they know they can do well. So now it's just up to them to see what they can do versus Ding.
Sometimes when I see the guy so serious, I just start thinking, why so serious?
Just like, relax, guys.
This is a game, have fun, try to win.
Enjoy the moment. It's, I mean, it is a big thing for them. First major international tournament. We had the Champions Rumble in New York. That was kind of like home territory, really, for Elevate, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. In New York, that whole tournament was a lot of fun as well. However, that was this team's iteration first real international tournament, because you have to remember, before this, they were Noble and they had a much different roster. And even this roster that they have right now has 3 new players in the starting lineup that didn't play in New York. So this roster has constantly been evolving, and this is the strongest iteration they've had.
And of course, their opponents today are going to be Ding. Thank you, everyone in European chat right now saying I'm saying Ding, Mojo. Did I say it right, Mojo? I think I say it right.
I think you say it very charming.
I say it fantastically. We'll get into Cliff and Mines later on. But Ding, back-to-back European champions, and these guys are playing phenomenal this year, aren't they?
They're undisputed in Europe. Last 2 seasons, number 1. Of course, they had some rough matches in this season. They had really tight games with Kazna, but every time when it mattered in that photo finish, they were the one going through. They were the one winning. They were the one finishing season 1. Season 2, Challengers Rumble, they just got crushed honestly, by Tornado in a championship rumble.
Yeah, I think they had to learn a lot from that. Now, Rockstar, I know you follow the European region quite closely, so what are your thoughts on Ding and how they rate up to the American teams?
Definitely going to be a challenge for Elevate. I love a lot of their game, the flexibility that they can run. Sometimes they get thrown off their game a little bit, and you can kind of see some disjointedness, but overall, just the way that they can just look at a team, especially when they're defending, figure out where their weaknesses are, and just go about breaking it can just be so beautiful sometimes.
And that record in Season 1, Mojo, that was phenomenal, that unbeaten run.
Flawless. We were counting, they had around 24 victories in a row, concluded with a defeat in a championship rumble. It's something unbelievable I haven't seen so far, because none of the teams were even that close to win them. There was one or two tiebreakers, totally, and that's it. I mean, these guys really have the skill. They evolved heavily since Koritz from Wombats joined the team as a team leader, and from that original lineup of Ding, you can have only Hulknik and Shokish remaining. Everyone else is changed to this, what we have now.
Coming out on stage is Ding with their manager, Diver. Anyone who's familiar with World of Tanks Pro League, Diver's been around for quite a while as well.
Diver actually played in Virtus Pro together with Koritz, and after that,
that's Mary
he
smiling.
was actually... you can call, yes. And actually he was managing Virtus and Wombats after. So from that original team of Virtus, you have Koritz and Breakneck, and from the original team of Ding, you have Hulknik and Shokish. Ilian, who you can see here, joined them from Kazna. This is Koritz.
Koritz never smiles, always super serious. Hulknik always looking at camera. Breakneck always ends up smiling.
Very young,
it.
super talented player. Need to keep an eye on him.
Yes, I mean, and just like with Elevate, Ding are a team of all-stars. There's no one you can say in Ding, if I was going to replace anyone, that's who it would be.
Breakneck is a guy, I would say he's so young, but he's a veteran. That's so weird to say. These guys have a really super high win rate on all the maps, of course, because they were winning most of the time. They had a rough time in the group. They were in so-called group of death here, fighting Brainstorm from CIS, fighting Navi from CIS, and everyone was absolutely shocked when they beat them and forced them to play in a match against Tornado. So Navi had to face, because of that defeat, Tornado.
This is the European all-star team. This is the team that I think a lot of people wanted to play. I mean, interesting when we had the videos yesterday, the Russian teams wanted to play EL Gaming, but I think people wanted to avoid Ding probably rather than play them.
Yeah, well, they know they're a strong team. When you have players that used to play for V-Pro and One Bit on Tanks, they were always a strong team. They were always a contender. So when you have players that have come from those teams, they know how to win. They know how to be contenders. So all the other Russian teams, they know what they're doing. They know that they're going to be a tough match. So yeah, they're going to want to go for EL Gaming. And maybe there's a little bit of personal bias there from those teams because how EL Gaming has done versus the Russian teams in the past.
Okay, now we know a lot about these teams. Let's actually have the teams introduce a little bit about themselves to you guys with a little introduction video.
Ding, a powerhouse from the European region. Ding already have 3 titles under their belt since the last Grand Finals. In a dominating run that covered 24 matches, they were able to pick up the Season 1 title and the Challengers Rumble, whilst remaining undefeated against both domestic and international opponents. Season 2 was a much closer affair. However, Ding were able to maintain their dominance, taking the title for a second time. Whilst it's the first Grand Finals for the team, it's not the first for many of the players who have experience going back to the very first event. Viewed as the strongest team from Europe, Ding are looking to go the distance and add another trophy to the cabinet.
We are after the first quarterfinal, first match of the playoffs. We won 7-2 against Oops. Despite its convincing score, 7-2, it wasn't easy. And we were all quite stressed about it, and we only started to chill when it was 5-2. But well, now we're gonna prepare for the next match and see how it goes. Yeah, I think they surprised us a few times, especially on Himmelsdorf and Himmelsdorf especially, and we managed to pull on some close victories. But the rest part of the match was just we countered their lineups and what they wanted to do pretty good. When we were watching the games, I thought that EL Gaming is a lot better in the game, but Elevate managed to win. So to be honest, I prefer to play Elevate than EL Gaming. I also have some nasty history against DL Gaming. And yeah, I think we can win the American team.
Elevate. They are one of, if not the best team to have come from the North American region. Elevate are coming to the Grand Finals as back-to-back season champions from their domestic region. Undefeated in Season 2, this all-star lineup have blazed a path to the Grand Finals and cemented their place as the #1 team in North America. Bringing players with Grand Finals experience, Elevate are keen to show everyone that North American teams are not something to be dismissed, and they're looking to stake a claim in that Grand Finals title. One of the teams to watch for this tournament. Everyone is looking forward to seeing how they perform.
Well, this game versus EL, I mean, it was a close one. We finished off in a tiebreaker, and we're happy that we went through. It was a tough fight. It was scrappy, so we were going 1-1 on most maps. Ghost Town was a turnaround for us, and then we slowed down towards the end, but we're very happy with the results. EL has a very interesting playstyle. It seems like they've been practicing a lot of Russian teams lately due to what has been reflected during our match. But I think most of the games we lost were on our end. We made a lot of mistakes, and they capitalized on them. So, I mean, kudos for them for bringing us to a tiebreaker. We are happy to be in the semifinals for this Grand Finals. I mean, for North America, it's a huge honor. No one expected us to come this far, and we're actually really happy to be here.
There you go, guys. Along with the Ding video, we also put in the Elevate video to let you hear a little bit more from that team. Now, rather than me and Mojo, try and talk up this team, Rockstar, you know them inside and out. Take it away.
Yeah, well, like we were talking about earlier, Dodoma, he's been one of the key players for a long time. Ox Mathis has really stepped up and become the staple of this team after jumping over from Eclipse. Wallhacks, their key caller, once again came over from Eclipse as well just this last season, and they've really done a lot with this team. But then you already had players like Nits, Canadian Impact, and External over here who have just done great things with this team. They're all players that can step up at any given point. They've all been superstars in their own individual teams, so seeing them together on this one roster is just utterly impressive sometimes.
Yep, it's gonna be one hell of a match. That's for sure. I mean, both these teams, like previously when Elevate were playing EL Gaming, quite equally matched, back-to-back season champions. They're carrying the hopes and dreams, respectively, of the regions. Now, I'm looking forward to map picks, Mojo. I want to know what's going to get picked, what's going to get banned. We're playing in best of 13 rather than best of 9, which is the regular season, which means only 2 maps can be banned out. There's not going to be 4 maps banned out.
The first eye catcher is the fact that Steps didn't get banned in the first round. That is a map that Elevate have not played a lot.
Okay.
So that already has my eyes raised.
But really, what are they scared about in Prokhorovka?
Prokhorovka just has to be Ding. That's one of their best maps, is it not?
Actually, there are some better, but yeah, they're really strong there. But Ding, Murovanka, that's definitely their by far weakest map. Elevate, being ready to play Steps against Ding, that's bold. I'm just gonna tell that.
I do like this map pool, though, for Elevate in terms of we get Himmelsdorf, Ghost Town, and Ruinberg in the first 4 maps. Those are 4 city maps, and those are maps where Elevate are exceptionally strong. They struggle on the open maps like Mines and Cliff a little bit.
And Steps are second.
And yeah, exactly. Steps is there, but if they can, let's say that Ding take a 2-0 on Steps, any of those other 3 first maps, I could see Elevate taking a 2-0 and tying that series up.
That's bold. That's bold. We'll get into predictions later on. I'll be interested to hear particular scores. I mean, it's kind of obvious who we're all rooting for. But there's one more person that's super important. Let's find out exactly what Tomato the Lobster thinks is going to win this team. Okay, there we go. Tomato the Lobster is going for Ding. I'm going for Ding. Mojo,
I'm going for Ding, you know that.
You're going for Ding as well. Rockstar, you're also going for Ding. That's awesome. That's 3 from the...
I mean, it's not even an emotional call here. I just think Ding is so much better, so you can call it a double call. Let's take it like this. With your heart and with your mind, what do you think?
Ding all the way, to be honest.
I'm Ding. That's 2 votes. 2 votes. What do you think?
Definitely Elevate in the heart. In the head, I know it's going to be a close fight. I don't want to come out and say Ding because I just can't. I can't force myself to do it.
Merca.
But it's going to be tough.
Merca all
Okay,
the
it's
way.
good to be patriotic.
You have to believe. You have to believe that they can do it. You know, there's a thing where, you know, stats look good on paper, but soccer is played on grass. It's the same thing here. Stats look good on paper, Tanks is played on the battlefield.
Okay. Well, that's our predictions. We're not going to be talking through the entire match. We do have 2 lovely people lined up who are going to be casting a match. Let's hear in from them.
Yeah, thank you so much, Analysis Desk. The tomato predicting Ding. Now, Randall, I think this breaks your heart, doesn't it?
It does. Has he been on America's side ever? Not once so far from my recollection.
No, he picked TL Gaming as well.
Exactly. I'm really feeling like you guys are rooting against us. Look, Elevate is making it farther than any other North American team has ever. All right? That's a huge deal for us. So I'm voting for Elevate, of course. I know the odds are against us, but don't tell me the odds.
Well, you're going for Elevate. I'm going to have to stick with Ding. It's going to be the clash of the regions, not just between the casters, also on the Analysis Desk. Ryan, take it away.
So you have Dekilzor there and Han Solo beside him. Not one to know the odds as Rukel. He's going with you. No surprise there, Rockstar, really, is it?
No, not at all. You know, and we've been casting them for the last year. We've seen all their matches. They've had a lot of great moments, a lot of stellar plays. So, you know, we want to see that not stop here. We want to see it keep going and see what they can do against Ding and maybe past that.
This is kind of like yesterday as well, Mojo, where both me and you said we're going for Kaz now when it was not so serious. But kind of, you know, our head said not so serious.
I also want to remind you guys, you both were rooting for L yesterday. So...
I thought they can do it, but let's go it simple ways. Conan the Barbarian would say, you can keep what you take. Everyone will get what they deserve at the end, and the result we will see will be well deserved.
That is 100% true. You can't take anything away for the teams where they are because they have earned it. They've had to go through group stages, they've had to go through the quarterfinals, and they've had some hell of a hard matches as well. And they've had some harsh lessons. We've seen some smashing defeats and some smashing victories, teams bouncing back from it.
Well, I mean, the games really were turmoiled in the beginning of the match usually, but after that we would usually see one team break off and that would just never stop till the end. The form of the teams here is really high and it takes very few mistakes to lose a game.
On the flip side, it is a best of 13, so teams do have a little bit of flexibility in coming back into the game, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. We saw that the other day versus in the Elevate versus L Gaming match. It started off where it was Elevate getting a couple rounds, then L came back, Elevate got a couple up, and then the last one on Cliff, you know, I was kind of worried that Cliff was still in there, and sure enough, L ended up winning 2 straight, so we'll have to see what can happen.
We also saw it with Tornado and Navi. Navi taking a quick 3-1 lead.
It was unbelievable because we gave our predictions. I said like it will be 7-4 for Tornado, and everyone was like, okay, this or that, blah blah blah. And then Navi was 3-0, and everyone was like, haha, what did you say? Why are you even an analyst? I was like, wait and see, wait.
Okay, so we're going to have the players on stage playing the game. You're going to have us talking about the game. You're going to have the casters casting the game. You guys at home can participate in our quest system as well. Just simply go to your local World of Tanks portal, follow the instructions there for sign up to the quest. You can also join in social media. You have the hashtag WOTGF2017, or you have the hashtag WatchPlayWin. Send us any funny messages, any memes. Send us your predictions, actually, who you want to win. You can use that on Instagram, Facebook, or of course Twitter. We're ready to get the first match underway, so let's jump over to Dekilzor and Rukel and hear what they have to say.
Thank you so much from the Analysis Desk. Yeah, me and Randall are ready. It's going to be a little bias coming out from the both of us, I'd say. I mean, you wanting Elevate to do really well, and me, obviously, Ding. My team, in essence, if you want to put it like that, I want them to go through.
I can't lie about it. You know, it's being an American, being a player that's been a part of this game, watching it, following it for 5-6 years now, and just seeing a team reach the next rung. This is a huge day for North American teams. And you played in North America for a little while, so I know you may not accept it, but you're an American. We're a nation of immigrants.
I'm definitely with Ding, so I don't know where you're getting this information from.
You know, if you wanna join the other team, that's fine. That's fine. But you know what? This could be a historic day.
It could be, but there's going to be a lot of things that Elevate has to do right to get there. Now, Randall, don't want to talk about Ding and be like, what does Ding need to do right to win? Because they are the favorites in this match one way or another. What does Elevate have to do right to come out on top?
All right, so let's talk about all the things that get into your head when you're the underdog team, right? Everyone knows the expectation for Elevate is lower. We know they're a little less experienced, well, a decent amount less experienced. They have a solid lineup, though. So in my mind, from my experience with this team, it looks like all they have to do is not let the fact that they're on this stage today get to their heads.
A lot of people there.
It's head games, right? They need to just focus, because that's most of the time what happens. The teams just let it get into their head. Yes, you're playing an incredibly good team, but you can't let that distract from the fact that your Elevate is also skilled. They always kind of...
They say it themselves, the best lineup ever to come out of North America, and they have to prove it here.
It's confidence. Confidence and...
I mean, they have to prove one thing, though, that they can do well against the EU and CIS teams, because so far, in groups, going down to NSS, right? Then picking up the win against Team Efficiency, coming into the quarterfinals, beating EL Gaming. Now, this is the real test. This is playing against the two strongest regions, in essence, if you want to talk about it like that, and they have to prove it.
Yeah. Then they have to, in an extended series as well. Best of 13s are no joke. You're going to be sitting in your seat for an hour and change at minimum. So you have to be ready for that series. And it looks like battle number 1 is underway. We're going to be on Himmelsdorf. The red team will be Elevate, our North American representatives, and Ding on the blue side and the south. Lineups for both sides. We've got 2 Mouse, Type 5, 2 Bat Chats, and 2 T10s for Elevate. Not a crazy lineup for them. This is pretty normal. And then on the side of Ding, 3 Mouse, a 113, E50M, T110, E3, and a WZ132. This is something I'm starting to get used to more and more, and doesn't seem outside of either team's normal plays, but the aggression coming out from Elevate at the beginning is what we're gonna have to follow, because look, Canadian Impact and his battle buddy are down south. Looks like Walhats and Nix to follow it up.
Yeah, this aggression coming out from Elevate. Standard 1-2 line start so far, but they tried to catch out Breakneck in that E50M. He's been playing that H3 area a lot of the time. So they're going there, trying to counter it out. So far, not getting anything though. Oxmatus makes a shot on towards Hulknick. Obviously that 1-1-3 and a little bit of a... in that window is very hard to hit. He has a lot of window to cover himself.
But of all tanks to be in this position to try and counter out a tank in that window, it's a Type 5 that you want. Now, look at this. We've got the Mouse on the move, but Canadian Impact peeks out. Shockish is spotted, and Canadian's going to back off. Now, does Ding understand that there are a number of tanks that are behind this, or will they take a risk and continue?
They know there have to be tanks there, right? They know, and I don't know if I like the position from Nitz there. He was playing behind that a little bit of a crane position there. You can't destroy it and you hold on, but he's obviously backed off from that now.
Yeah, I agree with that. That kind of that's a big tell. So now those Mouse know there's something else there. Because otherwise, we could have seen Ding assume that this was just a forward scout, that Canadian Impact was just going out there to see what's what and leave, right? Because we see this very often, where the defending team doesn't leave a whole lot down south and just kind of scouts it out early on for early damage and whatnot. But this could have turned into a real 4-on-3 kind of a situation with the 2 T10s and the Bat Chats taking on 3 Mouse. But I don't think that turns out too well for the American team here.
No, I want to watch this rotation coming out from these 2 Bat Chats that we highlighted earlier. Canadian Impact, God Emperor Bread have now retracted from K2 all the way back up to that B3, B4 area. And they're going to be making a move across the A-line. Now, is Ding going to be ready for this? I think just about, because Breakneck is pulling back on towards the hill, and that's going to, again, ruin that flank from Elevate. It feels like Ding has a good read on what they could potentially do with those double Bat Chat.
Absolutely, that's what the feeling I'm getting as well. And I like this. You see a Karitz is now moving up the 0 line. This is good for Ding. They should be able to spot out the Bat Chats. And if the timing is right, this goes one way or the other. If Karitz moves down the hill in his WZ-132, he gets caught out and he's going to go down. If he doesn't do that, if he holds back a little bit, I think his patience will be rewarded in the fact that Canadian and God Emperor Brett will probably start peeking out.
This is process of elimination, I'd say, for the side of Ding. You know, there's 3 Mouses pushing up on the K line, finding Nitz, but they knew Canadian Impact was over there. They haven't spotted God Emperor Brett though, but you know, with the positions they hold, they know pretty much that Elevate has to be in 1-2 line, and to make this Batcha setup really work against the heavy lineup from Ding, they need to try and catch somebody.
Exactly. That's what this is going to be all about. Now look at Breakneck. You see that moving around on the J line? He's going to be backing up the Mouse, Elian, Meritorious, and Shockish as they try and take on Nits. And with a Batchat and 3 Mouse, I'm really starting to feel like this is going to go in the way of Ding, although they are going to pay a small toll to start the fight. Nits and Wallhack should go down, and then it should end up in the favor of Ding. Elevate is going to have to figure out what they're going to do to bring themselves back into this match, because Wallhack is already below half health.
Yeah, but look at this pressure being put now by the side of Ding. They have spotted out the Batchats. Kuritz is running away from that one. There's 2 Batchats still trying to get on the hill.
Oh, Shock is on fire.
Yeah, Shock is on fire. He's going to burn down for a little bit. Does have the fighting crew skill towards that. Crew though. Now Elian's going to finish off Nits here in a second in that T10. He takes a shot from the Type 5 Heavy, but picks it up. First kill going to the side of Ding, and Shock is trying to hold on here by dear life on just 301 HP. But look at that. Ding has sacrificed so much, yet the HP deficit is not that big.
You're right. It's actually slightly in the favor still of Elevate. They've done a good job at making Ding pay to take this ground. And I don't know what you think, but Ding could have been a bit more decisive and aggressive with this push. I think
they're always going to take an amount of damage, but there was good shooting there from Elevate though.
Yeah,
crew damage very important. Shockish had damage crew. I don't know if Meritorious has a medkit available. That's a
bounce on a bat.
That's a non-connection towards the tracks, obviously, for the people watching. That is a critical hit into the track. Doesn't do any damage. Positive not pushing up as well in the Z3. Kurit's taking some damage, but they're starting to chase away God Emperor Bread, and the Canadian Impact is not in position to help him out. So these 2 Batchats, I really feel like they haven't had a significant enough effect in towards this match to be worth it to be picked.
I completely agree at this point. Look at that. External is now on fire as well. It looks like he'll brew up down to almost. There we go. Finally gets a kill. Elian finishing him off with 30 hit points. Now 4 tanks from Elevate versus a full lineup of Ding. Important to note, more guns on the battlefield. Ding should be able to take away the rest of this battle, but if the Batchats, Canadian and God Emperor Brett, can play this smart, that's the only opportunity, that's the only thing I see that saves Elevate any day of the week here. But otherwise, this is battle 1 going towards Ding.
Look at Canadian Impact. He's now being pushed on by Breakneck. Well, he wasn't expecting this. The Ram comes in. That is disastrous. E50 against Bat. It's exactly what you're supposed to do. Breakneck gives him 1. Kuritz finishes it off, and that leaves 3 tanks remaining from the side of Elevate, and that should be them out of this first round at the very least. Trying to surprise Ding, trying to counteract the tactics they've seen, but not working.
Yeah, they went for a mobility game on Himmelsdorf of all maps. Something that
very hard to pull off.
Very, very hard to pull off. It's tricky. You find yourselves kind of locking into various corridors and really finding yourselves out of options in a matter of seconds. And, well, Ding handled this very well. It was tricky at the start, though. It could have very well... we could have seen Ding just kind of fall on their face at the beginning of this, but they stayed focused. They didn't let it. They didn't let the Batchats really get into the backfield and make a mess of things. And I really think E50M smashing into Canadian was a huge play.
I feel like Canadian should have been expecting that one, but it doesn't really matter. As
picked the wrong road.
Yeah, too many teammates down already. God Emperor Bread gets removed in seconds, and that will be Ding picking up the first round of our first semifinals here at the Grand Finals, and in what a spectacular fashion.
You say spectacular, I'll say...
Well, keeping all the guns in the game.
Okay, an ace, as it were. Yeah, okay. You know what,
that's pretty hard to do in a...
It is difficult. Usually an ace says I've won rather handily. So, you're right, my bias is coming in. I'm gonna have to scale it back. Props to Ding. Elevate's gonna figure out what to do after this, but it's only battle 1.
It didn't work out, this double Batchat coming out the side from Elevate, but the idea behind it, the showing that they're not afraid to make something risky to try and counteract Ding. This is the Ram on towards Canadian Impact, but at this point the game's already fairly over. They have a lot of HP remaining, but that's mostly Ops and Dodoma.
Tell me what you think of this. I think until that occurred, until we saw an E50 smash into a Batchat, there's the ability for those Batchats to pick off the tanks on the side.
Maybe.
But that's and you have to assume a lot's going on, right?
And
you
then we still have
the
to reset the cap, for example, as well in the meantime.
But that depends on actually probably Ding making rather poor plays rather than Elevate making incredible plays, right? It would be a mistake that Ding makes for those Batchats to take advantage of.
That was the ending moments of that round now. Ding is going to be defending on the next one. Elevate is going to be taking the attack. Now, we have seen a lot of interesting strategies on Himmelsdorf. What do you think Elevate's going to be bringing out?
Well, Elevate should stay within their normal set strategies, right? if they start breaking out of what they're used to bringing and start trying to go off the walls with stuff they've never really tested before, I think that shows that Elevate's letting the atmosphere and the event get to their heads. That's the sign to look for to see if Elevate's losing focus. If we see a lot of those more typical strats, maybe a few changes up here and there based on the live finals, then I feel confident that Elevate's going to go for something moderately aggressive, good old slow play, kind of taking a few pages out of the EU and RU books and kind of making it their own.
So here we go, second round getting underway on Himmelsdorf second half on this map. Elevate versus Ding, Elevate trailing 1 round. Not a big thing in a best of 13, obviously. First to 7 will win.
But to get there, that's at the minimum those 7 battles, right? So Elevate, just based on a best of 13, even if they won't stand up all together to Ding, they should at least take 1 or 2 battles off, even in a landslide victory. But we'll have to see what these 50Bs get up to, because just like the Batchat's last battle, those will be some of the most mobile tanks. I'll talk about the T10s in a second, but those 50Bs will stick together and try to catch one player out. But look at the lineup from Ding, Daki. It doesn't tell me that there's going to be all that much aggression. Maybe Breakneck does something in the south, but he's not going to get as aggressive as Canadian did last battle.
Look at Ding, yet again, they bring that GW Tiger P. For the people that are not aware, Randall, guide us through why you picked this arty.
So there's a few key positions on the map that you can bring a GWP and target those specific positions. Usually I assume that they're associated with caps, but if you're an incredibly skilled arty player, you know that there's actually a few extra spots top of the hill, of course, and a few ones towards the back
the goal
of the map.
is to do damage in the beginning and then reset later on, obviously. So,
but very specifically, right? It's one of those where you know exactly a tank you've chosen, something with a high arc like the GW, and then you go for the hidden cap positions.
The split from Elevate seems very familiar to me, at least. It seems very reminiscent of how they played against EL Gaming on that tiebreaker with those 4 tanks coming off the hill. Now Ding seems to be counteracting this just slightly. Alien, Shockish.
They're ready.
They're Hooknik, Kuritz, they're all here waiting for that exact thing. That's 4 guns waiting for Elevate to come around this corner.
So they've done their homework. Shots out. First connection for 348, 515. Not a bad toll so far. This is workable, but it does hurt to lose some of that on the top of your mouse on the opening push without being able to return almost any damage, it looks like, onto the tanks from Ding. And
very, very nice counterplay there from Ding. Both these teams showing that they know what the possibilities could be. That's the counterplay coming out.
And if you're looking at the mini-map right now, look at the bottom, you're going to see 250Bs, and that's Ox Mathis and a mouse moving from the south to the west, so that's going to be a flank. If Ding sees this, picks up on what's going on, full press straight to the east, correct? Or do you turn it around and go south? Which group are you going to focus on while you're getting surrounded?
Positive, just about getting away. The 50B trying to get some connections. They get just one. Feel like they should have punished him a lot more for that play. He was a little bit late in running away Canadian and got Emperor Brett. Not able to punish it just as well as you'd expect.
Yeah, they really could have done 1 or 2 more shells hitting their targets at that point. That's kind of a lost potential there. But that doesn't mean it's over. They didn't lose a lot. Elevate didn't lose ground on that one. They just kind of failed to get as much of a lead as they were going for. But that artillery shell from Meritorious.
456 knocks out Brett's commander as well. He's going to have to use his medkit there.
If he brought one.
Ding now continuing the advance on the A line. Nitz takes the first connection there from the Type 5 Heavy of Goritz, knocks out his gunner as well. That's going to be slightly annoying.
And this is going to be an overmatch. Absolute overmatch should go into the favor. Look at that Breakneck coming up from the south. Now, look at the Elevate tanks. They're going to give ground, prevent that flank from coming in, but that does allow for a safe approach with the Batchat. He can get in and amongst the mouse, create all sorts of chaos.
Here we go now, Breakneck coming in as well. Externals, the first focus for the side of Ding. The E3 now coming in as well. A big hit on towards Nitz to start it off. Nitz taking some more than from the Type 5 Heavy. Breakneck being disastrous here towards the side of those mouses. Nitz down and out almost. One more shot to finish him off. External not very much better. Dodoma, Wallhex pushed around the corner. Ding taking it towards the side of Elevate, and they're gonna pick up these 2 tanks here for sure. External is done, so is Nits, and then the Dome and Wallhacks, they need to hold on for dear life. Canadian Impact is coming on the flank though. He's gonna do some damage towards Brickneck, but it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, it should be enough at this point. This is clearly going into the favor of Ding right now, but they need to focus on not letting the momentum shift out of their favor. 50Bs were able to get into positions to deal some damage, but Canadian Impact is now on reload. Ox Mathis, while he is on the banana traditional dueling
Such a
spot.
big hit from the E3 as well.
Yeah, he's been firing HE here and there, hasn't he? I've noticed a few lower rolls that were confusing, but it says HE is the plan here. Oh, nice connections. Focus fire on Shockish.
Wallhacks and the Doma, and now
And Canadians just reloaded.
Canadian Impact now coming in from the side, trying to make some kills. Gets the first one towards Shockish. Kuritz is probably going to be his second target of fire. Kuritz picks up the Dora in the meantime, though. Canadian Impact has 2 more shots remaining. Needs this last one to finish off Kuritz, but Brett from the backlines is the one that picks it up.
Look at this, it's turning around.
It's turned around. Alien and Meritorious, the last 2 standing for Ding. Elevate hold on by dear life, and especially these 250Bs coming in and saving the day.
Ding went too slowly on this fight. They did not finish the North quickly enough, and that allowed those 50Bs to get back in time. Both of us were looking at this, and we were skeptical, right? There was no way the 50Bs and Ox Mathis and the Mouse were going to be able to get back in time to make up the lost damage and win this, but it turns out they did. Turns out they had just enough time, and the window opened back up. Ding wasn't expecting this. They didn't think that that Elevate would be quick enough on the reaction, and well, with a GW Tiger P as well in the mix, that was one gun that wasn't able to support well enough. We'll have to check the post-game damage though before I eat my own words here. But I don't think Meritorious got to be as effective as he would have liked.
I think it around 1,000, maybe a little bit more, but
Yeah.
Alien now squaring off against Ox Mathis. Canadian Impact got Emperor Brett coming in the side, so I need to make those clips on towards that Mouse. He's taking a lot of damage already. Loader knocked out as well. It's not gonna help in the situation he's in. 1 more shot from Canadian now on the reload. Meritorious kills Wallhack, so they need to be careful not to over push this. You know, don't do a thing.
This isn't this isn't over yet. This is a Mouse meta, meaning the armor of the Mouse means that Alien theoretically can still win, of course, right? He can force bounces
But he
against
needs Meritorious
Ox
to come
Mathis.
close enough to hit those 50Bs.
Yeah, and Meritorious has the damage that if he gets solid connections onto Ox Mathis, onto God Emperor Brett, or to Canadian, then that could actually change the course. But 1 more connection should do it. That's it. Okay, that ends it.
Canadian picking up his triple in this round, and Elevate showing that they're here to fight.
That they are. That's going to make this an even start, raising my hopes that Elevate's going to be able to find a victory today. Of course, it is, of course, Himmelsdorf.
1-1.
We've been saying attack is becoming more and more favored.
Don't think Elevate's going to be too sad about now being 1-1 Meritorious with 1 more shot, 403 on towards Canadian Impact. Canadian Impact's probably going to come in for the Ram here and to pick up his multi-kill, his 4th in this round. A crucial player. Look at that damage, 5,300 coming out from him. What a play. Multi-kill, picks it up. That's going to be Ding. Not winning this round. Elevate going to make it all even. I got you there for a second.
Yeah, you did. You got me there. And I almost would have believed you. Almost. But I'm really glad to see that. You can see those Elevate guys trying to stay calm behind their team. You know, Comps, you see him all in the pre-game interviews a lot, trying to not let too much out every time he does an interview. He's one of those guys that stepped away from playing for a while and let players like Wallhacks here, Canadian Impact, start running the team a little bit more. And well, I think this is a series that's starting to look like it's going to go long. Do you think we're going to see another tiebreaker for Elevate today?
I wouldn't say that. You know,
I think
I wouldn't go there yet. We have seen it yesterday.
I think
in the games that it can go blow for blow, and that 1.1 map can be the breakout one.
Yeah.
Kazan SS, Oops, Ding comes to mind.
Fair enough, but the reason I see that is because, well, after the first loss and after getting this far, I kind of thought Nerves might get a hold of Elevate, right? And I felt like Ding would feel much more comfortable here. They're probably not, you know, they're not fazed by the fact that they've gotten this far in the tournament as much as Elevate might. And so seeing Elevate up here like this, I'm waiting to see if they stay focused. But after that win on battle number 2, it says to me that Elevate is prepared enough.
Not going to shake out Breakneck, though, and the rest of his team with all that experience and coming out towards our next map, which is going to be Steps.
Oh, I see a smile on your face for that one already. Steps is a map that
I don't know
with the
if
new tier
Elevate
10
can do
lights.
it. I don't know if they can do it.
With the new tier 10 lights, it's changed up a lot.
Dodoma is a good climber, and so is Canadian Impact, if I'm not mistaken.
They're excellent. They shouldn't miss any of the boosts. And we'll have to see how that goes, if they even go for it. T100s, of course, being the tank of choice these days in that, but not very great snipers. That's where I'm skeptical. I'm not exactly a fan of the T100.
Yeah, the accuracy on the long distance.
Yeah, it seems like
great.
Yeah, it's like, why do you put a T100 up top? Yes, it gets up there pretty easily, but it can't really hit anything once it's up there.
Well,
it's like asking a bat chat to snipe. It's not designed.
Yeah, it's not designed for Canadian Impact.
Oh, but he's
Randall talking about they shouldn't miss any of those. He surely did miss the first one.
Jinxed him, Caster Curse.
But we can see God Emperor Bed's going to be trying to spot out as Dodoma in the T100 light tank is going to be trying to make it up. He might make the first part. He will make the first part. Solid climb there coming out from him. He's spotted out, though. He needs to be careful. I don't think he can make it all the way to the top when he's spotted out like this.
I would say, can you even abort this pull? This jump, sorry?
No, you can't.
You can't really just say, oh, I've been spotted, now I have to back off. You pretty much have to make it and then hunker down up top. You can't leave. It's a bit late for that. Oh, blind fire.
Blind shotted by external there, so nice connection coming out from him. Kuritz is not going to be too happy about that one.
No, not at all. In fact, he's probably sitting there wondering, wait, was I just spotted when that went out? Or no, it's blind fire. He's now just low enough, 584 hit points that...
Shockish, lets off a shot there. No connection from that 113. It was very, very close though, and the side of Ding seems to be going for a counter climb. Will they be able to pull it off? That is the question.
That seems very risky to me.
Kuritz is still spotted though, driving there.
Oh, and he drives out in the open just in time. That might be the tell even. You can usually tell, okay, he's driving that direction right there. Okay, they're going for a counter push or a counter boost.
Well, here we go. Breakneck is going to be the first. Does he get up? No, not good enough whatsoever from Ding. They take some damage, but luckily enough, the boys from Elevate are too far away, but Kuritz takes some more damage. Dodoma picks it up. Artie coming out there, the T100 light tank to finish it. And I feel like Ding already down and out in this one.
Oh yeah, once you miss out on your light tank, now you've got to try and figure out, okay, how do we reapproach the cap? They're going to have to try and use some kind of a shield tactic or go for an all-out brawl.
Dodoma lost his commander.
Oh.
Does he have a med kit for that one? Because otherwise he's not going to spot anybody anymore.
You're right, that hurts a lot. We'll have to wait until we jump over to see his tank and what
he's not repairing it yet. He's not going to spot anything anymore. Obviously, that commander decreases the view range significantly. I don't think he's going to see anything anymore.
And it's like if you lose any other crew member, you've got Jack of all trades on your commander, and that helps. But the thing is, when you lose your commander, it hurts that much more. And it looks like, oh yeah, he no.
Ooh, took another shot down. Towards 224 HP now. If Dane can finish it off with Artie, Positive takes some as well. Loses his driver. Repairs that one. Well, heals it. Yeah. Dodoma is down to 200 HP though.
And he still hasn't repaired that commander, so I'm guessing he does not have a kit on him.
I don't think he can set fully safe either from Meritorious, so it might not be the worst thing for Ding if that T100 light tank goes down and be a 1-for-1 trade. And something I think they're willing to go with.
Yeah, they'd be losing out on time, of course. Elevate wants to waste as much time as possible, so even if they know Dodoma's going to...
Ooh, his medkit is still on cooldown.
Oh, that's what it was. He must have had to repair to heal someone else earlier on. Now, shot out from Meritorious.
He gets a Meritorious with the blind fire on towards Dodoma, who will be going down. So Kuritz for Dodoma, a trade I think Ding was willing to make.
Yeah, and we were saying a moment ago, Ding looks like they're out. Not anymore. Being able to take Dodoma gives them a chance, but now there's 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
That commander hit, I think, changed everything in that fight.
Yeah, if he'd held onto his kit earlier on, that could have changed the course of it. He might have gotten some crucial spotting, maybe some damage dealt. But looking at the positions of Ding tanks, most everyone on the side of Ding is hidden. They're not exactly in a spot where they're going to take much fire. And last we saw of Wallhacks, he was actually looking almost south.
Artie coming out, 85 only on towards external 007. Cap has started now, and how will Elevate deal with this one? Because they will have to send in Canadian Impact at one point, and there's a lot of time remaining here for the side of Ding to work with.
Well, we'll have to see. Wallhacks might be able to blind fire the cap, and if he's able to find the connection, that could be the reset that does it. First shot comes out into the farthest north position. There's about 2 or 3 other spots I expect to see blind fire hit. One of them from Ox Mathis just going right off target. And give them a moment, they should be able to figure something out. Canadian has dropped off the top of the hill. You can see him on the minimap moving south now with God Emperor Brett maybe joining him. That would be a strong play, safe.
See, in the meantime, Positive also counteracting the possibility of Nitz pushing across in that mouse when the cap drops too low. He's already set, he's already waiting for
Yeah,
that.
they're getting ready to zone out various people who are going to push for the cap. Although Canadian might be going a little far south to be able to spot the cap.
I think
in
it's
time.
Nitz going to push across the June and try and spot that way.
You think Nitz will do it?
Yeah, he's
That-
going already. He's going already in the mouse right now.
Makes
It's going to be
sense.
Nitz moving up. Canadian gets spotted up, and so does Breakneck. Breakneck takes a bounce actually off of God Emperor Bread, and now Nitz, he's in the open. He's being tracked, he's being held, but it's not enough so far. Positive takes a lot of damage in return. 40 seconds left. Somebody has to go in and reset. External's being pushed forwards now, and he's in the open. He's going to have to drive back, and now Ding needs to do the damage towards the side of Elevate.
Yep, they've got what they came for. They pulled a mouse out of cover into the open, and they're going to start just shelling that tank. You notice that immediately once they saw Nitz had crested over the hill, Ding pulled off the cap. It's not worth it anymore. We're not going to take damage just to try and push a cap slightly closer, only to be denied. They're going for the damage. They've baited what they need to, and from now they just need to deal the damage. But look at the hit points, Docky. We've got 9K versus 8K for Ding. Ding needs to get 1 or 2 solid connections, and they'll even this battle up, give themselves a slightly better chance at victory. Nice.
400 from Meritorious. A great hit down towards Canadian Impact, who got slowed down on Breakneck. Trying to line up some shots, gets at least one in towards him. Canadian Impact down to 378. Breakneck has him dragged, Breakneck has him held. He's trying to blind fire. He doesn't know where he is, luckily enough, for Canadian Impact. But in the meantime, Positive picks up Nitz in that mouse. Yes, Randall, the HP was there for Elevate, but the positions were all lost.
All very good play from Ding. They made Elevate play right into their hands. And that all came from that Dodoma kill early on. Once you get that T100 out, everything's possible again.
Ooh, Hulknick getting spotted driving on towards the cap, though. Needs to be careful not to take too much damage here. He's going to be moving again. Hulknick takes the first shot there. He should take a second. That puts him down towards one-shot range. Probably External might even be playing with binoculars.
Maybe, actually, yes, confirmed. There are binoculars on some of the mice. But right now, what I'm looking at is, look at the minimap. See how Breakneck's moving in from the south? That's chasing after God Emperor Brett, who is giving
13
ground.
shots for Alien left.
Ooh. Should he
Firing a lot. 7 shots left for Alien.
Yeah, if he keeps this up, he might actually run out of
He
shells.
will run out of ammo. He will have to do some ammo management at this moment in time.
Something that doesn't happen every battle at all.
Ooh, but he does get a nice connection there on towards External, down, who is now down to 282. Alien's going to be pushing up. He has HE loaded even for External. Oxmatis in the meantime takes a hit from the back lines.
282 damage to be dealt on a mouse. It's you're not really going to
Well,
depend on a roll like that.
137 now.
Now 137. Bad
But
Chat
Emperor
fight
Brett,
starting.
1v1 in the meantime against Breakneck. Breakneck so far losing out ever so slightly against him. There goes Alien with that HE, not doing anything on towards that mouse of External. Oxmat is taking more damage in the meantime as well. And don't forget the cap is still on. Alien trying to do what he can with that HE ammunition. It's not working out. Breakneck in the meantime still trying to play over here. Has one shot, one opportunity to take out Canadian Impact, and he delivers. And the cap is still on in the meantime.
Alien bounces again! That's not good at all. They do not need that. External's actually going to start ignoring Alien. He'll go down to him on his reload. And now God Emperor Brett's trying to play some sneaky games, but I'm guessing Meritorious should be able to make a connection shortly. There we go. Positive's going to show up.
Closes it out, and that leaves Wallhacks and Oxmat as the 2 remaining tanks here. Alien doesn't get the shot though, but Positive will be coming in, cleaning it up. He's only one shot. There we go. He's now going to move on towards Wallhacks, who's the last remaining member for the team. Elevate, and Meritorious actually picks it up, and that will be Ding, putting themselves 2-1 in a round in which they seemed down and out from the beginning.
Yeah, they had to play a lot of catch up that battle, losing out on a crucial scout early on, missing one of their boosts that, well, we thought they couldn't afford to miss, but they could. Coming back and taking out Dodoma was the key to victory, because up until then, Elevate early on had it locked down. Ding opened it back up, and here we are.
Here we are, 2-1. And now Ding moving on to the defense. We have seen some magnificent play from them on that one. Close victory against Oops. This was the climb. It just didn't feel like they had the right angle, because you can see Breakneck turning left and right here. Didn't feel like the right angle. No, it wasn't the right angle.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was kind of hastily thrown together.
Yeah, because Creeds was taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we've seen these guys make the boost before, so I think it comes down to they weren't in a comfortable place to make the boost. Of course, having taken damage, blind fire, and then getting spotted right when you go in to make the jump, that's a scenario that seems to add up to some failed jumps there. But Elian, this was curious for me. We were talking about his ammo management. He just started bouncing everything.
Yeah, he bounced a lot of things. He fired a lot of shots.
He dinged a lot of shells, didn't he?
He did do a lot of damage,
Yeah.
but shooting at mouses over that distance, it's always going to be hard.
But when you finally get close, and that's when you stop, that's the irony in the whole thing. Because he's making those connections beautifully at 300 meters. Then he gets 50, and of course everything goes straight out the window. It happens to everyone, right?
And it happens to him.
Yeah. So now, Steps, we switch sides. What do you think? What do you think of this right now? How do you feel about the contrast between Elevate and Ding? Do you think Elevate's going to be able to make this a longer series, or?
I don't know. We have seen Ding their defense with positive climbing at A-line. We also see how he plays it. A lot of the people that I talk to, when I'm talking about positive in that T100 lighting on that position, they say that he's almost impossible to kill because of that binocular camo net combination. And with Koritz and the Udes, which they were playing yesterday,
yeah,
we saw what he did from there.
You're confident then?
I'm confident.
You're
Solid
confident
win.
that Ding should be able to take a win. Now, here's what I'll say. Wall hacks in the M4043, there's two things happen. He either plays amazingly and gets tons of damage, or
he doesn't hit anything
at all, and he's just sitting there frustrated. So we'll have to see which of those two wall hacks M4043s we've got this battle, but that's where I'll be looking to see if Elevate can take a win. Otherwise, the lineups from both teams, Goddard and Perbrets going to be in an S-Tank, Batchats, 2 of them, 2 Mouse, and a 113 out of Elevate. It's not a crazy lineup for them, very normal, high damage potential, but it isn't as flexible as many other lineups that we'll see out of North American teams. On the side of Ding, with their lineup of single Mouse, 2 113s, 2 Batchats, T100, and that UDES, that's a bit more mobile, a bit more flexible, and able to react to whatever Elevate tries to pull out.
Positive. Fails the first time. It'll be alright to try a second time once he realizes this. He's going to be lining it up. He has that binocular and camo net set up that I talked about.
So he's going to try to sit very, very still up top of the mountain and not try and play too many of those hill games, is what you're saying.
Makes it very hard to spot him with that camo net as well, obviously. Second time around, Positive has no issues making it up. And that will be the A1 position secured for the side of Ding. But as you can see, their opponents, Elevate, are not going for this round. They're going for an eastern side play.
Yeah, which is
similar to Oops.
Similar to Oops, but also almost every team starts with a west side play. They almost always start by going in that direction and then deciding maybe they'll go back east. We see this only a handful of times every season or every tournament. And so what we're going to have to see is, well, does anyone on the side of Ding decide to expose their tank too much? If they do, that'll be where Elevate comes in. If Artillery can make some solid connections, and what Positive decides to do based off of this push. There's the first bit of damage coming out onto Nitz, and they've recognized that Koritz in his UDES is hidden way back up top. And that'll be the first tank to try and counter out, but of course he can't get spotted. Not from this distance. Elevate needs to decide forward or backward here.
Well, they seem to be going backwards as Oxmatis and Nitz are getting pinned down by this Udes. Koritz already picking up 780 damage, and increasing that ever so slightly. Both these mouses taking a fair chunk in Elevate.
Elevate
taking the initial damage and going back?
Yes, if you decide to go backwards, here's what happens. You've just taken the damage you have, right? And now, okay, disengage. Instead, when you do that again, you reapproach, you try and attack again, you're going to have to cross the same ground, take the same damage, and now you've just multiplied the total damage you had to pay or take in order to attain a position. That's generally why we'll start to cringe when we see a team back up, because we think, well, if they just go for the same exact thing again, then they're making a huge mistake. But here, it looks like...
They tried to blind fire, but
yeah,
it's really going to help them. Koritz just aims down, up, and his tank becomes almost like a pancake, and they won't be able to hit him.
Exactly. And Goddard Perret looked like he was trying to find an angle, but without decent scouting and spotting of that position, this is just a huge waste of time. This is just going to burn the clock down, and that'll mean that Ding with the more mobile lineup could stow a tank over. Positive could just stay up top, and it would be impossible to deal with that. Now Breakneck moving around from the north. He's got a flank shot on Oxmathis.
This is typical Breakneck though.
Oh, it's good play.
Taking the things he sees and acting on it. Then Ding is just chipping away at Elevate here. Oxmathis below, well, just about above half HP. Nits though below it. Breakneck takes one blind fire in return, but this is not going well for Elevate whatsoever. Those two tanks that are supposed to take the damage did take the damage, but they gained nothing from it.
Yes. Without any gains for that, it's not looking like a victory right now. This is looking like a very slow battle where maybe if Elevate's been thinking forward enough, they recognize that this is probably not a win. They should talk about next battle. They should be talking about the next map and what they're doing there. This one for me, I'm just skeptical that anything will come of what Elevate's going for. This could be just one of those things where you just try and ice the enemy team. But at the same time, Ding could be talking about the next battle. They've got solid position.
And they're always focused on this one.
Yeah.
They're not going to want to lose this against Steps being the crucial map.
But it feels like they've already got it. If I was Ding,
yeah,
well,
but they're going to be fully focused on closing it out. This is the semi-final after all.
Of course, they're the defending side. They've got the advantage. They don't want to lose it. Elevate could recognize that they aren't going to find a way in, and then they have the chance to talk about next battle. But that's where.
What does Elevate do from here on, Randall? What do they do to get back into this one? Because I'm not seeing a lot of openings.
You could go from, if you drew a line from Nits to Breakneck, you could try that, but I'm not positive that would go also well. You could try some Batchat fancy play, or you could try to just advance and get underneath the guns of Karitz and who is that up top? Is that Hulknik?
Yeah, Hulknik is also on that climb, so...
Yeah, he's up in the east. You could try and get under their guns, but all you would do is force them off the hill to join the fight that would probably be in the advantage of Ding anyway.
Look how far Meritorious have pushed up to spot these tanks from Elevate.
Yeah.
By himself.
I think 90% of the time in this position, Elevate can't win. I think Ding wins 90% of the time in a setup like this. And there's a lot of things we can talk about that they could do, but ultimately I think it comes down to what, if Elevate decides to make a play, it'll be a bold play, and it depends on Ding not reacting properly.
And Ding, they are starting to push up. This is the team.
If they close
this kind of snowball effect here, they're starting to realize how far ahead they are and starting to take that and press it. And Elevate, they're going to try. They're going to get pushed into a reaction now. Nits, Oxmathis pushing forwards. How do you see this go, Randall?
Okay, so now that we've got Ding tanks pushing up, it changes the odds a little bit for me. Because now you can get Mouse and Batchats into close proximity without having to cross as much of a killing field, right? That gives Elevate a chance, but the thing is, they're going to take already just 1,000 damage spread across a few tanks just to start this engagement, and very little, if any, damage has been dealt onto Meritorious. 2 shells again, that's another 1,000 for only 432 off of Meritorious there. He's got 2 shells worth to take, and there we go. The Dome is about done.
Finally, though, they pick up Meritorious with the side of Elevate has taken significant damage across all of their tanks. The Doma is almost gone. External is pretty much hanging on for dear life in this round. And don't forget, they're all still locked down in that lower area where Karitz is. He did get spotted on the URES, so he needs to be careful not to go down. But with Hulknik there as well, he can afford a little bit of risky play even.
Yeah, and see, Canadian Impact's going to try and get under the guns of defending Ding tanks, but tell me if you think Karitz...
He's being chased down by Positive.
Oh, okay, yeah. This will be done pretty quick. I don't see this going much farther for Elevate. They'll pretty much go down where they stand right now, and we'll move on to the next battle.
Elevate trying to do what they can, but the side of Ding just has too much HP, too many tanks, and all the positions are available towards him. Wallax in the artillery has to watch as Breakneck comes in towards him. He's going to ram him to death. There we go. It is going to be Ding, and they're going to put themselves 3-1, Randall, and now it's on to Elevate to try and recover, because 1-1, it's not going to save them.
Yeah, 1-1 to start this one on Himmelsdorf. Sure, that looked good for Elevate. That gives you a little confidence if you're Elevate. But now, losing 2 times on Steps, yeah, this could very well just turn into now a 7-1 victory for Ding. Could be the end of the line for Elevate. But if they can rally, if they can stay focused, then they're still in this. That's where we're looking at. But looking at the faces of our Elevate team. Dodo looks like he's got a few thoughts in his head he's trying to share.
Look at that damage though from Koritz and the Udes, 3,700.
That's what the Udes is exactly for. It's a great tank. Do you play much TDs these days?
No, really. I'm not a fan of the siege mode mechanics myself. I find it hard. I'm that kind of guy that wants to make a peek and go back. You know, I'm not the kind of guy that wants to sit there and wait for them to drive into my gun.
Yeah, you don't want to exactly position, set up, and
No,
snipe.
I want to drive forward, take the fight to them, like Ding took the fight to Elevate here in this moment in time. But yeah, that's what I generally go
All right.
for.
Well, if any of you out there get to play a little UDES, it's all about positioning. It's all about understanding the map, the terrain, and the angles.
It's all about understanding which tanks can penetrate your armor, which ones can't, and what ammo types they have available. Obviously, heat is usually, in a lot of tanks cases, enough to get through the armor, where APCR with loss over distance and things like that.
Yeah. And a lot of the changes that happened, not super recently, but like I think it was 2 patches ago or 3 patches ago that they changed the fall-off damage. I think that might have been 3. Someone out there will correct me for sure if I'm wrong. But 2 or 3 patches ago, there was some changes I think made to the way fall-off happens with APCR, AP rounds, and stuff like that. And I guess the point of that is APCRs are way less effective against a UDES now at
That's why tanks with heat are actually not that bad. People are asking me, why would you need heat against mouses? Well, generally, because over distance, this is why you see 113s on steps and such, because heat over distance does not lose its penetration.
Exactly, it's a shaped charge. What happens is the reason that it penetrates armor, it pretty much travels a distance, hits armor, then activates. Unlike an APCR shell where it's sling it as hard and fast as you can, and whatever kinetic energy is left afterwards when you get there is what you get. So that's the major difference there for heat versus a PCR.
Well, Randall,
Yep.
next map, it is going to be Ghost Town, and it's going to be Ding on the attack with Elevate on the defense.
And this
Currently
is,
3-1 in favor of Ding, though. Randall,
well,
take it away.
we may be 3-1 in favor of Ding, but Elevate can play quite well on Ghost Town. So if any map to bring themselves back into this series, this is their place. If they drop 2 here, if they lose 2 battles here, I believe that starts to spell this being quite over. But as you saw in the matches just yesterday, Elevate was playing rather well against their opponent EL. They were handling them. There wasn't much shakiness. There was quite a bit of confidence. Elevate's reactions were crisp, but we all know Ding isn't exactly a pushover on Ghost Town either.
No, they are not, and they have spotted out Canadian Impact. They are starting to move towards that number 1 base. Nitz is in position though, in that AMX-30. He's going to be sitting on A1, waiting for the guns of Ding to drive on towards that cap if they so decide to do it. But with the Doma there and Nitz, the cap I don't think is an option here.
Yeah, it's too easy to reset, and then everyone's kind of pushed up. Although Godemperor, Brett, and Wallhacks being as far away as they are, you could maybe even take a brawl to Dodo and external and maybe start that one auto, okay? But Nitz can support the north push.
Well, here we go. Koritz getting spotted out in his WZ together with Hookneck, Shockish as well. Breakneck will try to drive forward. Some blocking going on here between Shockish and Breakneck. He almost looked like he wanted to swing his turret and give Shockish one on the way out.
I thought he was about to as well, but he's just saying, I'm just going to leave. Screw it, I'm out. I'm just going to go somewhere else. I'll kill my own tanks. I'll fight my own fight. You guys take the cap.
So these 3 guys fighting here from the cabinets, trying to reset. 29 seconds remain. Elevate is in a good position. Meritorious taking some more damage. The Doma external are the first line of defense for the side of Elevate. Dodo is taking a significant amount of damage himself though, but so are the remainder of the tanks of Ding. But now, for the last 5 to 10 seconds, Elevate taking a lot of damage, and there's only 10 seconds left, Randall.
Yep, but there's a connection, resetting up to 20, and here's the big question. After a few more resets, will Ding decide to get off the cap and press forward, push, and make this a brawl, or will they keep the pressure on and maybe even pile more tanks onto the cap?
Look at the Doma though, 475 HP remaining on towards that mouse. Actually 32 in this case. Now this is on towards Ding, 7 seconds left. Elevate, you need to reset if you don't want to go down 4-1 here. Hooknick picks up Dodo, and I don't think there's a reset about to come out, and Ding picks it up. That is going to be it. Base captured, 4-1. Elevate not getting back in time.
Yeah, Nits not able to make the connections they needed. Dodoma, I like you have to like seeing that. Ding knew what target was making real resets, doing the real damage to stop the cap and slow things down, and they focused him down, and there you go. I really enjoyed seeing that. That was quite well done. And usually we see those caps not work out. The team that goes for cap, Ding in this case, usually gets off, has to start a brawl, and then from there it's whatever. But in this case,
Ding are feeling lucky tonight.
yeah. And after that, they pick up one more win on the side of Ghost Town, and I think they run away with the rest of the series.
If it goes to 5-1, man, though, we both know that the dream of North America is going to be shipped back across towards North America with their dream in their pocket.
But you know what? These guys have performed higher. They've gone farther. They've done better than any other North American team to date. So, you know what? There's that. All right, Docky. There's that. We got that for
That feels
us.
like a weak excuse.
It's not
coming
weak,
around.
all right? You have
Randall,
no
there
idea
is-
what it's like to be a North American team. Everyone telling you every single day, the Russians are better than you, the Europeans are better than you. And you know you can stand up to them.
Can they, though? Because Elevate has to prove it right now. Can they stand up against the
I
European
think it's in
powerhouse?
their
Which
heads.
you
I think it's more
Well,
North
Randall,
American
let me
teams'
remind you of the
heads.
scoreline. It's currently 4-1.
is.
So you say they can. They need to prove it.
That they do. We can say a bunch of things, but what matters is what happens. I know. And it hurts
Everything else
sometimes.
is just speculations.
But I want to believe, all right? I just want to believe that they just
Sometimes
do it.
dreaming is believing, Randall.
But they're on the struggle bus right now, okay? They need to get off the struggle bus. They need to get on the highway to the danger zone. They need to make this happen.
I feel like there's roadworks on the highway to the danger zone.
Yes, it's under construction, but
I don't think it's even built yet in their case.
there's roads on Ghost Town. They're dirt mostly, but
That looks like a highway to you?
no, it's not a highway.
Well, let's get back into it. It's currently 4-1 in favor of Ding. Second round here on Ghost Town. Ding's going to be defending. Elevate is going to be taking the attack, and Elevate desperately needs this round.
That they do. And on attack, of course, I'm less confident in Elevate here. Their defenses tend to be a bit stronger on this map. And with the way Ding's playing right now, it's that much harder. Throwing an AMX-30 and Breaknet in the back chat up into the northwest.
And look at Elevate. They are going for that #1 base play. They've been effective with it so far. They've gone there almost every single time,
And
if I'm not
9 minutes,
mistaken.
yeah, 9 minutes 20 seconds also as well. That's not bad timing. That is a pretty quick jump to the cap.
Well, Wallax drives into the cap, instantly loses his loader. He's not going to be happy about that one so far in that WZ. Don't think he has a medkit either on this map. External's going to be joining a very similar style towards what Ding did in the last round, but a different way of executing it. Koritz and Breakneck are going to be there together. Breakneck is going to go ahead and spot for his Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Charge. Commander-in-Chief.
America.
Koritz.
All right, so Canadian Impact moving around to the south as well. If he's able to get some solid damage in there, that could be an opening for Elevate to make a counter push, get off the cap, and move south. That would leave Breakneck and that's Breakneck and Koritz behind if they can play the angles well enough. And that could be a way for them to get the win. Looking at the damage right now, look at that, 50B down to 484 hit points.
Yeah, Hooknick being chased down right now by Canadian Impact in that bad shot. And so far it's not going well for Hooknick. He goes down. Canadian Impact picks it up. He's going to be on reload right now. But Breakneck is coming from behind with 4 shots available. So is this straight worth it? They're going to lose a bad shot for this as well. Yes, Hooknick is down and out. But now Breakneck trying to do the damage. Meritorious is with him in the mouse. Canadian Impact gets shot, gets health. It's going to go down here towards Breakneck. That's it. Breakneck picks it up. And now it's even fight. And there's the counter push from Elevate.
Yep, but look, health still in the favor of Ding slightly for now. We'll see if Elevate can even this one up. But nice little pincer onto Meritorious. Let's see if Elevate's able to pull focus onto that, or if they'll let Meritorious live a good bit longer than otherwise he should. 2 more shells should do it.
Yeah, but he's gonna pick up Oxmatus. Meritorious, the Doma, too slow to rotate the turret, and that makes Oxmatus goes down. The gun in the game is always a very important factor, and they've just lost one. They've lost the second here with the Doma. Ding wrestling back control, and that was individual misplay from Elevate.
You say individual, could have been caller, could have been individual. Dodoma stayed focused forward on the T-57s instead of turning around and focusing on a tank that ended up getting the kill. If he'd done that, that would have prevented 400 some odd damage, kept a gun in the game, and possibly allowed for a bit more damage to detail later.
They might have had 2 guns in the game right now.
But that's not what happened. That's a different. That's an alternate reality to now. For now, it is a 4-on-4. We've got a full health Mouse Shockish versus. Oh, as I say that, of course, takes damage. Positive, very, very low. You don't want the T-57 to be quite so low. He can take only 1 more shell before he's out of the game, and he is the damage dealer right now.
But here we go, Shockish pushing on towards Nitz in the WZ, who's soloed out, but Wallhax is by himself as well, and Koritz in the AMX-30 has come off the A1 position, trying to do some play in this round as well. Positive picks up Nitz as Koritz looks to finish off Wallhax, and that WZ needs 1 shot from the AMX-30, and he does deliver. Makes sure he's standing still, aims a shot, takes him down. That leaves External and Breton. Another close round here for Elevate, slipping from their grasp, falling between their fingers, and they're gonna go down 5-1, Randall.
Yeah, this is looking like Ding's becoming more and more dominant, understanding what buttons to push against Elevate, understanding the weaknesses, and of course Elevate, as all American teams do, dropping the ball on some crucial...
Wow, Randall,
Look,
wow.
This is what happens to us, man. We lose focus on the big stage. We make crucial mistakes by not focus firing, by missing some shots. And here is Ding playing, keeping things tight. They're not making the same mistakes. They're playing that their average is right now higher than Elevate.
Round right now, and
Yeah.
Elevate, they had this round in the bag, I'd say, some misplay, some miscommunication, even if you want to put it like that, coming out, and I wonder what the experts think about that one, especially what is James going to say?
Well, that was a hell of a couple of rounds there. Thanks very much for that, Daki. James is not looking too well there, to be honest. We have had a bit of banter here on the desk. We're going to break it down for you guys in a couple of moments. I have to say, guys, my personal highlight was, of course, Canadian Impact on the receiving end of a German Impact.
Yeah,
Wow.
I like a lot of the stuff I've seen out of Elevate, and Ding, to be fair. Ding have had some great strategies. But some of the stuff I've seen out of Elevate, you can see the idea. You can see what they're going for. But then, like Randall said, they're just miscommunicating little things, just going wrong, separating, bouncing shots, doing a lot of things that just don't make sense. You know, stuff that players of this caliber should be doing constantly. So it's just kind of disappointing right now, and that puts them in the hole that they're in against Ding.
And it's interesting as well because some people, you know, they talk about the different tanks and, you know, their strengths or weaknesses. Some people even think that perhaps the E50M is weak, and we saw it there, Mojo. It's not. It's nicknamed the E-100 Ram Wagon for a reason, and well, it was a big hit.
To start with, Ding often uses some medium that anyone even thinks about. Breakneck is always playing those. You could see him play TVP, doing 5,000 damage on Himmelsdorf E50M, also heat ammo, precise. He can snipe from the hill, that was his position. And here is the weakness that was in Elevate's defense that we saw already. There were 2 Tier 9 Russian tanks on the rail, pretty much separated from the rest of the team. Ding sacrificed huge chunk of HP, but they pushed them and managed to kill them both, taking 2 guns from the game, while the Bachats from Elevate were completely separated, spotted by Koritz, running, trying to kill that VZ, but by the time they were even positioned to fire a single shot, everything was already done, and Ding tanks were in position to go back.
I do want to argue that by the time those T10s died, Elevate was actually in a decent position, but it's the misplay by the Batchats here, separating and letting the C50M and WZ find them and isolate them and get a one-on-one where that game got lost. If those Batchats stuck together, pushed together, maybe even taken the 2v2 between the Tier 8 and the E50M, they could have done something with that round. They could have gotten the Batchats, reloaded, and gotten in behind with those Mouses stuck on the one line. But the problem is, once again, the Batchats separated, they spread across the map, and the E50M and WZ were able to bully them one at a time, and that pretty much just put the final nail in the coffin. It was not a great position from me in, but it was salvageable.
I would debate that a bit more, because this is the opening from Elevate here. So they send in this area here, Tier 9 tanks we were talking about. Bachats immediately here trying to get some cheeky shots on someone, and everyone else is pretty much defensive, watching what can they shoot and so on. But on the other hand, Ding never bothered with such things. They just made a big massive defensive area here, and they put all the spotters on the hill and here, and they just waited. They waited to see what will happen and what will actually Elevate do.
Now, a couple things to look at here. The reason why I do like this initial setup, though, is not so much that they're looking for early shots down here, but this is what's going to happen, is if this mouse spots tanks over here, these Batchats can come in behind and get behind, the T10s can rotate through here, and these guys can either come up here or rotate back around, and they can leave them in this cap and have them surrounded quickly. And when you have two Batchats like this, if you can get them up on the hill, you can take the dominance of the hill. Now let's go ahead and fast forward here for a second and see exactly what happens. So you see this rotation, you see the tier 10s get down here in the south, and the Batchats end up leaving, and they flex all the way around the hill. So as we get around, they're going to come up here. Now they're going to sit back here, and they're going to wait for a minute, and the mouses are going to engage, and that's when they're going to push up. Now look at the setup. You have these mouses right here going off against these guys, and the E50M's still down here at this point. This mouse is in the process of rotating over here, joining them. This wall is kind of at an angle, so they can actually side scrape off it and have good shots down here. And they did a good job at punishing the tanks from Ding. But once again, clear it again, fast forward a little bit. Now let's look at the rotation. The WZs drain away, the Batchats take the hill, they get behind. Now they're going to kill the two T10s, and that's all fine and dandy. But this is where things go wrong for Elevate. You have a Batchat down here, Batchat here. Now the E50 is coming to help them. If they had stuck together and say both come over here, they could have found this WZ, or even taken the 2-on-2 in the south here, and that's a tier 8. Gotta remember that.
I need to debate several things here first.
Let's hear
Like,
it.
honestly, for one, they lost game already here. When Batchats were there, that was GG. They just prolonged their life a bit. Because they left these guys here, we saw completely outnumbered. Yes, there was a huge chunk of damage done on mouse tanks. They even didn't have medics. We saw like one of them was with 2 crew members dead, but it doesn't really matter. This was all a consequence, because by the time these guys came here and displayed really poor team play, I must say, because they allowed themselves to separate themselves, it was already done. 113 was already turning here, E50M was already turning here, and this guy was just running to give spots.
Now here's where this is something we've seen out of Elevate a lot. We saw it the other day, sacrificing the tier 9s. This game is still salvageable after those tier 9s go down, because let's say the Batchats come in here. Let's say they take out this tank and this tank here. The Batchats don't have to stay around. Even if the mouses turn around and the 113 gets in here, the Batchats can leave, they can go up this way, and the mouses are still fine, and these guys can either leave at this point and everyone can reset.
And that was Himmelsdorf starting off on, actually ending up 1-1, Ding taking that first round. Elevate were able to come back into it, and when things are looking set, looking like, okay, this could perhaps be a prolonged fight, but then after that, it quickly went a bit south, shall we say, there.
This was great play from Elevate. I like this a lot. Doma being in position to spot out this. The shots come in, and they end up taking down Kreitz here in a second. A lot of blind shots connecting as well. But then after this, they underestimated the power that GW Tiger P has, the highest splash of any of the tier 8 already now after the patch, and it's just able to fire shot after shot after shot. You likened it earlier to battleships. They knew where he was going to be, even though he wasn't spotted.
Yeah.
Lobbed sure volume of shells over, and they managed to kill him eventually. And from that point on, the wheels just fell off the train for Elevate.
It was like picking a square, basically saying A3, then Mertores just fires, and then suddenly, boom, the Doma's dead. And you said yourself, there's only 1 or 2 places you can sort of hide up there. It's a long tank as well. It's an easy target to hit.
Yeah, well, the way you look at it is if he's in most of the places, he'll be spotted by the angles they had up there. And if he's not spotted, you know exactly where he has to be sitting to remain unspotted. So it's just a process of elimination for the team at Ding.
And Ding, after that, quite handedly dismantled Elevate.
Yep, I definitely have to agree.
I mean, we need to go on the map that this is a classic defense. We were talking lately about the steps. We saw it already several teams play. So what we saw, Dodoma did really well, of course. He climbed here really fast with light tank, dominating this area. Why are teams even using that area? A new tier 10 Russian light tank is actually so flat that it looks like a pancake, and it's really hard to hit him physically without arty. On the other hand, they're using the other light tank here, and he has a cooldown because it's a tier 10 German light now, and he has a -10 gun depression, something that Russian one doesn't have. He has only -5. So that's why they're used on different areas. Both are fast and can be climbed really fast. So that's all cool. And then you have all these guys here that are designated snipers. They have a Batchat who can go and rotate, check out what's going on, and Arty as a backup decoy. All fine, right?
Yep.
But main issue comes if this guy falls. This is why Ding sacrificed so much HP trying to surround him from all angles. You could see this 1-1-3 here, spotting him all the time, proxying, keeping a crossfire from this guy watching over this angle here, and then Artie. Artie actually didn't see him when he killed him. He knew if he's not spotting from the other angles, he must be in an area where he can blind shoot him, and that's how he killed him.
Which raises this question to me, if you're Elevate. You see that GW Tiger come out. The reason you bring Artie on steps these days isn't to do damage to tanks or whatnot, so much in terms of the mouses and whatnot. It's to counter out those boosts, both the A0 boost and that A1 boost. Do you think that it's reasonable to say that they should have just given up the plan to send someone to A2 at least from the start of the game?
I would absolutely not boost the tank there, because we've seen plays with 2 lights that revolve around the completely different games, and they can have it, and you can have 2 lights rotating from lower side instead of only 1 because 1 is dead.
Yep, I agree completely.
So on this round, it was Ding that actually were on the attack. They were able to win that round via capping. In the next round, Ding were then on defense, and they were like, I mean, we were talking about it during the match. It was like watching water just breach up against the sea wall.
Yep,
they drove into him, and then Ghost Town, textbook Mojo, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the one thing that I have to say here is, with this sort of setup, they set hard for the 1-2 line. And the way this map plays is you have to keep your guns together. They tried to spread out a bit so they could control more of the map. The problem is that Ding understood that this is typically what Elevate do, so they grouped up all their tanks and they just drove them straight like a nail through that north cap, and this is where the thing fell apart for Elevate. They couldn't respond to it. They couldn't get their guns up to the north soon enough. They couldn't get the resets. And so while they were doing decent in the brawl overall, positionally they were weak and they weren't able to close out this game.
Yeah, we see Dodoma getting focused as he starts to drive in, and then External was pretty much the only tank nearby who can do a reset, and with only 5 seconds left once Dodoma gets dropped, there was nothing that can be done. And a very, very good example from Ding on how to cap, but not necessarily do a cap rush on Ghost Town.
I would say there are several major problems here, what Elevate did. First of all, of course, as you already said, being really easy to predict what they're gonna do. So when you have an AMX 30 French medium, he's taken always to this position. It's really useless. You cannot really fight in a city.
It's a one-dimensional tank.
Yes, it's a one-dimensional tank, and it's really used only to decap. They just used that, pressed the cap, killed the only guy who could do anything about spotting, and that was GG.
Yep, I agree.
It's very, very nicely done there from Ding. This now means Ding are ahead 5-1. We're going to be going into our next couple of matches. Let's see what Daki and Ruka are looking forward to from this.
I didn't hear too much because I was comforting Rukel. I had to put his shoulder on I put his head on my shoulder, you know, wipe them tears, because Ding is showing us a masterclass of how to play World of Tanks and Elevate. It's looking like a mountain to climb. They are Elevate, right? So they have to be able to climb a mountain.
The mountaintop is in view, Daki. It's in view. You can see it off in the distance, but you can't reach it yet.
That's like saying, you know, you're lost in the desert and you can see the water in the distance, but it's like 100 miles away, like 3 days of walking.
Yeah, you don't know if it's a mirage or not, but maybe they can do it. It's almost impossible at this point. Ding has been playing phenomenally well, especially with Elevate, and we saw them actually walk backstage when they went on break to go to the bathroom, refresh themselves, and we try not to talk too much, but you can see when Elevate players are tilted. It's what we do in America. It's what our American teams do. We get tilted, and there are some players who hold it together. Nothing phases them. They're just fine, win or lose, right? But there's always a few players in each team that once they're shaken to their enough, there's almost no coming back, right? So right now I'm
Well, let's pray together that they can come back, because the next map is going to be a tough one to win 2-0. It is going to be Ruinberg. That is a map that Ding beat Na'Vi on the attack as well.
It's a very important point to bring up, because Elevate, I could be saying that they should be able to make something happen on defense, but because you bring that up, yes, against Na'Vi they were excellent. If they bring that same level of play here, Elevate doesn't stand a chance, and they should be able to close it out on this map.
Well, Randall, we will find out as we are about to get underway into our next map here. It is going to be Ruinberg. The lineups coming up currently 5-1 in favor of Ding. 6 bot shots and a Scorpion G.
I'm going to have to look at you on this one, Daki. Why?
Little City to kill everything going zero line, run away. If you do that, you can survive, but you need to make kills, get out, and then hope that the defender keeps pushing towards you, and it's exactly what Ding's going for.
Just a wolf pack. Just the mob forward is the best direction. Hit him hard, finish him off. Now, Elevate should see this coming. It's a completely telegraphed lineup. You should know, all right, they're going east side. They shouldn't be going to the north. If they do, it'll be like what happened with Na'Vi, and don't make the same mistakes. Canadian Impact pulling out.
Seems to have been a little bit too slow in running away. Look at the damage Canadian Impact is taking on his bad shot. He's down to 564 HP, just about alive. He's now down towards, so one shot Canadian Impact could be the first casualty of this round. This is what they needs as well, though.
Look, Canadian Impact barely able to slip away with a sliver of health, just enough to actually give him an adrenaline rush, give him a little faster reload, but he has to stay alive. He's still spotted. In the meantime, Canadian does finally go down. Nice shot by Breakneck. And there's going to be the press to Doma. External Nits moving forward right down the zero line with Ox Mathis still just behind. Positive down to 93 hit points with a dead gunner.
Yeah, this is what we talked about now. Ding needs to get out of there with all those bad shots.
There.
Positive is down. Paulex picks it up from the tier 9 bad shot from the back lines, and now Shokish gets spotted out as well in that bad shot of his in the tier 10. He needs to be careful. He's going to take a lot of damage here. A lot of misses coming out from Elevate.
But there we go. 400, then just under 300 damage to the Shokish as he pulls back. You have to remember, there's a significantly lower health pool for the tanks on Ding. Just because they brought this bad chat lineup, yes, they may be able to pick up Canadian Impact early and deal plenty of damage, but they don't have much of a pool themselves. Meaning, if they try and re-engage and they don't make a solid, strong play when they do this, there's a good chance they just fall into the armor of Elevate and lose out on the fight just on tank choice alone. There's Koritz going down. Nice shot from External from the east side. And look at the spread. Tanks from Ding. What do they do from here, Docky?
5 tanks all around the map. They're going to try and do some damage towards the Doma. Even Ilian gets spotted out in his bad shot. He has 4 shots remaining. He is doing some towards that WZ of the Doma, though. The Doma just about getting saved. Paulex spots out Breakneck.
And
hits the first. He's going to pick him up on the second before Breakneck gets saved. No, the miss comes out there from Wally. He's not able to convert it into a kill. Meritorious trying to cross over in the meantime. He
good distraction.
Gets down to 471 HP, and Elevate should be having this one.
They should. So right there, lineup along with the strategy just not compatible. Just on that alone, this gave Elevate a huge advantage. Maybe that little break also gave them a chance to collect themselves, refocus.
Let's hope they can collect 4 more rounds after this.
You're right. They have to make a massive comeback out of a deficit that is usually considered impossible. But my hope will be always brought back to life by the tiniest little seed here of any doubt that Ding can find victory. And well,
Ding has a lot of damage to do before they can actually.
Yeah, it's just about over at this point. You've got collectively 1,500 hit points between 3 tanks, all of them with very little armor against, well, the lineup of Elevate. It's just about over at this point. And you talked about how earlier Ding would focus on the battle. Is this a situation where that rule wouldn't stand still, where they would be talking about the next side on Ruinberg?
From my time in there, we always play till the end. We always play for the win. We always try and make the best we can, not really thinking about the next map. Always trying to do just as much as we can possibly do. Make them work, make them sweat to close out the round.
Because just maybe you'll be able to clutch it out. And
maybe you get 2 ammo racks, you never know.
Yeah, and because this is World of Tanks, anything can happen. And skill gets you quite far in some cases. Especially if bat chats against heavy tanks. We've seen crazy stuff before.
But now all of the tanks from Ding down towards the win shot. A win shot. No, that's not going to be a winning shot. But they'll try to do some damage. But now Elevate coming in to close out the round. It's going to be a good morale boost for their side because they needed this round desperately. But now they're going to be going on towards the attack on Ruinberg. Ilian, the last man standing, and External is going to pick it up in a second or 2 here when he is reloaded. There we go. Triple kill for him, and it will be Elevate, bringing it 5-2.
All right. That's going to rekindle some hope for Elevate, but looking at their faces coming off of this win, I'm not seeing exactly excitement.
They don't seem the team that high fives.
No, they're not going to high five off of this. They're still trying to collect.
I didn't see them really high five during EL Gaming match either, even when they won.
That's because American teams can be incredibly negative when reflecting upon their own
Look
stuff.
at the other teams, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Always high-fiving, always, you know, being at least cheerful after they win.
and that's a really important thing to point out. Many teams understand that even win or lose, stay focused. You're a team. And keep that morale, keep that going, because what happens with a lot of American teams is we get very judgy. We see one player on our team mess up, make a mistake in doing some aspect of their play, and all of a sudden you lose complete confidence, right? And they may not say it to each other. We can be a bit, passive aggressive with it, but that tends to be the truth of it. We see a mistake, we start focusing on it. We get way too focused on that mistake, and we let that dominate all of our strategy, all of our plays. And so that's
the thing they're going to have to get over if they want to win this match, because
and this is that
winning 5 straight rounds.
Apologies, didn't mean to walk over you. Go ahead.
It's completely fine. Winning 5 rounds in a row. Talking about that mentality there, they're going to have to forget about mistakes, because there is a big chance for Ding to get at least on match points, because Elevate has to win.
Yeah.
5 rounds in a row to close it out.
But
Ding only has to win 2.
But yesterday we saw an incredible match. That was Tornado Energy coming back from a 3 in a round losses.
Well, this is
Navi.
4-0 if you want to look at it like that.
But they played, 7 straight wins?
7 straight wins.
We've seen actually something crazy.
Elevate only needs 5 straight wins.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
It's actually less insane than what we've already seen occur just yesterday. So just to put things in perspective, that's the kind of possibility, the world that we live in. That's the kind of stuff that these guys are made of. And now, on attack, Elevate their lineup against Ding. What do you think?
I think Ding currently very far ahead, especially because of Rurenberg as well coming out there on the defensive side, which is arguably the more favorable side coming out. They need this round to put themselves on match point, and Elevate has to make the plays. Canadian Impact takes the first shot of damage there on the bat shot, which is going to be expected. I was from positive in the 113. He's going to try and find a second one, but unlikely. Wallach's external, Dodoma, all going towards that 0 line. This is a standard start from Elevate, isn't it, Randall?
That absolutely is. And the downsides right here, we've got some problems with spotting. It looks like Elevate's had all 3 of their tanks moving east, spotted for a brief amount of time. That really hurts. Normally you want to get into the 0 line undetected if you can. But good job on Ding detecting there. Got Emperor Brett Nitz though. Usually you would see those 113s take a little damage, wouldn't you, on their approach from the cap into the buildings? Usually there's someone waiting around to
usually
put one
Positive
shell out.
is doing that damage, but look at this Ding. This seems to be the counter play that we were talking about. 0 line rush imminent.
Yes, and I want to ask, do you feel like Ding's being a little bit less aggressive here? They're holding back.
They let Elevate take those positions. That 0 line, we have seen Elevate fall to a strong counter push there from NSS. Those 3-9 bat shots were on the rotate. External now was the only bat shot rotating, and here we go. This is Ding starting to move forward. Oxmat is taking damage. Nitz on the run. He got caught there against NSS. He's not going to be caught against Ding. There we go. Hooknik Meritorious with Kurids probably has a shield. They're going to be running down Nitz. Then he'll big miss there from Shockish.
Massive right there. And there, Dodoma's just about half hit points. He's going to start backing off. Nitz as well, just about to go down. 271 hit points. One more shell. Where's it coming from? Is that the Lorraine? No, it's going to be a bounce.
It's just about surviving. Got Emperor Brett now on the 0 line, trying to do what he can as well, but Hulknik and Meritorious are still making their move forward. Nitz is in no man's land, but Oxman is not really being helped. Hulknik's on fire though, he's burning, but Meritorious is there well. Positive picks up Canadian Impact, Wallach, Dodoma, Brett, and External all trying to kill these two 113s, but they're still alive, Randall. They need to take this down, because look at the HP.
Yeah.
They're being
run over right now. With a highly mobile lineup like this, 113's Batchats, they're just sitting still in the open, well, relatively against a heavy lineup. That's a mouse, Type 5, 3 113s, a Batchat, the Lorraine 40T. You don't sit still versus this. You don't face this head on and expect to win. And that's what we have here.
And you expect them to do that damage towards the 113s, and it did not happen. Positive now picks up God Emperor Brad. This leaves Oxmatis and External, and Ding still with 7 tanks alive. We said it's going to be difficult for Elevate, well, it's just become even harder as Ding looks to put themselves onto match point. Elevate has to think what they're going to do to win 4 straight rounds to bring it to tiebreaker and 5 to close it out.
Yep, I think you hit a nail on the head. This has just gotten that much closer. Ding is in good spirits. Elevate, yes, they could have bounced back after that last win, but I think we can both agree a lot of that had to do with the lineups that Ding brought versus the lineup that Elevate brought. They could have decided to rally around that victory, but it does not look like it. That is not the face of confidence on Wallhax right now. He might still be able to rally around this, but look, looks like a little powwow going on that side of the stage while Ding looks comfy. Ding does not look like they are worried whatsoever.
Business as usual.
And that is what we see out of our top teams in the world. Navi's already out of this one. Tornado is going to also be in the finals there later on today.
Oh, not in the finals.
Sorry,
Semi.
this is the finals in reference to the tournament in general as opposed to the match. 3,000 for the side of Elian Positive. Ox Mathis, always one of the top performers on the side of Elevate, is able to
Yeah, but look at these
make
bad shots
showing.
though. The Doma, 3 shots, no connections, 0 damage. Nitz also not having a good time. God Emperor Brett, who was also in that 0 line, 10 shots, only 858 damage.
Yeah, looking at the post-battle stats, it may be a bit of a leap, but I'm guessing Dodoma might not be. He might be on tilt a little bit here. And then God Emperor
Well,
Brett,
their
I'm not used
positions-
to him being very tilty or performing less well when he's not confident, but I think we can start pointing at maybe Dodo's not feeling so hot.
Against NSS, Elevate got beaten in a similar style on Rurenberg, where they had 0 line control. NSS pushed down with 113s. This time, they had everybody there in position, but they just weren't able to deliver the shots on the targets that needed to go down.
And on top of that, I think strategically, they didn't see through to what was possible. Right?
But
they didn't look at the lineup.
I'm not sure about that. It felt like they knew Ding was going to counter push because every single tank was there, including a 113.
Yes, they see that, but I felt like they only touched the surface there. They never saw, oh, these are the implications of what we need to do in order to deal with that. Because you need at least a minute to reallocate your forces to redeploy.
We saw how quickly External was coming back. They seemed to at least expect this coming out.
I don't think they saw the full breadth of what was going on.
Perhaps.
Is kind of what I was picking up on that one. It's not entirely the reason that they lost on that. There's a number of factors that go into every victory and loss, but strategically on that plane, on that level, I think that Elevate wasn't looking at the big picture as much as they should have.
Well, strategically, Elevate's going to have to prove us something as we move into our possibly final map of regular time. It is going to be Mainz. It's going to be Elevate on the attack, sitting on 2. Ding on the defense, sitting on 6. Match point for them. Meritorious is spawned already, though. Down to 87 HP. Wallhax is not in an artillery piece, so Meritorious shall be fine for now.
For now. But that's gonna wake Elevate up. They might be able to...
If this was Ding, they always play their attack with the German light.
Yes.
And Positive always loads HE, that already would have been dead.
That's a great point, actually. I hadn't really thought about that. The HE from some of those lights and along with it combined with the speed.
It's the tank picks, you know? Like, Elevate plays with the Russian one, Ding plays with the German one, and that German one, Positive plays it. We see him shoot a lot of HE in the beginning.
I tend
that
to
would have been
favor it
dead
as well.
arty.
It's fast enough.
Well, in this case, I'd favor it as well, because this is a thing, though, with the quick lights, spotting Artie crossing over, if he has a bad spawn, can be a thing. So that HE might actually, you know, just kill the M40 before the game even starts.
There's a number of reasons, actually, to prefer the German lights over the Russian ones. The Russian one's nice as a pancake, right? If you need to be lower the ground in certain situations, it's good for that. But if you want a slightly higher profile, I do tend to favor our German tier 10 lights. Now, or lights, sorry, singular. But look at this strat from Elevate. This is a bit older as far as strategies go. We haven't seen this played as a layout in North America for a good bit, but I don't know, Docky. Have you seen this more recently in any of the other regions? I really don't think it's
Play from
popular.
Elevate?
Yeah, the Dodoma in the backfield like that. I felt like everyone kind of got away from throwing a bat chat into Alpha 8-9. It seems a bit of a time.
Yeah, we don't see that very often, but the mouse is on the hill, common during the tournaments or around there at least.
No, that part's fine. That's normal.
Yeah, Dodoma up there, we don't see it very often. It doesn't really ever work out, but everything else, fairly standard.
It's funny because Nitz is taking the route that a bat chat would go to do the climb. It's funny to watch a mouse do it because the mouse is comically slow to me. I've always thought it was a bit silly to just watch it drive. It's so slow. Oh, and look at this. We're actually going to see an artillery view. So fun thing with that is Meritorious, if he sees
anything being broken.
then he might just blind fire, and if it's a
At the
Mao,
very least, relay the information towards his teammates.
and that's an important reason to bring an artillery piece, because it has the ability to view certain aspects of the map.
And you can see
certain-
blind shots going through bushes.
That it can.
If the tracer stops, you
Ma-
hit.
Many people underestimate the nuanced advantages of an artillery piece. It's a tool that, if used creatively enough and intelligently enough, can be more valuable than any tank. And I mean tank, not SPG, not tank destroyer, tank.
Yeah, just talking about Ding, the information you saw that Breakneck and Koritz joining that team in Season 1 together with Positive. But obviously Breakneck and Koritz coming from the Momenton Tanks, former Virtus Pro, has just changed his team into a powerhouse over 2 seasons. They weren't ready at the Champions Rumble for Tornado Energy whatsoever, but they seem to be ready for tougher opponents here.
That they are. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I've seen members of Ding all across the WGL in the past few years. For example, you look at Elian. I don't think I can remember a time when he hasn't been one of the top, a player on one of the top teams. Am I correct with that? Has he been taking a break?
He used to be in Lemming Train, which did very well, and then moved on towards Kazna Crew, and then now ended up in Ding. And obviously he's been making some good decisions. Lemming Train, when he left, went rather downhill. Kazna Crew, not a strong performance here either.
Yeah, that might not have been the best fit, but here with Ding, he's playing much better and clearly having much more success. Nitz looks like
sacrifice.
Yeah.
He's a sacrifice on the cap. Nitz, you might be wondering why is he showing his side. Well, he's doing it on purpose. That's Huknik. Picks it up. Dodoma
misses the
doesn't
jump.
make the jump.
Oh man, he is having a rough time. I don't think he's had a good battle in any of these. I can't
It's
think
just
of
worth
any
it though,
single one.
sacrificing a full mouse to get a 416 behind him.
Especially with artillery still alive. Meritorious can land the reset without that much of a problem. What's going to have to happen is Buddy fires over at External on the west side.
External's a one-shot now though, so...
That's important to note, because if artillery isn't looking towards the cap, and this oh, look at that, doesn't matter, Wallhacks is taking damage, this Ding is in complete control. 2 tanks down, one of them a mouse.
Breakneck in the 1v1 in the meantime with Canadian Impact. This could decide the game. Never know. Breakneck so far seems to have shot advantage, so 3.8 seconds, 4.3 seconds for Canadian Impact. Breakneck gets that double kill, closes out External, closes down on Canadian Impact as well, and that's that side of the map cleaned up. And with Ding now having 7 tanks versus just 4 from Elevate, it seems like they want to put themselves in the finals of the Grand Finals. Wallhacks, he's not safe from Artie, he's not really safe whatsoever, and he's down towards 137 HP. So now Ding is in position and Elevate, then they got to resort to praying.
Yep, he's just sitting waiting for the end, because right now it's...
Well, his end is incoming in 12
From
seconds.
the Elevate perspective, this is just about over. From Ding's perspective, I feel like they almost want to play with the fruit. God, Emperor Brett jumps off the hill.
Jumps off the hill, but 3 seconds left before Meritorious probably will get the kill against Wallhacks. In the meantime, there we go. Ilian picks it up. Now Brett, Ox, and Dodoma left, and they're separated from each other. Breakneck coming on towards the hill as well to kind of play with Ox Matis, who has nothing to do in this game anymore. Brett getting pushed by everybody from the side of Ding, who look to put themselves in the finals. The first time for this team, and it's been a while for Koritz and Breakneck as well. First Grand Finals they were there, the second, the third not making it, but now they're gonna be there again.
Yep, finally showing back up, showing that they do have, in fact, what it takes to make it to the finals, the Grand Finals.
The Grand Finals of the Grand Finals.
Sorry, the yeah, it's all about phrasing.
The finals of the Grand Finals.
Well, I mean, that's the event's name, and it's the Grand Final.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it will be the Grand Final, and now Ox.
It's a lot of fun words to have to throw out to be specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ox now the last man for his team, as Breakneck is coming in to try and do something, but at 200 light tank a little bit too quick for the mouse. The rest of the team will be slightly slower, and now Elevate has nothing to do left rather than wait and see how their last comrade in battle will go down here. Breakneck peeks out, Ox Matis picks it up, but 5 contestants remain.
And Ox Matis may be one of the best players in all of World of Tanks, in my opinion. You can back that up with his plenty of stats. You can make a strong argument for some others, but he's certainly up top in my mind. He'll make his final stand.
He's
and it looks
climbing
like
the
it's
hill.
style.
He's trying to do an elevate.
He's trying to go.
But Hooknick picks it up, and that will be Ding. 7-2 over Team Elevate, putting themselves in the grand finals. And look at that audience.
Yep, excited to watch a team like this come back and show what they've got. Elian is in a good mood. I usually don't see him with quite a smile like that on his face. He's usually quite stoic, actually.
He seems to be quite happy now.
Yeah.
I just wonder if we're going to get the cleaning service for James Randall. Last words about Team Elevate before we head over to the analysis panel?
This loss was for Elevate was in exactly the style you would expect out of a North American team. It comes down to morale and focus. In this case, Ding played it tight, played it right, and Elevate was able to make some things happen, but they're not ready yet.
On that note, let's send it over to the analysis desk and hear about their thoughts.
Thanks very much for that one, Dekilsor and Rukil. We got one of the teams through to the finals here, Mojo and James. A bit like kind of what we expected, though, wasn't it? Really.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I can root for Elevate, like I am, being from North America, a little bit biased, obviously. But like I said, I knew it was going to be a tough challenge for them, and Ding showing exactly why they're the defending EU champion.
Now, something we want to mention here on the desk is you see the mouse being picked up quite a lot of the time for various different teams, but it doesn't quite have the fearsome reputation it has because it does get shot so easily. So, Mojo, why does that happen?
We paired up here mouse as a target with a Bachat that shoot with a premium ammo, heat ammo with 330 pen. That's normally. So when you see a mouse coming at you forward like this, green surfaces are something that are easily penned. You can see that, like you will pen every shot. Every single shot, probably, maybe some, like if it's really bad RNG. But the situation goes really badly if you turn the mouse. This is called angling. You can see the red surfaces are becoming bigger. But these guys are pro players for a reason. This is why the mouse tanks die so easily. There is always this flat armor here that is really weak, and they can always hit a part of the turret if it's hit here or even here next to the gun. If they turn turret more, it's harder, but you cannot shoot your enemy then. That's when they usually just wait. A mouse will eventually turn a turret to you to shoot, and someone, somewhere, will wait to pen this shot if they cannot see this. And this is how our monstrous mouse tanks die so often. What puzzles me sometimes, on Ruinberg, I can see tanks like from China, 113, that survive the mouse more, with more HP. But on the turret, it's impregnable, and that's why.
Heavy tanks are always a pain in the butt to get through, but these guys know exactly what they're talking about. Actually know exactly what they're shooting at, sorry, I should say. Now, on the stage, we have Matt ready to talk to the winners, so let's hear what their thoughts are after that match.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm here with Elian on our grand final stage here in the VDB Ice Palace. And Ding are going to be playing in that grand final. We've had a couple of years with only CIS teams. Europe have got a spot in the grand final. That feels good.
Yeah, that feels good, and it's kind of surprising that we are in the grand finals. I mean, I didn't expect to play in the grand finals, of course. I mean, it was surprising to win Navi, then we had an easier bracket, and we did it. Well, I'm happy.
Yeah. It's fair to say that some people know you as a player as being maybe a little bit serious, maybe, quite stoic. I think one of our guys said earlier on, this is a smile of somebody who knows that his team are in a really special place right now.
Well, we still have a job to do. It's nothing really happened. I mean, it's our next match that we need to prepare for, so...
Steps. A little bit of a surprise, perhaps. Maybe that Elevate didn't ban that out. You lost the first tank on it as well. Any worries there?
Well, I think Cory's played too much aggressive, and we are in huge disadvantage, like 4 or 5k HP. But then the T10 from Elevate also played too aggressive, and he died in like 3 minutes. I mean, he still had disadvantage, but I don't know, it was just their mistakes that allowed us to win the game, really.
Saying that we have a European team in the grand final, yourselves. Elevate, though, making it to the semi-final stage, best team out of NA. Any words or thoughts about how they're going to fare in future?
It's hard to say. I think America is easier than Europe and Russia, so they can still be top, I think. Yeah.
But a lot of good play, a lot of things that they can learn from and take away from this.
Yeah, I hope so.
You have, as you mentioned, beaten Na'Vi in the group stages. Na'Vi are gone yesterday to Tornado in the quarterfinals, which you put them into. So that's done. You have some history with Tornado. They beat you at the Champions Rumble. You were runners-up to them, I think. They could be in the final, or NSS could be in the final. Regardless of who it is, you guys are ready.
Well, we trained much with NSS, so we hope that NSS wins Tornado, then we knew kind of how to counter them. And if Tornado wins, well, it's going to be a hard match.
It's going to be a hard match.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard match.
It's going to be a great match, though, isn't it? Ding into the grand finals. Congratulations to Elian and his guys. What a fantastic game, and that's only our first semi-final today.
Thanks very much for that one there, Matt. Elian looking super happy. I mean, James, you still have a smile on your face there, but it just wasn't really the day for Elevate, was it?
At the end of the day, we're watching some of the best teams here play World of Tanks. Game I love, as everyone else out there watching does right now. And to have a North American team make the semifinal, the historic defeat that no American team has done before. It was a great run. Unfortunately, it's come to an end, but we still have 2 more great games today. We get the other semifinal, plus we have the final after that, which is going to be Ding versus either NSS or Tornado. Either of those matches I'm looking forward to.
Now, we didn't actually kind of cover it earlier on, Mojo, but Runeberg Ding, that Batchat lineup was kind of unexpected, wasn't it?
It's something used, especially in CIS, many times. You can win fights like that, but you have to take out guns really fast. Like one or two of them have to die rather fast. And it didn't happen in this way. And when there was a counterattack by Elevate heavy tanks, they even didn't have shells to fight them with. They had to die.
Yeah.
It reminds me...
It's a high risk. It's a high risk gamble.
The one thing I want to say is it does remind me back of the 754 days, like during the second grand final. We saw a lot of back and forth between the rushes of autoloaders, the 1390s, and the T54 lightweights. And so what has to happen with those autoloaders, you have to be effective with the burst. So if you're going to bring up many Batchats, you have to come in, you have to take guns out of the fight, because the consistent fire, the 113s...
At least 2 of them need to die.
Yeah, the 113s, they'll keep firing and firing and firing. Once they know you're out, they're just going to drive straight at you and kill you. Come
right back your throat. And that's actually which made EL Gaming so successful 2 years ago, because they just didn't go with autoloaders. They went with the single shooters and just focused the tanks down one at a time and tried to spread the damage. Different kind of game now. The rules have slightly changed, the tank picks have slightly changed, but some tactics remain the same. Now looking ahead to our next match, it is going to be Tornado Energy versus Not So Serious. 2 of our CIS teams still able to play here. Guaranteed CIS team in the finals now. Ding are through to them. Who do you think Ding would rather play?
Out of these 2, probably NSS, because NSS likes to experiment with tactics, but they're less brutal on rotations than Tornado. Tornado is really explosive. There is no hint of doubt, and Ding can, I think, still get caught on such occasions. And there is nothing that can be done then. I mean, Ding are first finalists. Elian can be happy, definitely, because Elian did leave Kazna about 2 seasons ago, so he would join Ding in hoping he will play the grand finals in final. So it turns out it was actually a good bet for him.
Yep, well, unfortunate for Elevate. I mean, they can still hold their heads up high. They did get the furthest any American team has done, and now they can effectively relax. They can sit back, enjoy the show, and Ding are the ones now that have to kind of be worried and get ready for the next opponents. They will be watching this next match very crucially. Now, again, the players are taking part on the stage at home right now. They're the ones playing the game. You guys at home can join in if you participate in our quest system. Just go to your local World of Tanks portal, follow the instructions there, and that lets you know how to join in. You can potentially win various different goodies such as premium tanks. You can also join in with social media. Follow us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter. You can use the hashtag WOTGF2007, or you can use the hashtag WatchPlayWin. Send us any funny pictures. Send us your predictions, actually. Really want to know what everyone thinks is going to win out there. We're going to get ready for the next match. When we come back, it's going to be Not So Serious against Tornado Energy. Please don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
Grand Final.
And welcome back, everyone, to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. We are already one semi-final down. We have one more to go, and it's going to be a clash of two Russian gigantic teams. For those just joining us, my name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. I'll be your host for today. Joining me on the desk is Mihailo Still, Mojo Jugovic, and James Rockstar Grieve. Gentlemen, how are you guys today?
Brilliant. I mean, this last match was, of course, something that we expected, and of course, we expected Europe to pass. I am rather sure James was not really so enjoyed by that.
Definitely a little sad after that one. However, still some great tanks left in the day.
Okay, now our first team up to talk about today is going to be Tornado Energy. Here's a little video to remind you all about them.
Tornado Energy. Tornado Energy are no strangers to the Grand Finals. Winning the title in 2015 and finishing second place in 2016, their impact on the Wargaming.net League is legendary. Most recently, in their domestic region, they came second place in Season 1, and then followed that with a Champions Rumble win and Season 2 League Championship. Eager to challenge for the 2017 title, Tornado Energy are one of the strongest teams here and are looking forward to picking up the trophy in front of a home crowd.
Мы победили Нави уже третий раз подряд и второй раз подряд со счетом 7-3. Конечно, на пути к чемпионству нас еще ждут команды НСС и, возможно, Динги, но это будет завтра. А сегодня мы выиграли наш маленький гранд-финал. Я думаю, что сегодняшняя победа придаст нам силы в завтрашних играх. Мы сделаем все, что от нас зависит, чтобы оправдать надежды наших фанатов, чтобы порадовать наших болельщиков и стать чемпионами в 2017 году.
Tornado Energy there. They're here for a mission. I mean, you saw just how much that win against Navi yesterday meant to them.
I believe this was definitely the pinnacle in their careers now, because in Grand Finals 2, no one was 100% sure did they really win it or not. Now it was missing one member in last Grand Finals. They lost in a tiebreaker in a really tight match. So this is definite victory for them, but a long way to go still.
Indeed, and if there's one thing that can be said about Tornado Energy here, Rockstar, is that you can't think that you have them on the ropes, can you?
No, you know, they're a team, they're like a honey badger. They bet you back them into a wall, they will fight their way out, and somehow they will turn it around and be in a better spot than when you started.
Now, they were champions in 2015. They were known as Hellraisers then. Navi took it from them yesterday. How good a chance do they have this season, Mojo?
Well, rather good. Experience is definitely on their side. I mean, Ding is not a new team. A lot of these players played on the Grand Finals and so on. But Tornado, they are living for this, I mean.
All smiles, full of confidence. Looking a bit more up for it than they were yesterday. We saw some hoods up yesterday. Some people not acknowledging the camera. But
I
now
thought Idor even in a coffee place later, and he still had his hoodie up.
Looking upset, yeah, looking happy, yeah. Now, their opponents today are going to be not so serious. Let me tell you more about these teams with this little introduction video.
Not So Serious are one of the big three teams from the CIS region, coming third place in both Season 1 and Season 2. They are always surprising their opponents with a non-standard approach to their tactics. A well-experienced team, they have overcome various difficulties this season to remain one of the top challengers for the CIS title. This will be Not So Serious's second grand finals, and they're looking to improve upon last year's result, where they finished in 4th place. Could this be the season where NSS step out of the shadows and into the limelight?
Мы только что победили в матче со счетом 7-2. Я, конечно, менеджер, я не принимал непосредственного участия в матче, но когда стоишь за спинами у своих товарищей и в то же время не можешь ничего сделать, это не меньшее, наверное, переживание. Это было нелегко. После 2 карт был счет 2-2, но потом наши парни сделали героическое усилие и довели матч до победного конца. Я думаю, это было, может быть, для кого-то закономерно, для кого-то неожиданно, но это есть так, как есть, и мы счастливы. Мне не хотелось бы говорить о стратегиях в полуфиналах, потому что, во-первых, я менеджер, а не игрок, а во-вторых, не хочется загадывать. Но мы будем надеяться, что этот матч будет для нас успешным. И ключом к победе, я думаю, должна стать целеустремленность, потому что те 2 команды, с которыми нам предстоит сражаться, точнее, с одной из них, эти обе команды уже были чемпионами, а мы еще не были, и у нас есть очень большая воля к победе.
Okay, the team's looking really excited to go out there. I mean, Not So Serious, we tipped them last season. I tipped them last season, it went completely wrong, but this season they're looking stronger, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really good. I mean, their performance is brilliant. Finally, as we said, in full lineup after a while, Nidin is playing with them, and they are definitely strong.
Rockstar, these guys smashed the sides, Elevate earlier on. How'd you rate them here against Tornado?
If they play as well as they did during the last couple days, both versus Elevate and in their match yesterday versus Kazna, I think they can definitely take it to Tornado. They've looked really hot so far this tournament. It looks like they've been in form. It looks like they have a good idea what their game plan is and how to run it. As long as they can keep that in mind, and even if they drop a couple rounds here or there, as long as they stay on pace, I think they can take it to Tornado.
Do you think against, when Tornado earlier on were playing against Navi, that was a bit of underestimation, or do you think they kind of baited them? Do you think it was all tactically? Or I mean, they had scrimmed against each other a long time, hadn't they?
Yeah, definitely, and I think they pulled out all the cards when they last played them. I don't think they were holding anything back. I think when you're here in this venue, even as far as a quarterfinal out, you have to make sure you get to the next round. You can't hold anything back.
Now, the interesting thing from Not So Serious as well is that they said in their interview yesterday, or their video yesterday, that they still had some secrets to play. That's what they said, Mojo. Do you think we're going to see some more today?
Everything can happen, because when you plan for one map, you don't plan only A or B attack, like good teams like this, as we always say, have A, B, C, and D. Really good team. I mean, Nidin, as we said, he didn't play. He absolutely performs. He's a light tank that never fails a boost. We saw his multi-kill, if you remember, on Steps yesterday when he finished off Mouses. The crowd went berserk. In that moment, Isne was saved on a little patch of that mountain and won 1 game of Kazna there. Just Cause coming from a while ago from Virtus Pro, and Wombats together with Coca-Cola. Lolsho coming from their competitor, Tornado.
Indeed, yeah. And we've got Monty as well. Monty played with Tornado last season. He was the one that flipped himself coming down from Cliff, but it wasn't enough to really cost the match. This is a hard one to predict, to be honest. It's going to be a hard one to predict. We were talking about it earlier on in the previous round. I mean, my head says Tornado, but my heart says NSS.
I mean, I'm very similar, in the same boat. You know, I love rooting for the underdog. Tornado are obviously going to be favorites here, so it's hard to say that they're not going to win. But one other thing I want to point out is Coca-Cola, another player from the old V-Pro team a long time ago. So a lot of those players still managing to be around and still be a strong contender, just on a different team.
Well, my heart is with Europe, so honestly, who wins will play against Ding.
You don't really...
I totally don't care who will win. I think it will be Tornado.
You just want to have an entertaining match.
Honestly, what I want from these tournaments are just for best team to go out in a best possible way with some aggressive play. That's what I like to see in tanks. Nothing else matters.
Don't just win, do damage, Mojo. As Tornado Energy would say with their team motto. I mean, Mojo, you've seen a lot of these players playing over the season. They're almost been around as long time as Navi, haven't they, with many of the lineup?
Some of the guys even came from our own server. Applewao and Nuclear played in School Bus, if you remember. I mean, even Diodor had one excursion for one season where he played here. They're all exceptional players. Some of them played even on old grand finals from Unity and so on. This team is really talented. Nescu is handling them brilliantly.
Yeah, they're certainly, I mean, they've been kind of had Navi in their pocket for quite a while right now. And Not So Serious, the reason that we're wanting Not So Serious to do so well is they're the team that have always been behind the Navi and Tornado. They're the team that you kind of want to get the spotlight, but they've never had the strength of the team, have they?
Well, this is the chance maybe for them to prove it different. Like, as I said, yesterday's battle between Tornado and Navi was the moment for Tornado to say, hey, it's our time. This is our moment. And we won all the tournaments that matter this year. And we want it. We want this one, because without this one, nothing else matters. So they did the first step there, but they have to pass NSS, and NSS is by no means easy opponent.
Here's something interesting with the map picks, because two maps we talk about sometimes with these teams. Steps, we saw NSS doing counter tactics, and we always say, it's a saying, you know, from other regions, you never want to play a Russian team on Himmelsdorf.
This ban is really typical, because entire season and all the time Tornado is banning Steps, NSS, Himmelsdorf. I think these two could wind the watch and actually know what will not be played in this.
Exactly.
match.
It's like, we're just going to take this one out, we're going to take that one out. Normally in a regular season, if you do tune in to watch World of Tanks for the regular pro season, we play best of 9, which means that we have first to 5. This time we're playing best of 13, which means first to 7 wins. In the best of 13s, it means there's only 2 map bans. In the best of 5, we have 4 map bans. So Steps and Himmelsdorf coming out, it means we know we're going to get every single other map. Our tiebreaker is going to be Prokhorovka. If it does get to Cliff as well, that could be the final round if it forces it into tiebreaker. That's when we might see some real, like, crazy Zerg tactics, won't we? That'll be when teams can throw everything at each other.
In tiebreaker on Prokhorovka is really hard to play Zerg, but it's very possible, yes. But usually these teams, when they play something so aggressive, they usually just push one side and try to establish dominance. It's not just blind push somewhere and what happens, happens.
We saw it out of NSS during the group stage versus Elevate, especially on Prok. 113s rushing the middle ridge, getting really aggressive and using the medium tanks out wide.
There is a plan behind it.
Yeah.
It's not just random.
Yeah, well, exactly. There's thought to it. You know, it's raw aggression. It's getting in their face, saying, we know you're going to be here. We're going to look for shots. We're going to try to take you right now at the start of the game.
Another interesting thing with these teams as well is we've seen lots of new tactics coming out. We've seen the artilleries being used. We've seen the new tier 10 lights being used. I would say if there's anything kind of innovative coming out, I think it would be coming from the CIS region. So I think there still is surprises to come from these two teams.
Definitely, but these guys, as you said, they cannot really hold that much back. It's maybe that they didn't have a possibility or situation to use a specific tactic because the enemy lineup was such that wouldn't allow them. But what they had prepared, that's it. They're just throwing it when the time comes.
Okay, now we saw the map picks earlier on. Is there any particular one you're looking forward to here, Rockstar, between the two teams?
Like I was just talking about, I think Prokhorovka will be fairly interesting. Also, Ruinberg, having seen both these teams play it over the last couple days, I think that could be a really fun fight, especially just how one-sided that map is, or can be, especially towards the defense. So seeing what these teams can kind of do, especially on offense. Earlier we saw versus Elevate, they tried to go with the bat chat rush that we were talking about for a little bit, or Ding that is anyways. So maybe see some more offhand stuff like that, something really creative that kind of pushes the envelope, see if they can get a win in.
I'm actually interested to see how will Murovanka go. This was a rather horrible map for Tornado all the time.
Yes.
While NSS has it really well, but actually Tornado won 2-0 against Kazna there.
Yep, I'm interested to see how...
And broke the match on that map, if you remember.
I'm interested to see Prokhorovka because we haven't really seen it a lot this tournament. It's not a map we've seen featuring a lot. We've seen a lot of the city maps. We've seen a good amount of Ruinberg, which is generally what we didn't see coming through the playoffs. It got banned out quite a lot. We've seen a lot of Himmelsdorf as well. That's not going to be a feature. Steps was getting interesting because it's a more open map. But Murovanka, if the teams can do something different on Murovanka, we can see vehicles used we're not used to seeing. That could actually be really quite interesting.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You know, I'm kind of sad to see Himmelsdorf banned out because being mostly like a heavy tank player and really enjoying Himmelsdorf over the years, the different rotations, even the stuff we were seeing versus against Elevate earlier. You know, just kind of sad to not see that in this series between two teams of this caliber. It would be really interesting. But not going to be in the cards.
Okay, now me and you, Rockstar, we're kind of leaning towards Not So Serious. Mojo is leaning towards Tornado Energy. We'll get the thoughts from our casters in just a second, so that means that we're going to find out exactly what the thoughts are of Tomato the Lobster. And welcome back there. That little face from me is because for some reason every time we are covering Tornado Energy here, I call poor Tomato Tornado the Lobster, and I did it again, so yep, shame on me. We might need to get him up on stage actually. He'll probably do a better job at casting, and certainly he's doing a better job at predicting than I am right now. Okay, so that's enough for us right now. It's time to introduce you to our two lovely casters who'll be in control of this match.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, looking forward to this one. I mean, we've got this crowd here, an amazing crowd, and 2 CIS teams as well. I think they're going to be very, very keen for this one.
Oh, absolutely. And I have to say, I'm favoring Tornado right now. I feel like NSS hasn't had a chance to show us exactly how good they really are next to what we've seen from Tornado. Yep. My bet's about a 7-5, maybe 7-4, favoring Tornado. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I kind of agree with you there, to be honest, because Tornado yesterday, when they played up against Na'Vi, they went down 3-0. They came back and won 7 in a row and looked very, very good in doing so. So I'm favoring them here, but NSS have looked fairly comfortable actually throughout the group stages as well. So hopefully they're going to be able to put up a good show for us. We'll find out what the analysts think as well. Handing it back to Ryan.
Okay, interesting thoughts there from the casters. I'm looking forward to seeing this one. It's going to be those two guys, you know. It's going to be Rukil, it's going to be Elfish guy. Both kind of look quite similar almost. It could almost be, you know, almost
Lean
like distant relations.
Lean and slick. I would call them like that.
Lean and slick.
Yeah.
You want to know what they have in common? Both casters from regions already eliminated.
Way! Both guys that can sit back and watch how real men play World of Tanks. Is that what you're saying there?
I wasn't saying that far, just saying all their teams are already knocked out.
We said, we made a little kind of gentleman's agreement earlier on. We're not going to be too harsh on the teams that got knocked out, because fair play to them. It's well deserved to get here, basically.
Everyone gets what they deserve. There is no other way. This is why the competitions are so ordered. There is no medal for losing.
Yeah, there's no easy games, and the teams who thought they had easy games, well, just ask Kazna Crew a little bit about that, because...
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Too soon.
Well, they had a good shot, they had a good run. But this match is all about now Tornado Energy versus Not So Serious. I'm going to stick with Not So Serious. I want them to get through to the finals. I want to ding Not So Serious finals. Are you sticking with Tornado Energy?
Of course I am.
Rockstar, what are you going for?
All right, I'm going to put the bias aside and what the heart wants, because it didn't work with me earlier. I'm going to say Tornado 7-5 over NSS.
Ooh, a switcheroonie coming in from you.
I want NSS to win, don't get me wrong. I really like the young guns, and they've played really impressive stuff so far this tournament, but I think Tornado have it.
No. It's going to be Not So Serious. It's going to be Not So Serious. Not So Serious ding final.
I'm more than like in 7-4.
7-4. I'm thinking 7-5, Not So Serious. I think it could go with the distance. I don't think it's going to be one-sided.
The better match, the better fun.
No chance at all this is going to be a one-sided match at all. I'm looking forward to seeing if we get new picks as well. Some new vehicles, some new tactics. Not So Serious promised they had new stuff. They hinted that they had new stuff.
The new vehicle is really hard, honestly, because everything interesting was already used. It's just a matter how will it be used, because some of the things everyone experimented, it looked like a perfect meta, but as example, climbing with the Russian light tanks, we already saw it's easily countered. Climbing with the German lights, there is a counter to that. So it's all a matter how will they use it, because they cannot just recycle endlessly. This is not that kind of competition. You cannot get away with such things. Yes, actually, that's a good point. Now, I've totally lost my track of thought there, Mojo. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Wow. Because we like you. Crowd noise in here, yes. I lose my train of thought and the crowd goes wild. It is actually a fantastic audience. We should actually address that, because these guys are making a hell of a lot of noise, especially now with the two Russian teams on stage. It's going to get nothing but noisier. It's complete hype, and it will be even better in finals.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. It's getting louder as the day goes on. It's just going to get better from here.
We need to get that lobster. There's a man currently walking about here in a lobster outfit. We need to get him up on stage, I think. Get him to do dancing. He's certainly loving the noise here from the crowd. You can see the teams getting ready to play. Sloped keyboards. Well, with everything ready to set underway, let's go over to Rukil and Elfish Guy, who are going to take this one away for us.
Thank you, Ryan, and looking very, very much forward to taking this one away as well, because like we said there on the stage, it's looking like it's going to be a very, very good matchup here. Obviously, these two CIS teams, we're in Russia, we're in Moscow, so expecting this crowd to be very, very hyped for this one.
Oh, and they sounded excited for this one. It's yeah, like you were saying, home field advantage. So these guys are in a comfortable place. They're in a supportive crowd.
Yep.
And they're playing against teams that they have plenty of experience facing up against, right? Now, they may or may not have practiced a ton against these guys. We actually don't know necessarily how well these guys understand the strategies that their opponents are going to bring initially. We'll have to see in the first few battles how this kind of tempo, how it kind of feels itself out. Does Tornado kind of catch an early lead? If they do, does it turn into what happened yesterday with Na'Vi? That massive comeback from Tornado was impressive.
It was,
and
well...
Being able to string together seven wins,
in a row.
That's focus. Because almost never do you see a team actually win that many straight battles without messing up or slipping up once, or your opponent just having one strategy that finds a weakness. That says a lot to me.
Yeah, definitely. They looked very, very good yesterday, particularly against Na'Vi, who is one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
Really. So NSS here, I think they do have a bit of a struggle ahead of them. That's not to say that it's impossible for them to win this match, but I definitely am favoring Tornado Energy in this one. Now, NSS, they did play okay, actually, against Tornado Energy during the regular season of the CIS League. They did actually beat them twice as well. 5-4 was the first victory, 5-2 was the second. So it's not like they can't actually contest with Tornado Energy. But for me, the major problem right now for NSS is the most recent result that they played against Tornado, which was at the offline finals. They did lose 7-2, so it was the best of 13. It is the most recent result. It was offline. All of these things stacked up together, for me, makes that result more important than the victories that NSS was able to get over Tornado during the regular season.
That's an incredibly good point. I'm really glad you bring that up. And to look at some more recent, even more recent results than that, not Tornado versus NSFs, but looking at Ghost Town, which is going to be our first map. Now, Ghost Town was played Tornado versus Na'Vi, but Kazna NSS, we didn't actually get to see it. Right. So I think NSS is a bit of a mystery right now, more so than Tornado. Tornado won twice against Na'Vi on Ghost Town, both sides, attack and defense.
Yeah, so here we go into map number 1, Tornado up against Not So Serious and Tornado Energy. Going to be starting off on the defensive side. Not So Serious, of course, going to be rolling out on the attack. And I'm just having a look across the tank lineups here, not really noticing anything too out of the ordinary.
Almost mirror is the only thing to take away from this. And what you see is Nesqui versus Monty. Monty and Coca-Cola are in WZ-111s. And you have Applewell as the only WZ-111 and the Batchat AP with Nesqui. So will Nesqui be able to overcome the fact that you're losing out on a good 250 hit points? Or will that mobility come into play? We shall see whether or not that's going to be important enough here.
Seeing the double WZ-111s coming out here for Not So Serious. They are making their way towards that northern flag, the 1 flag, and I think the WZ-111s, or the double WZ-111s, if I want to make that sound a little bit awkward, does kind of give away where you're going to be pushing.
Yeah, it says we're going north. We're probably going to do the traditional 1 cap, throw some guys on there, pressure you out. Hopefully you're not set up for it. Take the brawl in the main city.
Exactly, but look at that setup immediately from Tornado. They've recognized that. They've got 3 tanks watching down that alley. Not So Serious, for their own right, though, have recognized the setup of Tornado. They've backed off now, and so at the moment it's kind of a bit of a mind game between these two teams. Not So Serious, they wanted to go to that 1 flag, but they've found out the setup of Tornado. They've said, okay, we don't want anything to do with that. Now they're backing off and they're going to try and take the assault somewhere else.
Yeah, and what you need to take away from this, the reason these guys are so good is most teams would have made the mistake of already engaging or peeking out and taking damage before deciding to abort this strategy. You have to respect the fact that Not So Serious saw that this was not an equitable move before they even got close to making it and backed off.
Again, a push coming out here, though, from Tornado. They want to find some information here. They want to figure out what Not So Serious is doing, because at the moment, they're the ones that's actually dictating how this game is being played. Even though they've taken a bit of damage, Not So Serious hasn't taken any. I still feel as though Tornado's actually dictating how this game is starting to play out. They're really forcing Not So Serious into a poor position.
Yeah, and what we know, and what I'm glad you pointed out, when Tornado decides to push up like they are, like this, what they're trying to do is prevent that tempo from being dictated. They're trying to take control back. Because when your opponent decides to leave, you sit there, you wait, you get passive, right? And then your opponent shows up somewhere else, decides to dictate the pace now, and you've lost control altogether. But if you chase up your opponent like Tornado is, that's Tornado saying, we're not going to let you tell us everything. We're going to punish you for leaving and reconnoitering here. And now we do have a bit of a re-engagement. Nuclear's taking some damage. Looks like, again, he's going to take another 499.
Yeah.
Not going so hot right now for Tornado.
Definitely. I have to be a little bit critical now of Tornado because they were making the moves, and it was okay that they were trading a bit of health in doing so. But now I feel like they've started to trade just a little bit too much. This deficit is becoming a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's the scales are beginning to tilt past acceptable for Tornado right now. They're losing out on simple corner games is the problem on this one. When it's mouse versus mouse, ideally this should go much more even. We shouldn't see a 12k versus a 14k health pool difference right there. It really should be closer. And now the gap is widening even further, down to 10k hit points. And there goes Server. I didn't expect him to go down that quickly.
No, definitely not. Not So Serious. They're very, very happy about that. Gives them the tank advantage. They've got a big pool of health to play with here, but there is a bit of a trade coming back here in the favor of Tornado, actually. It's starting to equalize a little bit, but as I say that, Not So Serious start to put the pressure back on Tornado. Another tank goes down. Griffin isn't going to last too much longer here either. As soon as Lolvo is off the reload. In fact, not even then. Coca-Cola picking him up. Only one kill coming out so far here for Tornado Energy, and Not So Serious. They've started off very, very nicely here on Ghost Town. Really looking like they're playing sharp today. Yeah,
it looks like Tornado, what looked like a strong play by chasing up the Not So Serious reconnoitering right there, they're retreating and trying to redeploy there. They kind of got sucked into a vacuum more than they really punished Not So Serious for giving ground. And as it is now backfired, there's not enough guns on the battlefield for Tornado. They're just gonna drop 1, 2, and it's all done for battle number 1.
Yeah.
Rather one-sided. Not.
The ammo rack. I like a good explosion.
Little insult to injury.
So that's going to be the end of round number 1 with victory to Not So Serious.
Yep, but we still have Nuclear, of course, still in the battlefield, just sitting on 220 hit points. Sorry to jump away. It's just a second before the formality of
there
death.
We go.
There we are. But everyone
knew.
Everyone knows. Yeah, we saw handshakes coming out before it was over.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's where you go on Ghost Town if you know it's over and you just want to be as annoying as possible about it. There's only like 1 or 2 holes between those buildings you can fire through.
Yeah. NSS picking that one up, so now 1-0 in their favor, and I'm impressed by how that one turned out for them. I think they played that one pretty well. It seemed as though they were reading the play quite well, and even though Tornado Energy was trying to force something there, they weren't falling for the trap and they weren't allowing that to happen. So really good work from NSS. Having a look at the post-damage stats, there's nothing too crazy coming out here. Mouse, but T57 heavies as well.
We'll focus on the high performer that was Nuclear there, putting up solid damage blocked and dealt. So showing that he understood how to angle at the appropriate times, keeping track of other players' reload timers, because of course you can't see it, but players at this level just inherently understand what someone's reload is at. You know, there's just this internal clock, and all of a sudden
it's not even like you're thinking about it going, okay, they've got 1 second left on the reload.
Yeah.
It's just a feel thing.
It's almost like when you're standing on the edge of a cliff and you can feel the fact that you're that close.
Yeah.
You know, you can feel the fact that something could happen.
When you've played 50,000 games of World of Tanks, you kind of just get this little bit of a, I suppose, for lack of a better word, sixth sense.
They also literally have.
I know. I knew I was digging myself into a hole, but it was too late to dig it out.
You should call it a seventh sense.
Yeah,
really.
a seventh sense. Let's go with that. But they just know these things.
Yeah, it's just how it goes. Now we've switched sides, and we get a chance now for Tornado to take the attack. Now, as we have that slight little lull, I didn't get much of an indication that either team wasn't really in a good spot. Tornado's still in a good mood. Okay. That's fist bumps and handshakes coming out. They're ready to go. Battle number 1 is a loss. Happens.
Yep.
Just happens sometimes. And Tornado, as they load back in, we're going to, of course, see plenty of mouse strats all day, every day.
Of course.
I'm wondering how many 113s we'll be seeing in these next few battles, and if we're going to see T57s or swapped out for any AMX 50Bs. those are going to be some of the things to watch for as adjustments these teams are going to make from their traditional strategy.
I'm a very big fan of the T57 Heavy actually on Ghost Town. I like the 50B, but to me, the T57 Heavy, it just fits Ghost Town a little bit better.
I like, yeah, because it's nice and fast firing. You can just peek up and get more damage out in those tiny windows that
because
you're
the map is so small, you don't need to rotate around it quite as much, particularly on the defensive side here. But it does look like Tornado have picked up a couple of T57 Heavies now. The one thing that I do want to actually mention here, the Object 416 of Nesqui, not something that we see all that often actually on Ghost Town. A very, very flat tank though, so I wonder if they're going to be putting that onto one of these caps here and trying to get a bit of early cap pressure going on.
Yeah, it's great as a tank that you can place rather close to enemy lines and get passive spotting because of its profile, right? You turn it around in the back of the turret, you spot from the very tippity top of the back of that turret, and you can hide the tank in some cover that otherwise isn't accessible to any other tank, especially at tier 10. Maybe if you had like an ELC or something, maybe I'm thinking, or something
I would
like that.
love to see an ELC.
Yeah, it's just too
in
bad.
a WGL game.
It used to be before the last patch, maybe viable, but there are better choices at higher tiers, and we can dream someday.
Yeah.
It would be fun. It would be fun.
What I would love to see, something like on Ghost Town, where if an ELC got stuck into a little hole and then they drove a mouse on top of it, but didn't kill it, right? Because the profile's so low that it could sit in the hole under the mouse.
If you could literally, oh gosh, that would be amazing.
Have a little bit of like a bunker for the ELC. But anyway, we'll keep talking about that later on when we've got a little bit more time. For now, the push is coming out here for NSS. They're trying to defend their 2 flag, and Tornado, they've got a lot of cap timer going on right now. 7 seconds left. Griffin is taking a lot of damage, but he's also wasting a lot of time of these NSS players. Is it going to be enough though? Because he does go down here, and the reset surely will come across, and it does here for Not So Serious.
Yep, just one there. So resetting it up to 20. Now damage finally coming in, and there, full reset. We're going to see, is Tornado going to pull off the cap, keep this pressure on? Looks like they're going to stay strong, stay on this cap, and protect Nesqui. Now, we're going to watch, is there going to be a bad chat, anyone sneaking around the backside? Or no, Nesqui exposes his tank, and this actually could allow for a reset. If Nesqui can avoid taking damage, I think this might turn into a victory for Tornado. Look at the control. Look at Diodor off in the southwest there. He's going to keep any flanks coming that side, and on the other side, we've got Nearyu. Nearyu's holding off as well, and if he can keep just kind of posturing like he is right now, that's getting us closer and closer to victory.
There's 5 seconds left on that cap timer, and we need to see Not So Serious come in for the reset here. They haven't quite managed it. There we go, a big reset comes out. I think that was actually onto Server, but regardless, at this point, Tornado are doing so much damage and Not So Serious in such a difficult position. The health disadvantage that they've got is going to be probably a little bit too much for them to come back from.
It might just. Not So Serious, though, if they can find the right damage. This is mouse meta after all, right? So just 1 or 2 bounces on the right tank at the right time turns everything on its head. But you're right, it's razor thin, the difference between victory and defeat right now for Not So Serious. They have to play perfectly. Server is finally down, but Nesqui, you see he gets reset and now taken down. That feels like it's it. Tornado, I don't think, can really finish the cap. They're going to have to focus on other objectives, getting the kills that are important.
And it's now 4v4. Monty starts to become a bit of a problem here actually for Tornado, because when they try to start chasing down these Not So Serious tanks, because obviously they're on the attack, they need to chase down these remaining 4 tanks. Obviously, what you think you're going to see from Not So Serious is maybe they're going to back out, set up some crossfires here for Monty, and Tornado's going to have to try and push into that UDES, which is not a very fun time.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that, because that's often been the focus. You've got that tank in the backfield. You don't want to take him down because you're on defense. You don't want to risk that losing out on the opportunity to draw a battle. But with 6 minutes left, I feel like this is one of the scenarios where if you felt it was necessary, taking Monty off the hill could be the call. But if you back off and you can create those crossfires, amazing.
It's such a difficult position now for Tornado because they don't have any tanks that can really outplay their opponent. They don't have that mobility that they can really get in there and cause some sort of a surprise. Nearyu does actually take down Lolvo. He trades a bit of health for it, but I think that's worthwhile for Tornado here. Just puts a little bit more pressure on that cap. So it seems as though Tornado, at the moment, they are trying to really put all of their eggs in the basket of that 2 flag. Not So Serious. Actually, the pressure's going to be relieved because Tornado have pulled off it.
Yeah, it gives some ground. And now, oh, look at that. Makes it easier. I was going to bring up the fact that Nearyu, with 539 hit points in a T57, fires a little bit faster, of course, than the 50B, right?
Yep.
So against Shotnik, who was at a 2-shot, he would more likely win in a 1v1. So because he just got the mouse kill, he could follow it up and kill Shotnik in the 50B. But Now that Shotnik's taken a shell, he's 39 hit points. This is an easy fight for Near You or Diador to engage with. But Coca-Cola got to play it safe. It does make his little jump just fine.
Yep.
But look at that. That's 2 tanks on the side of Not So Serious that are easy kills for a T-57s. A nice mobile tank. You were saying earlier this is something you favor on Ghost Town, and there's the reason why.
Yeah. Good kill there for Diador, and there's a possibility for another one here onto Shotnik. Near You does take a shot, but he's still alive, and that's what matters right now. I'm definitely favoring Tornado Energy at this point. Monty, has he even come off the boost right now? We can't actually see because we're in the POV of Tornado. They haven't spotted him out, but it does look like he is starting to make his way down the cliff. No, he's actually moving up a little bit. He's changing his position, but he's still sitting up there on the climb. But he's going to have to come down eventually, surely, because you can't rely on Shotnik here just to get that reset.
No, it's not possible to land the shell, especially because Near You understands. He already knows. They know where Monty is. They know he's up there in the northwest, right? They're going to take cover and avoid it. Monty, he can try to do what we've seen in North America once or twice with those amazing long shots of the UDES.
Yeah.
That get the
Well, he's
final
going to
kill.
have to do it quick here because there's only 7 seconds left on that cap timer, and Shotnik is in no position at all to be getting a reset. He is being covered off right now by Diador, and I think this one is going to be finished off quite easily in the end, actually, there by Tornado Energy. So a good win for them to bring it back to 1 apiece. Not too much to read into there after Ghost Town. Even Steven at this point.
Yeah, just good start for both teams, able to show they're here, they're motivated, and we'll have to see how this one turns in the next battle. But let's take a second, what have we learned so far from the state of both of these teams? It seems like everyone's feeling good, but I don't know if I see any weaknesses that I want to point out yet. Anything that you're seeing right now?
Not really. Honestly, for the moment, I'm thinking this is just pretty standard play. Tornado has kind of sort of outplayed Not So Serious a little bit there early on in the piece where they put so much pressure on that cap. Not So Serious was forced into poor positions, but in reality, it was nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it was very straightforward play. I liked seeing stuff like that. Look at this. Shotnik in that 50B. 4,200.
He was alive very late, though.
Yes, but he did his job excellently. And look at this, Applewell falling up second, but we'll look at that later. Now, down at the bottom, damage dealt Nesqui in the Object 416. So he didn't actually have to do all that much damage. That wasn't his job. But unfortunately, the loss of that cap pressure, he could have done better. Altogether, though, if you're looking at the Object 416 and you want to ask the question, did he do a good job?
Was it successful?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, the damage happened. The advantage was gained, and you don't have to win by cap. Cap can just be the tool you utilize to get your edge, to force your opponent to make a move which is better for you than it is for them.
Yeah, you don't need to put all of your eggs in that one basket. It is a tool, not necessarily a means to an end, I suppose. But at this point, moving now onto Prokhorovka, I believe. Perhaps not.
No, I think Deja Vu here. Is it Proc
We've
or
got
is it Muro?
Prokhorovka in the server, Muravanka on the stage, so we'll find out soon.
It's the
either or. 2 field maps, semi-field maps.
We shall see. Could be a placeholder, but also the 2 maps look almost identical from the sense of like video footage if you glance at it, because it's the same like color palette.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a little more maybe brown or something in Proc, but that's getting into the weeds with that one. But if we go to Prokhorovka, we'll be seeing plenty. We might see a little bit of Artie. There might be a few S-tanks here or there, probably not too much UDES, but we do see those for occasionally.
Yep.
We'll see, might get to feature a few of the new Tier 10 lights in scout battles, which is always fun to see. I come from scouting, so whenever I can see
I'm a big scout player as well.
Scouts really feature their skills, you know, when they can show us how they can just make those brutally efficient scout runs and that perfect passive position or the discipline of not firing at 70 meters away.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that the RU-251's not really a thing anymore in WGL because it was. I really enjoyed actually watching the RU-251. I don't know what it was that I liked about it. I guess maybe because it's fast. And I suppose there are replacements for it now, but
there was a lot.
It was just a cool tank.
Yeah, and a lot of skill went into performance, right? You couldn't get a whole lot of results out of the RU if you hadn't practiced it. You couldn't just pick up the tank and shoot things and do okay. And and think of that as like with a mouse. There's so much to it. But if you just pick up a mouse and you start shooting things, it's just such a good tank that you're
still going to get something out of it.
Yeah, but with an RU, it's very, very easy to waste your entire potential. And watching pro players play the RU, I see where you're coming from. It's beautiful sometimes.
Yeah.
Just watching them like pick the perfect path so that they lose the least amount of speed going uphill or making that perfect loop, just appearing for a moment before deciding
lights.
to finally disappear.
Very, very cool. But it is actually going to be Prokhorovka that we're going on to here. So, the second map is going to be that field map. And so we've gone from a city map now to a bit of a field one. Both teams currently quite evenly poised. Have we seen them play this before?
Actually, I haven't seen Prokhorovka all
Really at all, yeah.
I haven't sat down for a proc match at all. This will be my first proc, and is it yours as well?
Actually, I'm looking at my notes, and I'm pretty sure I haven't casted a Prokhorovka game at all.
Is the last proc match that we saw in the group stages?
Perhaps it was.
I think it
must have been. So this is actually quite late in the finals that we're seeing Prokhorovka finally starting to come out.
And as a map number 2, this is the point in the match when you're going to try and turn things on their head. Maybe you get Chechely. Look at this, though, from Not So Serious. It looks like a full press right to the middle, old school style. Let's take the brawl and see what we can do. Now, problems with that, of course, are looking at this lineup. You've got 2 S-tanks from Tornado, so they're set up defensively to receive an aggressive push.
Yeah.
On the side of Not So Serious, if they decide to go up and over with this, it could backfire. But we shall see. Mistakes are going to be where this one starts.
Yeah, a couple of 113s there as well for Tornado. So they're just going to be peeking up and down, trying to use that good turret armor, take those fights when they're in a hull-down position. You can see that's exactly what's happened there. They've been able to get that one free shot across now. Another one comes here for Tornado. The setup here for Tornado is actually very, very good. Because they have control of that hill, there's a good crossfire setup for them available, and you can see how much damage they're being able to do to all of these tanks.
Yeah, and it's almost impossible to spot a tank hidden up on the hill on the east side there. Nesqui is also going around to the south to get another angle to punish, and that's going to force Monty and Beowulf up and over. It looks like it's going to be the full press right into the crossfire. Will the S-tanks deal enough damage, or will Diador and Server die for nothing? Just Cause is just about to go down after taking down Diador. Server will be next.
Whoa, the ammo rack. It wasn't too big of a deal anyway. He was a one-shot, but still nice to see the explosion coming out. I don't think that's worked out too nicely at all for NSS. They walked right into that shot, into the angles of the S-tanks. Like you said, they'd already taken so much damage from the hill as well early on in the piece, and they just did not have the map control. Now, they have traded effectively. As I say that, though, they lose a second tank. So now it's even in terms of the tank advantage, and Not So Serious. They have a massive deficit in terms of the health, and really you have to give credit there to Tornado. They forced the issue. They forced NSS over that hill there. They had impeccable map control, and Tornado, they really just controlled the tempo of this round.
Yeah, I think that's, I agree, and I'd go farther and say maybe NSS misread the situation. When you see 2 S-tanks, you know you can't just push into those 2 tanks. The damage potential, you can't match that, okay? It's just it's not going to happen. So when you see that lineup, you need to know as NSS, our strategy to go up and over the middle probably needs an adjustment. We should play something maybe slower or maybe a little more tactical to try and avoid taking damage from those while getting our own little leads in control. And now you can see it. There's 4 tanks alive for Not So Serious, 1,000 hit points, 3 times as much health on the side of Tornado. This is a bit more of a one-sided win in that sense, a more defined victory for Tornado in battle number 3.
Yeah, definitely. And the great thing here for Tornado at the moment as well is that they have both Nesqui and Applewell alive with enough HP to be able to trade a little bit. So they have the luxury of being able to do something like this. Whereas if they were on a one-shot, they maybe wouldn't have been able to do that. Hasn't probably worked out quite how Nesqui would have wanted. He would have been hoping to take down at least a 1-for-1 trade there, but it's not quite worked out that way.
Yeah, that was actually one of those moves that shouldn't have happened for a moment. It looked like he could have gotten away with it, but then there's playing loose, and there's playing a little too loose.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
So Just Cause in a bit of a difficult spot here. He needs to get that tracking shot to make sure that Near You can't peek over the rails. Uses up one of the important shots in that clip of his autoloader, because if he fires another 4, he's going to be a sitting duck for the next 30-35 seconds.
Yeah, now the battle that we were just calling is finished. Might take a few minutes to actually wrap itself up, because, well, Near You is at full health, right? 1,800. An S-tank that gets caught out in the wrong way, you know, just tracked and maybe put on his, and you side scrape it with a bat shot or something, that can go from full health to nothing without dealing any damage. If Applewell, same thing, a little easier even still. But if they can keep Near You and Applewell straight onto the enemy tanks, whatever they engage, they should be fine.
Yeah, and pretty much all of these tanks are a one-shot for Applewell, maybe with the exception of Coca-Cola, depending on what the role is like for the Batchat AP. But it's still winnable right now for Not So Serious.
They just need to find the right angles, kind of sneak in there and force some mistakes out of
Exactly,
Tornado.
that's the thing. They need to try and force some mistakes here from Tornado, and I feel as though the best possible option really for NSS at this point might be just to get on that cap and make Tornado come to them, because NSS, they're not really going to be able to achieve too much peeking over the rails like this.
Yeah, a cap might not be a bad idea, and also not exactly showing yourselves, or maybe kind of follow me here, but kind of faking that weakness. If you show up and you get on the other side of these tracks, and you're Just Cause, for example, if you're back a little ways like this, that's the kind of hole that you leave if you want your opponent to cross the tracks without checking for you.
Yeah.
Because it's just far enough. But
Just
you're
far
right.
enough to not be proxy spotted.
Yeah, and I love that he does that, because he's just far enough for that already. And we were talking about, all right, what do they do? What do they do? It's actually just that, Just Cause. Beowulf could maybe back off, because getting spotted tells your opponent you're there. Tornado, being the defender, is just going to say, well, maybe I won't approach that way. But if you leave, maybe they'll think that's a vacant position. They can advance, take it, and a bit of an off-color position might work out for Not So Serious to pick up a kill here.
My major concern right now for Tornado is the fact that they've got 2 of those STRVs alive, as opposed to another bad AP or another 113, something like that. The problem with the STRV is it can at times not be a particularly flexible tank, right? So in a situation like this, it is going to be difficult to actually use the STRV to the fullest of abilities. And I feel as though Applewell at this point has to be the one that is going to be doing the lion's share of the work for Tornado.
He's going to have to, yeah. As a Batchat, you're the only one with a turret. You're the only one who can, flexibly deal with a lot of tanks, change targets rather quickly. Near you, and as you were saying with Griffin, they've just got to find a place to set up and sit. And look at this. This is the perfect example right there of how inflexible the S-Tank can be. It's a good play from Tornado, but Near You's side is exposed to almost everything else. Nice kill.
Perfect timing there from Applewell, getting it. And that's such a crucial kill as well, because it now allows him to move over those rail tracks, get a little bit more control towards the northern part of the map. Near You, he's going to be the bait here. He's got a bit of HP to play with. He's going in first. Applewell following up and seeing if he can get in there for a reset. They've got plenty of time to play with, and this is the key moment right now.
Yeah, and you're going to see, is Beowulf going to be able to find his way into this fight? Because everything now on Tornado is spotted. Engagement against Coca-Cola is going to go down, so nice. And then followed up with Shotting. Beowulf's not going to be there in time. So NSS isn't going to have the support fire to do anything about this. Too much hit points on Tornado. And, well, that was
textbook.
That was textbook tactical, right after the other. Just focus the targets, take the exposed ones, knock them out.
Tornado just waiting as long as they had to, or as long as they could. And then when their hand was forced by NSS, they decide to push forward. They make it work for themselves as well, and that's going to be 2-1 now in the favor of Tornado Energy after the first round of Prokhorovka. They did win on the defense, moves over to the attack in the second round here on Proc, but that looked pretty good really from NSS. I liked how they controlled the map early on in the piece. I liked how they played that one late in sort of the clutch situation, I suppose, if you want to call it that. And it just seemed as though it was working. It was flowing nicely for Tornado Energy.
Yeah, I think the big criticism, the thing to point to, of course, for this battle is NSS took an engagement, forced an engagement they shouldn't have.
Yeah.
They really had no business walking into 2 S-Tanks. It doesn't matter if you have an overmatch. Even with 2 S-Tanks, there's enough damage right there that you're not going to win. Not in the long run. Not with that. You need to do something fancier than that to win here against a defender like this. Now, looking at the damage, though, you can see a nice little spread across the team. No one's really losing out with 0 damage. No one was just eliminated without a fight.
I was going to say, these poor 113s here for Tornado, they managed to get 2 shots out each. A little unfortunate for them, but look, that's their job there, to be in that position to soak up some damage, allow the STRVs and the Batchat APs to fire out their shots and get the job done. And it did get done in the end there by Tornado Energy. Just. I want to say it was a close match, but it wasn't super close, really, was it? It felt quite comfortable, actually, for Tornado Energy.
Yeah, because NSS managed to kind of hang on there, right? Which is the curious thing about it. We kind of felt like it was done.
Yeah.
But NSS is a good team at not really giving in, or when things start to get really dim for them, they do tend to show up a little more than a lot of other teams will see. Many teams, when you start to get down, you get a little nervous, or you don't really feel confident that you can keep going forward.
Yeah.
It feels like just the fact that there are more tanks in the battlefield is enough of a reason not to make a bold move.
Yeah, this is a kind of a big moment really for NSS to be able to come here and to try and challenge Tornado Energy, because they haven't really been able to play at any sort of the big events with their full roster, and as I understand, this is actually their first event with the full roster. So these results that we've been seeing against Tornado Energy in the past, against some of the other teams in the past as well, haven't been with their core. Now, if they can come in here, they can put up a good performance, maybe even beat Tornado Energy. then there's a lot of those questions starting to be answered here by NSS.
Yeah, and that says even more about the potential for them to go beyond this match, which, and
I mean, to be fair, if they go up against Ding, that's a real possibility. I think both of these two teams here, NSS or Tornado Energy, are going to have a very, very good matchup with Ding. Similarly, I think Ding's going to have a good matchup with either of these two teams as well. I'm really expecting that the final, however it ends up being, is going to be very, very good. But heading on to Prokhorovka here, round number 2 of it, it's Tornado Energy leading with a 2-1 advantage right now.
And I want to talk about the lineup here. Look, you've got a Jagdpanzer E100.
Crazy.
Not something you get to see all the time.
That's not so serious, is it?
It could be considered a bit of a joke pick.
Well, it's weird. You don't very often see it.
It hits so hard.
It does.
But here's the thing. I don't know how much you play it, but every single Jagdpanzer E100 player out there knows the feeling that Lowell might end up running into, and that's you will bounce the one shell that matters because it takes so long to reload.
Yeah.
It happens so much, but that won't be relevant for another few minutes as he has to make his way across the map. The engagement is happening on the east side on the 2-cap, where Tornado has aggressed early on, putting pressure onto Just Cause, and may be able to take him down. But at what cost?
Yeah, very decisive push there from Tornado Energy, and they do get out of it what they wanted to, but I like the question there. At what cost here for Tornado Energy? They lose a lot of HP on Diodor, a lot of HP on Griffin, both of them below half HP, and also a couple of the other players starting to lose HP now as well as they push up to try and deal with the STRV of Nadine. I'm not sure this is worth it here for Tornado Energy at this point.
It may not, and also look at this server getting up on top of the hill in the northeast. Actually might expose himself to our Jagdpanzer 100 Lowell, who has been irrelevant to the fight up until this point. If he can actually get into this engagement before it completely wraps itself up, before we see Nadine go down. Nadine needs...
That's the key, isn't it? Really, Nadine needs to survive as long as possible, because as long as he is there, it means that Tornado Energy do not have control of the eastern side of the rail tracks. But as soon as he goes down, cam pressure can be started off here. He's actually managed to get a kill onto Griffin there. The great work from him. And NSS are in a pretty decent position, but now Tornado Energy trying to force the issue. They push over the tracks themselves, take down the IS-7 of Beowulf, but they're going to be forced back by all of this damage.
Oh, and look at this up in the north. You've got Nuclear jumping over, a little bit of a mix-up here. Tornado not exactly on the same page, I'm thinking, and making some moves that are going to start biting them. Although, look at this, the autoloaders are going to be on reload for a bit.
Yep.
So here's the thing, Not So Serious doesn't have a lot of damage potential over the next
but look
30
at this,
seconds.
Lolvo in such a poor position here in the JP100. He's in the middle of nowhere, and all he turns out to be is basically a bit of cover now for that Bad Chat that was trying to hide behind him. Monty and the Bad Chat 12T. I don't know what we want to call that. Is it like now the baby bat? Because we call the Bad Chat AP the baby bat.
There's so
Is
many...
the Bat 12T a baby bat? Bit of a mouthful.
Yeah, it's like baby back 12. Let's not even go into that. There's so many different 12Ts and AMX variants that when every time you look at one, you have to be like, oh wait, which one is this again? Okay, that's a 12T still. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Because they even rearranged it recently. It looks so different. But anyway,
Still.
Coca-Cola on the run down the south. Dean.
Nadine's still alive.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how he's managed to survive for this long and actually not really... I don't know. He's just still alive, and it amazes me that he's still alive. So
the image that comes to mind is like a tick.
Yeah.
You know? Like he just burrowed into his little spot, and you just couldn't dig him out.
Yeah, but they decided they don't need to.
Yeah.
They've found something else that they want to do, and Server actually going to go down there to Coca-Cola, but Coca-Cola, he's traded a decent amount of HP for that, and I think he should not be able to survive here against Apple Wow, who is not a one-shot, and Coca-Cola has only got one shot, incidentally, in his clip.
Well, last one. Is he going to use it on someone else? No, not going to get to use it at all. Goes down to near you.
And it's just Nadine now, and he's been spotted out by Nesqui. So those two players, near you needs to be careful. Takes a free shot. This is still a situation that Nadine could potentially outplay Tornado in, because
you're right.
They're all one-shots with the exception of Apple Wow, but let's say he takes down the other three, takes down Diodor near you and Nesqui. Apple Wow's going to have trouble spotting Nadine.
Yeah, and also on top of that, look, if you don't remember, the S-Tank, when you jump out of siege mode, can move a decent
motors
speed.
around.
Yeah, he's got mobility, so Nadine could reposition, and if he's... I'm not sure, I can't pretend to have the answer here. No one can.
Yeah.
Because this is the kind of situation where you need to be so clairvoyant that you can practically see the future. Because of 4 tanks to manage, to try and predict, and Nadine must be facing the direction that they engage, that's a difficult situation.
It may be good news for him, though, that the Bat Chat's managed to get onto the one flag as opposed to anyone else, because Bat Chat's going to be the one with the best spotting here for Tornado.
Any info is better than no info, right?
He doesn't know which tank is on the flag. That's the only problem for him right now.
Yeah, there is that. And
now 2.
Oh, he's spotted. Good. He spots Nesqui back, and he goes Siege.
But he's not going to get a shot. Nesqui doesn't need to do anything here. He's spotted out Nadine, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah, and Diador, sitting in that 113, has got a wonderful vantage point to fire upon Nadine and actually penetrate, as opposed to probably not. And is Nadine? Yep, he's going to try to jump up and over. It does.
Not quite worked out for him.
No.
He need a bit more speed.
And also maybe hit it a little more head-on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually thought he was going to flip himself for a moment there.
I don't think it really would have made much difference to the end result. Anyway, here I'm expecting Tornado should be able to clean this one up relatively easily. I'm not seeing Nadine being able to get in there in 10 seconds, get a reset, and survive.
No, unlikely. That would require some, let's say, I'm just going to say really foolish moves on the side of Tornado. There's Nesqui peeking on up. On the move shot from Nadine goes up and over, and that's going to be it. Cap's going to be finished, and Tornado is going to take themselves up 3-1.
Yeah.
So taking 2 wins on Proc, a map which, as we noted earlier,
hasn't been played too much.
Yeah. So with that in mind, now that we've seen 2 up on Red on Tornado, okay, maybe they catch the lead and they run with this, but it's still a best of 13. Can they hold any kind of lead like this? Or
yeah, I'm a little bit worried though to be seeing them come out with a lead this early on in the piece. A lot of the times when we've seen those series go long, it's been 1-1, 2-2, maybe 4-2, maybe 3-3, and then in that 3rd or the 4th map, that's where things start to pull ahead for the winning team. But here, it's quite an early lead actually for Tornado Energy when you really think about it.
Yeah, it's a bit soon to maybe call it yet, especially teams of these caliber. But we want to play around with the idea of momentum, because in a long series like this, there are a number of factors like that, especially when it came to map picking and all of that, and the lineups we're going to see chosen, the strategies brought. If you get incredibly aggressive and bold, it's a great way to kind of exhaust your team or stress them out. If you just go aggressive, intense strategies, you can slow stuff down sometimes, especially if you're Tornado and you have a lead. You can play it safe on defense, or you can maybe decide, okay, we'll play something a little more typical, take a few more minutes, make sure that we don't make any mistakes, play everything perfect, let our opponent who's down, who's feeling the pressure, make those mistakes, because Not So Serious is going to feel the pressure to perform right now.
Yeah,
come back in the
definitely.
series.
Moving on to Mines as the next map as well. So a bit of a change up. Again, the play style of all 3 maps that we've seen so far, or that we will be seeing, I suppose, in the case of Mines, they're not the same, really. They do play out quite a little bit differently.
Yeah,
than each other.
Ghost Town's very much about the textbook tactical, right? You have these corners, you have this terrain. How do you approach? How do you break an opponent sitting in X or Y position, and all of that? And you could practically formula out almost every move. With Proc, it's very open, very fluid map in that sense. You're playing around with terrain that's subtle, more so than on the very Ghost Town where there's buildings and stuff. And then Mines. Mines has
climbs.
The weirdest terrain. Yeah, the climbs being the primary. I'm glad you said that one. And then, of course, the contrast west side with water, having to play around with various types of terrain, and how that affects your mobility.
I like Mines. I do like Mines. I think it's quite an interesting map to watch, particularly with those climbs, because they are quite impactful in the attacking side, actually breaking the defense. Right?
And for the longest time, they weren't a part of the maps, and players have had to, since the new format came in, all get used to the new jumps, which kind of, I felt like, evened the playing field for new players coming into the Pro League, or new players joining teams and having to catch up on all the history and the nuance and knowledge.
Expecting to see quite a few mouses coming out here, probably more so from the defensive side than the attacking side, but it does work out pretty well for the attacking side as well if you want to pick up a mouse or two. T124s or something else that you can pick up, again, more so for the defensive side when you're expecting to see a lot of mouses coming over that middle hill. And of course, artillery as well is always an option here on Mines. I wonder if we're going to be seeing 2 artillery, 1 artillery, no artillery.
M4043s, or if we'll see GWs. M4043s are my choice generally.
I like the M4043.
The arc, the mobility, the splash, it's the perfect balance to bring to Mines. And that reminds me, remember we were seeing that mutual counter artillery the other day with the Elevate match? That would be fun to see with players of this skill. NSS versus Tornado, 2 artillery players having to square off like that.
Yeah. When I was watching that Tornado versus Na'Vi game yesterday, I was really just thinking, you can just see the skill difference between these teams and everyone else. They just look so good.
And let's take a look at it. Reveal that it is E4 coming out from NSS Type 5 and 4043, so we will have artillery, a T100, which is less popular in mines.
Actually, a double T110E4 coming out here from Not So Serious, which is something that we see. It's fairly common on mines. But the interesting thing for me here, AMX 5100 for Nesquik.
Yeah, that's a tank that deals good damage, about 300 damage per shell, which is a bit odd compared to other tanks.
Yeah.
Standard's 320, or you go with
390
280, or yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But having 300 damage is only a few tanks and a few guns in the game have that. But it's highly effective. One of the most popular tanks back in 742, the old format, and so when it makes its way back over here in tier 10, it seems to do well.
Yeah. Bit of nostalgia there for you.
Yeah.
So very, very quick control of the hill coming out here for Tornado. They do have the lighter lineup. They've got Bat Chats, they've got TVPs. It's no real surprise to see them being able to easily control that middle hill area of the map. Now, what I want to see from Tornado is the decision is going to be, do they boost someone up on the 0 line, which would mean they have to be careful of those Not So Serious tanks that are sitting down in sort of the G6 quadrant, or are they going to try and push into the 2 flag here?
Yeah, maybe some water play, something like that. Based on the lineup, what Tornado is saying to Not So Serious with that is 3 mouse with the TVP Bat Chats and the AMX 5100 says it's completely possible. We might just push the 2 line about 5 minutes into the game and see what you can do about it. But with the Bat Chats, you're still flexible enough that if you want to play east side, it's still...
That's kind of sneaky from those Bat Chats, getting off the hill. Because Not So Serious, as far as they're concerned, the hill is still in control of Tornado. But of course, we know...
It's a deliberate move, though, as well. You're trying to play head games with that. You're saying, we made sure to get spotted up there. You saw us. We waved around. We made sure you couldn't hit us, but we made sure you saw what was going on. And then you leave. Your opponent's probably even repositioning.
It's a very, very long rotate here from Tornado as well. You can see they've gone all the way up to the northern part of the map, all the way up to the A line to cross over that beach area and try and push down this 1 line now. So they're still not spotted by NSS, and they're not going to be spotted for a decent while now because Just Cause, he's still sort of sitting down below that ridge. He needs to bump up and down. Eventually these Bat Chats will get spotted, but it's going to be late in the piece, and NSS isn't going to have a lot of time to react to whatever push Tornado does decide to go for.
And look at that, artillery in your bottom left there. That's from the view of Monty. He is zeroed on the west side, so as that tells us that NSS knows what's coming, or at least they suspect. They suspect. Because I saw for a moment he hopped out of his artillery view, and you could see E4 was also looking to the west. So Not So Serious, while there may be some head games going on, they may also smell what's coming. They know what's cooking, all right?
Bit of spam fire there from Griffin. Not managing to connect with anything.
But always worth it in a T50-51.
Yeah,
reloads so quick.
Reloads so fast. He's almost back off the reload anyway. Double mouse pushing here as well for Tornado, so it really does seem as though the full commitment is going to be down this 1-2 line. And you can see Nesquik and Diodor, they're sort of still hanging around in that mid area. I mean, they're quite crucial there as well to deny the rotation coming across from Not So Serious through the eastern flank. But now Tornado, those mouses have been spotted out, and this is where we start to see this battle start to unfold.
What is this? Applewell's going to go off the cliff. Okay. This is an alternate route, you could call it, to the cap. Oh, I see what's coming. Okay, so they're trying to kind of throw their opponent off here by approaching from an angle that's off color. So what they're going to do is instead, I think, bypass the cap. They're actually going to go into about Hotel 3 on the map. And there's a very uncommon position there. A nice little, I believe it's called a wadi. Just a little formation of rock there that they can use as cover from artillery. It's close enough that it's difficult to counter out and nuanced enough that Not So Serious might not be prepared with an answer for this.
Maybe, but they're going to need to be prepared for these Bat Chats that are now pushing down the beach. Just Cause under a bit of pressure, and he can survive here if he's got the backup of his teammates, but it seems as though no one has an angle into server, and that means Just Cause is in a very, very difficult position right now. If he moves, he dies.
Yeah, but look at this, middle of the map, Beowulf, Coca-Cola moving up against Diodor. They have an overmatch, but guess what? Nesquik's there to back him up, and with it, Griffin. Looks like he's backed off from the west side in order to come support as well. So, Tornado might be one step ahead of Not So Serious, but will it work is the big question there. They're taking a huge risk, putting a lot of things up to chance in RNG here.
It's still kind of hanging in the balance at the moment. It could go either way. Obviously, Tornado at this point just a little bit favored. They have the health advantage, they have the tank advantage, and they've got some good map control now as well. They've got control of the 1-2 line. They're or at least contesting for that hill. And you can see as well the two Mouses that they push along the beach are starting to push forward here as well. Nuclear and Applewell really putting pressure on the backlines. The T110E4s, the RD as well, not really being able to get too much done. And look at this, a lot of damage coming out from them. Nesqui in the AMX 5100, he's been a little bit quiet, but now starting to get involved here.
Yep, just unloaded his clip, helped kill one of the 5100s. He'll be on reload for a little while, but he's done his job. He's useful, he could go die now. Diodor, on the other hand, up towards the hill. You want to try and stay alive a little longer. This crossfire has been working out stunningly, because look, yes, Nuclear is the only one left alive. Applewell, his battle buddy, is dead, but look at what this did. You had Not So Serious trying to deal with 1, 2, and then a third angle to try and account for. It was too much, and they got just overwhelmed.
Yeah, the Batchat's coming off the reload here as well for Tornado. That's why we saw sort of a bit of a lull in the action there for a moment, but that was because the Batchats are reloading. Now that they're off the reload, 2 kills coming out straight away. Tornado, they're going to be able to clean this one up pretty easily here on Mines. Near you, actually finishing it off with a ram kill. That's what we like to see, which will put them now at 4-1 in the lead over NSS, and this is starting to become a problem for NSS.
It really is, and based on what we've been seeing out of Tornado, they have a habit of running away with a victory, really catching a wind and just riding it all the way.
Exactly, it could be another 7-0 really, because NSS did win the first round.
Just one though. Just once.
Just one. But if now we see 7 rounds in a row again from Tornado Energy, they've done it against Na'Vi, there's no reason to think that they can't do it against NSS.
Yeah, NSS is going to have to be hunting for that one win. They need to get a reset. They need to stall things out. Of course, after Battle 6, there's a chance for people to kind of take a breather, get a rest, go to the restroom, get a drink of water, what have you, and really make stuff happen with that. But will they be able to reset out of that, or is that not enough? Is Tornado just too good for NSS?
Yeah, it's a real question. If it goes to 5-1 and you're at that deficit, I think that's very, very difficult to come back from, really. Even a 4-1 deficit, bring it back to 4-2, I suppose that makes things look a little bit better for you, but even then you need to get a 2-0, and even then you're only at an equal footing.
Yeah, you're just trying to come back to 0, right? You get, exactly as you said, out of the negative, but that's where we can get into talking about the dynamics of long series, right? Because when you're up, you're winning, it's easy to get overconfident and lose sight of the short-term goals that you were setting early on in the series. If Tornado does that, sure, but we haven't seen any evidence to say that Tornado loses sight of what it means to win in every single battle. They don't start looking at victory when it's 6-1. They still look at the next battle and say, all right, we have to win this. And that's what I love seeing, and you've noticed this as well. It's really good seeing that at Tornado. It's with NSS right now. It's what state are they in? Are they able to rally? Can they just win? Are they good enough to win?
They do look a little bit more glum than Tornado Energy do at this point, and we'll be heading into the second half of Mines very, very shortly. Tornado Energy moving over to the defensive side, a side that is nice. I think here on Mines, really. Yeah. It's maybe a good way to put it.
Nice, you say. Defense on Mines has historically and almost always been the favored side.
Yes.
Let me put it this way. In Clan Wars, which was for a time the pinnacle of World of Tanks skill, people would hold on to Mines for literally months and not lose once.
Have a look at this, though, from Tornado Energy. They've got a 4-mouse setup, and their health advantage that they start off with, nearly 4,000. Not So Serious has got a big amount of damage to chunk through before they're even on equal footing with Tornado in terms of that HP pool.
Yeah, and that's always something to pay attention to, guys. With the mouse meta, if you don't bring enough heavy tanks with enough armor against another team that decides to mouse out, as it were,
just a rolling ball of death for Tornado right now.
Yeah, they've got the DPM, they've got the armor. Yes, they lack in mobility, but it's Mines. It's a small map.
Small map.
You can just turn around and you're looking at your other cap. You put some mouse on hill, it takes you, what, 45 seconds, a minute to get to the 2 cap.
It's not a bad boost here from Coca-Cola when he does eventually get up. It's going to give him some good sight lines down by the 8-9 line. Into mid as well, if the Mouses continue to push over. And Not So Serious are starting to control the western side of the map too, so it seems as though Tornado have really not got too much map control, and that's what you would expect out of a slow lineup like this.
Yeah, Coca-Cola, I'm glad you brought him up, because he actually could be the one to save it for NSS. So something about Mines is the fact that you can look at a few areas of key control. If you control the eastern side of the map, as we are seeing the Mouses from Tornado start to do, if they get into the high ground above the 2 cap, where all of the not so serious tanks are, it's easy to box in and control all of those tanks. You just don't have to get too aggressive. You play a little passive, you don't let them get away with too much, but if Coca-Cola is in the backfield when that happens, he can actually light up the mouse and actually deal enough damage to possibly open up some angle on the north or south for a recovery play by NSS.
Well, Tornado Energy at this point, they're not too keen on that. They've decided to push forward in towards the 2 flag, and they're doing a lot of damage. Well, they have done a lot of damage to Nadine in the T110E4, taking a little bit in response, but at this point, Tornado is actually winning this trade, even though they're the ones forcing the issue.
Yeah, it's 16k versus 12k. Percentage-wise, it's a larger chunk of NSS, and on top of that, any gap that Tornado forces in hit points is that much more important than it is for NSS to really just try and get on cap or play the mobility game. They need to deal damage. They just need to deal a lot of damage. And I'm getting less and less confident, though, as I'm getting more and more confused about what's going on. I've never seen that kind of aggression out of 3Mouse. They threw away the high ground advantage in favor of setting tempo, but there's a lot of ground to cover before they get the kills. That works.
I suspect what they were trying to do there was just soak up a few shells now and allow their Batchats to come in from the side late on in the piece. Once all of these not-so-serious guys are on reload or when they're focusing on the mouse, the Batchats come in, they pick up the kills, and again, Tornado Energy starting to control the tempo, the play of this game. They're controlling the map, they're winning the trades, they've got the tank advantage, they've got the health advantage, and Not-So-Serious is really just being strangled out of this match.
Yeah, but look at the hill. Beowulf's taking the hill up there, and we were just having as well Coca-Cola is going to be up there as well. The high ground advantage could be where Not So Serious has a chance, but if Tornado overplays their hand here, if they decide to send Near You all the way up into the north, that's a good way to just lose out on that tank. If Nuclear doesn't get support soon from the Mouse, Diodor, Griffin, and Applewell coming back up towards the hill, that's a place where Tornado could open up something for Not So Serious to do. But jumping subjects again, back to something we've been harping on. Look at the hit points again. 10k versus 7k. It's actually the gap closing.
It is closing. It is closing. But I wonder if it's closing enough for Not So Serious. Are they going to be able to catch up? Because at the moment they have lost one gun. That means that their theoretical DPM is going to be a little bit lower. Means Tornado, on paper, going to be doing more damage than Not So Serious.
But it's the T100, and as far as any tank to lose out on, that's not the end of the world. With an M4043 with Monty, the longer this takes, the better it is for him, because he'll have more potential damage to put out that Tornado might not be prepared to reply with. And, well, it's just going to be a matter of time. It's going to be very slow going, as, well, Tornado has now taken the hill. And that'll be the high ground, and that'll be control to them. Not So Serious is going to have to make a move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Monty's going to get a shot here into Diodor, but pretty irrelevant, really, when you think about it. 50 damage, it's going to be the paint scratched off the side of a mouse.
Yeah, and you'd really want to follow a hit like that up where you've kind of debuffed his entire tank with some kind of a tank support and some kind of an attack.
Yeah, not possible though for NSS.
Yeah, they're not in a position to do it, so the 50 damage is...
Oh, Near found himself in a very poor position, Shotnik getting, I think, his entire clip actually into that Batchat, and Near sacrifices a lot of HP, but he does take down Indeed. That's what he wanted to do, and so overall, actually a successful push there for him.
A net gain, but very, very close to overplaying his hand.
Exactly, he could have almost overextended had things gone maybe a little bit more in the favor of NSS there, but still, Tornado Energy, they slowly but surely are gaining control, or more control, because they already have the control, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Tornado's risk management has been great so far. Not So Serious is really taking the back seat here and following along, trying to get some stuff done. And actually, what I'm going to notice now is Coca-Cola managed to disappear for a little while and has reappeared over at Echo 8 on the east side of the map. But I don't know what he's doing there. I actually have literally no idea.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get too much done there, because you can see Nesqui is kind of covering off that side of the map. If Coca-Cola does push forward, he's going to get spotted. He's in a Batchat that has barely any HP. His teammates are going down around him, and he's not getting anything done. So for me, NSS, I think they're going to be bowing out of this round here, and I think we're going to go through to a 5-1 for Tornado at sort of the halftime break.
Yeah, that's what it feels like, hugely favoring Tornado right now. They might be able to do what they've already done to Na'Vi in in absolutely stunning fashion, which is just run away with a lead. That just seems to be their style. But what will happen if Not So Serious can stall them out, if they can pick up one win in this? That'll be the question. I'm waiting to see, do they rely on momentum so much that one loss throws them off their game?
Maybe it's not even just the momentum, maybe it is just the skill of Tornado Energy is too much to deal with. The play of Tornado Energy so far today has been looking very, very good. Very few mistakes coming out from them, and they've really looked like the team that has, of course, been better, and that's evidenced by the scoreline, 5-1.
Oh.
Monty finds himself alone in the M40-43. Not a single tank has been lost so far for Tornado Energy, and one would expect not a single tank will be lost by the end of this round because Monty might not even get a reload off here.
Yeah, this is an ace at this level of play is baffling, and it looks like Near spamming his reloads, which is what that little sound was there a second ago, I believe. Is you can make some fun sounds happen. But there we go.
Yeah.
Final kill. Triple.
So, 5-1 after the first 3 maps in the favor of Tornado Energy. I think that is going to be, well, I would say a good start, but actually it's a great start. It's not even really a start. They're almost at the end.
Yeah. At this point in the tournament, the Tornado's result is baffling. It's stunning. It's unprecedented almost.
Yeah, well, at the halftime break, time to hear now from our analysts. Back over to you, Ryan.
Well, this is surprising. I was expecting quite a longer match drawn out between these two, and already we have Tornado taking a huge lead, 5-1 here coming into the midway mark.
I did warn you that skill level is really hugely on Tornado side, experience also. I expected about 7-4 because I saw NSS really perform well, but it doesn't look like they can really match the aggression of Tornado. That's the main issue. And tactically, they are a compact team, they're really good. I think they can beat almost anyone. But Tornado is just another level. Tactics are even secondary. Yes, they have them, but they react as a unit really perfect. Something like I saw in a Na'Vi before, while they were world champions all the time.
And this goes back to what we were discussing earlier on, Rockstar. We said you can't think that you have them on the rocks. I mean, we started off at 1-1 and then bam, right back into it.
Yeah, well, back-to-back, the games on Mines, just a completely impressive out of Tornado. He was talking about how skill level came into things, and it wasn't so much the strategies. On Mines, I saw nothing but the strategies winning that there, and the coordination that they ran those strats with just really set them apart from NSS. And right now, NSS just don't have the answers.
Yeah, I mean, we started on Ghost Town. It's a favourite map of a lot of us to cast. You tend to get a lot of one-sided brawls, but that went 1-1, and then going after Ghost Town, we went into Prokhorovka, which, interesting on Prokhorovka, both casters said they can't even remember casting one. I don't think we've seen it all tournament.
This one is a really interesting game. Super aggression from NSS, super risky considering you have 2 STR VTDs. When you know that someone has them, you know they're lined up usually on the rail or in the forest. I think they were hoping that they're split up all over the map, and once they actually push, they can make a greater impact. Yes, they did catch 2 guys of Tornado here, but effectively you look at the difference in HP and positioning. It's like a short-lived burst, and after that it must be closing by Tornado.
Well, and they push down into the low ground with an S-Tank on top on Overwatch, and that's the one thing that S-Tank is great at, is just raw DPM pumping out damage. And so there was no way out for them at that point. They gave up all their HP just to get 2 kills. So even though they got the kills, they gave up so much HP, the toll was paid so high that there was nothing they could do.
Definitely the second game on Prokhorovka also was the similar, I mean, in fashion. We saw Jack Panzer, some guys were really surprised from the casters by Jack Panzer. So Jack Panzer, guys, is mainly used, you put him in a forest, it's a big chunk of metal, it has a huge gun. When you push with the tank and heavy tanks as like a push force before the butt shots, they get split in half by 1 shot. It's really rarely that he will not pen such a shot. Of course, Tornado knew this and they immediately went on the other side. Nidin being on the top of that hill was really crucial factor. They almost lost the game because of him and his position, but they even managed to pull through like that. But what's most interesting for me, that's Mines game. Mines game that came, and I saw Randall really confused, and I would really like to show on map what they were actually doing, because that one is the one to watch for.
Yeah, let's break down Mines, because tactically, Mojo, you were saying how absolutely fantastically it was done there by Tornado Energy when they isolated NSS.
We've seen previously some of the teams using the classic tactics to put some mouses here, put the pressure in, attract fire, and then do something from the middle and so on. But that is flawed. Tornado did much better here. You can see them gathering up. You have a mouse here who will eventually just watch that no one gets the hill. 50-100 covering him so he doesn't get flanked easily. And these 2 mouse tanks are gathering to push over like this. And these guys here are like a pack of wolves, unspotted, just waiting there. This is their prime objective. Once, because NSS took a light tank, T100, they knew there is only one spot they can put him in. He will spot the island from here. And there is RT will be either here or whatever. And when you have this amount of heavy tanks like IS-4, this is pretty much the only position you can put effectively IS-4 here or there. Whatever, it works for them. And the heavy tanks are below the hill. That means when they push like this, they will attract all the attention. These guys with clippers will go here. They will be able to shoot anyone counter-pushing the hill, they will cover the guys, and they will do all sorts of damage combined with these people pushing from this side.
And one thing I want to point out real quick is that just look at the lane that the Mouses took when they approached from here. By doing this, look at the guns. The guns are here, 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 and here. So instead of coming down this way and getting shot in the side, the Mouses, they're not pushing them because they have the HP, they're pushing them because they have the armor. They're able to push down into this area where they can angle their armor from all those guns and not only absorb the shots for the Batchats to get down there, but block them. So they didn't even take any damage, and then the Mouses could flex around from there.
But there was one more important thing in same aspect also. While they were pushing, they were actually applying damage. They were expecting these guys here have no choice but to try to pressure this side of the map. They knew it.
Yeah.
They knew it will happen. So this TVP actually immediately came to back up this position. So this Mouse is not alone. And these two guys, Mouses, while they were pushing like this, they actually did side shots in their backs. And we will actually play the demo now and look at the movements of the tanks.
And the other thing to look at here, once they counter push the hill, not only are they getting shot from these tanks here and this Mouse stopping them, but once these Batchats down here kill these light tanks, this whole area is a kill box for tanks down here. And so they can get free shots into the back of those Mouses, which is easy enough to do against the side or back when they're not trying to angle you, even at that range.
Although this tactic seems very risky and reckless, in actual thoughts, this is the best tactics I've seen for mines today and last days. This is really absolutely brilliant, and I quite liked how they played it.
Yep.
And this is exactly what you'd expect, and this is exactly what you hope from Tornado Energy or NSS, to just do a bit of a masterclass to show everyone why they are so feared, why they are kind of viewed as being a cut above the rest when it comes to other teams. And certainly Tornado Energy this season, I mean, they're just come at us, bro. Anything you bring at us, they're just going to come right back at you. The individual skill level as well in that team, we were talked about it earlier on, but everyone is just capable of stepping up, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
We can show on our armor inspector, you can see how it looks, how to shoot a Mouse. I mean, we already have when Batchats are shooting it, but when heavy tanks are shooting, it's even actually harder. Because let's say Mouse to Mouse, if you watch the screen, they use the APCR ammo. It's less spin, it's 310. So when Mouse actually comes angled at him and drives like this, he has less opportunities to pen. And look at this. This is getting really worse. Like, I mean, who will hit this on a movement all the time? It's just not going to happen in all that fighting.
I could do it.
Well, and also,
I know, man. You're the special.
When those Mouses made that approach, the other thing you have to remember, the Mouses are in the low ground. So those E4s are actually in an elevated angle shooting down, or any of the tanks shooting them as they made that approach. So even trying to hit that lower plate is going to be almost impossible.
This is what I'm trying to say. You have now E4. E4 can of course switch to premium ammo, he must. So he will have definitely better hitboxes than any of the Mouse tanks shooting them. You can see the amount of green on this tank. But still, when he starts pushing like this and turns the turret a bit, and they will always watch when is the reload, the reload will always be reported. There are surfaces that can pen, but they cannot always get an angle. And other tanks, the job of the other tanks in the game is to cover the E4s. Whenever they peek, they have to open their track somewhere, they need to take some damage back, and there is stuff going on the other side of the map, and they're just using it to create a situation where all 7 guys from Tornado are fighting the enemy, while the enemy team never has 7 guys who are able to fight them back.
Yep, absolutely. No, I definitely agree, and it's just brilliant to see out of Tornado, just all the little thoughts and stuff that go into that strat.
Now we have 3 more maps still to go, then a potential tiebreaker, but the way this is going, it could be done and dusted on the next map.
It would be really impressive to see Tornado once again winning 7 straight, essentially. Yesterday it was Na'Vi picking up 3 games, then Tornado kind of flipped the switch on. They won 7 straight games to close it out. It would be really interesting to see it right now. All right, we let NSS have 1. If they can do the same thing right now and just close this out with 7 straight wins, the amount of authority that they would just stamp down right then and there, just by saying, look, we want this title, this is ours, in a semi-final round, would just be completely impressive.
I don't think this match is nearly over. Next 2 maps are Murovanka Moravanka and Ruinberg, these are the maps that actually NSS plays better tactically than Tornado. Now we need to see how Tornado prepared it. Moravanka was definitely the worst map for them entire season. They played it really well in this tournament, knowing that they practiced it extra. But we see what they have prepared for us.
Indeed, let's find out if this is going to go all the way. Could we get a tiebreaker or could it be over in a very short period of time? There's one way to find out. Let's go back to Rukel and Elfish Guy.
Thank you, Ryan, and it's a good question. Are we going to see the tiebreaker?
Yeah, that's what we're here to see. Whether or not NSS on their break were able to rally, focus back up, make sure that they weren't a little bit on that tilt that we see happen from time to time, and see if they can strategize on how to stall out Tornado. Or is Tornado just too good? Are they about to just ride the wave all the way through Ruinberg? It won't even make it to Murrow if they can take 2 wins on Ruinberg in the next 2
Very,
battles.
very tough to take 2 wins on Ruinberg as well. And you heard Mojo just saying that we are now actually moving on to some maps here that are going to be a little bit more favorable for NSS. So perhaps that late sort of series comeback is a possibility coming out from them here.
Yeah, that could have been their strategy the whole time. Let a lot of those maps that they favor wait until the end. Yeah, start at a deficit, but if you know finish strong, yeah. Wear your opponent out, let them kind of stress themselves out. Maybe take it easy on the first few. You know it's not worth it, or you probably won't. So don't worry too much. Don't exhaust yourselves there.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that strategy though, because
it also seems a little bit outside of.
It's like, why don't you just have your good maps at the start?
Yeah, but also at the same time, it seems a little bit outside of what most teams would go for at this level. Most teams are good enough at most maps that you may be a little worse than Tornado at Prohorovka, Ghost Town, or Mines, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna just give up.
No,
not at this.
Not at this level. Not at this point. They've come so far, and it's still within reach of them being able to get through to the final here. And both of these two teams, they'll feel like they can do it. They'll feel like if they go up against Ding as well, that they can win that. So it is really.
Yeah, it is. It is, and the big question will be answered in a moment. Ruinberg, like you said, let's get back onto the subject of this map. Is of course more of a 1-in-1, generally going to the defenders, but. Let's just kind of talk about fast cap on the attack. On the 1 cap is the kind of thing that you could see that just throws everything off, because if you pull the wrong strategy out as the defender against the kind of coin flip strats that sometimes work as an attacker, you can steal away a win that otherwise you had no business taking.
All right, well, it looks like the Mexican wave of high fives is going down the Tornado Energy line there, and I think that, to me, signifies that we may be very, very close to getting into game. They're getting pumped up for this one. They've had their break. Now they're ready to close things out here, and they are going to be moving on to Ruinberg here. Now, the key thing for me here is who starts on the defensive side. If it is Tornado, if they potentially put themselves at 6-1, and maybe that's just too much for NSS to deal with.
Yeah, and if you little history lesson earlier, when Tornado played Na'Vi, Tornado won on attack on Ruinberg and lost to, if you remember the CDC fake from Na'Vi, do you remember that? When they kind of pretended with their lineup they were going to go north, ended up going south instead, really got caught off guard in that sense. So Tornado has been
prone
to cheesy strats, the off-color stuff. We'll have to see if they've decided to shore up that weakness and are expecting something a little crazier. You see Nesqui and Diador going south like that.
Yeah, Nesqui and Diador need to be careful here, particularly Nesqui, who's going to be spotted out right now. And he'll jump back over the track safely by the looks of things. Lots of early spots from both of these two teams. But lots of quick movement from both the teams as well.
This is really good, though, for Tornado. They have a lot of intel. They know where not just those, 2 or 3 tanks at the beginning. They have almost all but one tank from Not So Serious has been spotted, detected, and accounted for, meaning Tornado can now formulate their plan, their counter, a little bit easier than Not So Serious can on Tornado. Tornado has only showed 3 of their tanks out of their full 7.
Oh yeah, Apple Wow is getting very, very low. 113 HP for the 113, and now none, as he is going to be dropped, but there is a trade out. We see another tank going down for NSS. It's a 1-for-1, but it's a tier 9 for a tier 10. Favorable in a sense there for NSS, but how much more are they going to need here before they're going to be able to crack this nut? Now Nesqui very low, and he is actually a key player down in that sort of K0 position because he's a key spotting member for Tornado. If he goes down, NSS have a lot more freedom to move with.
Absolutely, and look at that. We've got a 113 versus mouse fight. There we go. That's what you want to do as a 113. Get on the side. Gotta make sure that you're not going to worry about the front bouncing on one of those little RNG or just wiggle shots. At the same time, getting behind Beowulf is awesome as well. Forces him to deal with a tank behind him while also exposing him to a number of tanks. Diador is an example out on the east side.
Yeah, and quite difficult as well to penetrate that
Oh,
113 in
no.
a situation like this. But
Nuclear.
what is going to happen here for Nuclear? If he does even kill that mouse, he's not going to be able to get out of that position. So, maybe a win-win situation there, really, for NSS.
Nice play by Beowulf. You have to give him a lot of credit for this one. Understanding I'm at a huge disadvantage. Well, let's make it so eat win or lose. This is going to suck for you.
And it's going to suck here as well for Near You, because he does go down to Shotnik, a very decisive push out of NSS. But are they going to be punished for it here by Tornado, who have got some good firing lines into them? In particular, the FV215B, a very accurate gun on that heavy tank, and he can take pixel shots like this. That one not quite connecting, but overall still looking favorable right now for Tornado, even though poor old Nuclear is stuck behind a mouse.
Oh, and there's Coca-Cola. I was wondering
Dino's
where
on
he
fire.
Oh! Don't go all the way down. There it goes. Okay, firefighting skill. Everyone's got 100%. He's going to be just fine. And now, Coca-Cola, I was just saying before, has just finally shown up to the fight. He actually hadn't taken any damage before this. He's just hanging back, trying to support fire. Finally, he drives up, and of course, the first shot takes the driver.
Can Nuclear actually get out of here? Is he going to be able to move that mouse?
You have to just drive forward and backwards for about 5 minutes, so he won't get out for quite some time.
Yeah.
If he could get someone to push on the other side, so it kind of turns like a turntable.
Yeah, maybe.
Then maybe.
But Tornado doesn't have anyone that they can sacrifice for that job right now. Griffin in the 50B, he's going to have to deal with a couple of tanks headed in his direction, and he's only fired off one shot so far, and he's already down to what is essentially a 1 or 2 shot. He's down now definitely to a 1 shot, looking very, very unhealthy after being full HP, and I don't think he's done enough there with that clip. He's really not seemed to have survived long enough for what happened just there. But a 1-for-1 trade, it's still okay for Tornado, but you still have to remember it's almost a 2v3 here in the favor of NSS.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If Tornado can play for the clock with 6 minutes left, and they can keep killing time, it's incredibly difficult. But if we don't see Nuclear in the 113 get out of that mouse cover before this really wraps itself up, before this fight goes in the favor of NSS,
He's making headway.
If he can actually get out and he can stop the cap, that's great. But he also might run into a scenario where the fact that he's boxed in by a mouse
is helpful
because it prevents NSS from getting the final kill.
Yeah, it really comes down to a bit of an interesting scenario there with him being stuck behind that. But Server is going to try and hold on to as much HP as he can, taking some okay trades, to be honest. I mean, he's got the health to play with here. And these 1-for-1 trades with these tanks that are low HP are worthwhile because it puts them now all on a 1-shot.
Yep. And we'll see. FV215B of all tanks to handle the situation is one of the most optimal. It's got the high fire rate. Unfortunately, though,
he's making it work, though.
Yeah, actually, I was about to say he's getting beaten up, but he actually managed to handle and hold on quite well. This
should be cleaned up pretty easily by Diodor, and he does get that job done. The Batchat's good in that situation. 113 going down, and that is going to put Tornado at 6-1 now. NSS, this is their last chance, moving over to the defensive side of Ruinberg. I suppose if you had any single round and you only had 1 round, you'd probably want it to be the defensive side of Ruinberg, but even after that, then they have to move on to Muravanka. It's a tough uphill battle for NSS here.
Yeah, probability is stacked against NSS. They've really lost it early in this one. Losing on Ghost Town, then Proc Mines, 2 maps in a row when you don't really make any showing is quite a statement to have.
Yeah, Server in the FV215B doing a lot of damage, and always like to see that tank on Ruinberg. It seems to be really the only map that you do see it nowadays. Used to be picked a lot more, but I like it. I'm a big fan.
I know, I am as well. It's something I think that's underappreciated and really understated as far as a tank that deals a huge amount of damage. You could run a team of all FVs, and the DPM you would be able to put out would mean you could just look at any tank, even a mouse, everyone fires, most likely pens, and move on to the next tank. And
This
just
was
putting
a good play from NSS, but not good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, they got the couple of kills, but the response from Tornado Energy was so good. And that's what's been kind of the storyline throughout this entire series so far, is that NSS, they've tried to make moves happen, they've tried to do things, but NSS has always been, Tornado Energy has always been there, they've always been ready with a response that's been able to make it so difficult for NSS to have a favorable trade.
It's almost like it's like when you have like siblings or something, a cousin, someone a little bit older, and you're trying to play any kind of a game like, basketball, you try and do a change up on them. pull some tricks out. But you're up against someone who knows those tricks and learned them literally years ago.
Yeah.
And they're just like, no, buddy, sorry. You're just like, you're not going to do that. No, the ball, you can't throw the ball through between my knees and go around.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to pull that off, guy. I know what you're doing. And you may not realize just how well I understand what you're trying to go for. And that's kind of the contrast that's been coming off of Tornado NSS. I doubt NSS can get this next one from so many different perspectives.
You think it's 7-1?
I think it's 7-1 at this point.
Yeah.
I don't see how Ruinberg goes to NSS, not after losing that much in a row. How can you keep your team focused through that many losses?
Yeah.
That's not human.
It's going to take some real mental fortitude here from NSS, but when the chips are down, the map does favor NSS here on the defensive side. So they have that small little hope, I suppose, to maybe take them through this one. But again, you just have to think, even if they do get through this, then where do they go from there? Because it is such a difficult task ahead for them. But
we'll see. I'm gonna if it does come down to a win for NSS on this one, here's what happens in the only prediction I think that works. I think it's Tornado tries a strategy that, like many on Ruinberg, can be a bit coin flippy.
Yeah.
And it flops on the face of Tornado because they picked the wrong strategy. That's what I think happens more so than Not So Serious comes out with something brilliant. I don't think that anyone can come out with incredibly creative and nuanced strats that will work after losing 6 battles in a row.
Yeah. So here we go. It's going to be potentially the last round that we see NSS here at the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017, but perhaps it's not going to be. It all comes down to this one, though, for NSS. Moving on to Ruinberg, the second half of it. Tornado 6-1 in the lead and coming out on the attack.
And the opening splits right now, we've got 2 Mouse on the side of Not So Serious and 1 on the side of Tornado. They'll be instead bringing a 113, 2 IS-7s, Batchat, and 2 Batchat APs on Tornado. Nice mobility mixed with armor and hit points. And then Not So Serious is going to have, with those 2 Mouse, 2 113s, a 50B, and a nice little French lineup there. So both sides bringing a good amount of potential damage, but...
Oh, have a look at this. Very, very quick onto that flag here from Tornado. They've recognized the setup of Not So Serious is 1 flag heavy. They've got the IS-7s in good hull down positions. They've got 3 Batchats, or Batchats and Batchat APs on that flag. This is very, very early pressure being put on right now by Tornado.
And this could turn into what we were talking about with Tornado playing one of those coin flippy strats.
Yeah.
This is something that, when it works, it's decisive. On the move, did you see that?
Yeah, I don't know how he managed to hit that and pen it, but makes it happen.
Hey, 113s are made of things that we don't even know. It's all classified.
And this is the rotation being drawn across by NSS, and that's exactly what Tornado wanted. They can push off the cap now. They can get themselves in good positions here. The Batchats and the Batchat APs, they've all got full clips loaded. The IS-7s are in good spots here. They're going to try and take the overmatch in the town and try and take out these key, the AMX 50Bs, the Batchats, the Mouses, but they do lose a Batchat AP very, very quickly on in the piece, and NSS, they may be able to salvage this situation. I don't know at this point who's going to be favored, but it is looking good for NSS.
It does look good, although rapidly their hit points are dropping on both sides. Yes, Tornado's at a deficit of about 2k, and it's consistently staying in and around that zone. Now look, at the French tanks on either team, Monty hasn't fired all of his shells. There's a lot of potential damage not on reload yet for NSS. So yes, I give it to them as far as being able to take the result of this fight and go and follow through. And there it is, 4 tanks alive for Tornado versus the 5 of Not So Serious. And Monty now on 1 reload. 1 shell left before he's on reload. Doesn't finish off Applewell. That would have been just phenomenal for NSS.
It doesn't matter. Applewell is going to get cleaned up here anyway by Shotnik. And it's just 1 tank left alive here for Tornado. So NSS, they will live to fight again another day. It was a decisive push really from Tornado, but did not work out for them in the end.
No, it didn't, and that's what it was. It was a coin flippy strat. You go for one of those aggressive off the bat south caps, throw some mediums, try and force your opponent to push forward and then overmatch them, but no, there were some mistakes. Nesqui shouldn't have gone out on his own. The hesitation of his battle buddy, I believe that was that near you or Griffin? I failed to remember, but he had a battle buddy Batchat that didn't go with him when he crossed. They would have shared some of the damage and maybe been able to make something of their attack, but because you had a split there, because both players weren't on the same page, it doesn't matter who was right, you were both wrong.
Yeah. So 6-2 after Ruinberg there, and the expected result, both teams winning out on their defense. I almost thought for a moment that Tornado Energy was going to be able to pull that one through if they had have pushed into that town and been able to take down, focus down some of those tanks of NSS, but it wasn't the case, and NSS do pick up their 1 round.
This is a rallying point for them.
It
Can
is.
they turn this around and string this is a 5 battles. They have to do 5 more wins, and it's a tiebreaker, by the way.
Yeah.
So we have to look and also see who won the fastest on attack later on if it comes to that. But post-game stats there. Nesqui, see, 0 damage in this Batchat AP. That's what happens.
That's not what you want to be seeing from your Batchat AP. Now, it's not as bad as, say, a Batchat with 0 damage, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, I think that was the one thing I focused on from that fight that really could have changed things. It's the coordination in the small town. You want to make sure you're not getting split up or stringing yourselves out, because if you look at the angles going in and out of the small town, it's not necessarily about everyone in the town only, it's also some of the tanks that are further west or north being able to assist. And you want to deny that as much as possible, while also, you know, attacking from angles that favor you and your crossfires the best. But Tornado did not account for that very well in the last battle. Alternatively, NSS set up solid, good, decent positions that they could work with, and were given the opportunity to succeed there.
So you can see there on the big multi-sync display, it is going to be Muravanka as the next map in the pool. And this is a must-win for NSS. They need to 2-0 this one if they're going to stay alive in the series. Need I remind everyone that Tornado Energy at 6, they only need 1 more round to make it through to the grand final, which would be against Ding, a team that they have faced in the past and a team that they have defeated in the past as well. But it all still comes down to winning that last round here against NSS. And it may not be the easiest of tasks, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see. Will they decide that this is the one and put all of their effort and all of their focus into trying to win here? Or will they just decide, hey, we've got 5 battles to do this, let's just figure out which one is which, that'll be the one we win on. It's a bit strange, though, as we saw in that opening shot, to see a mouse go east side. Most of the time you would expect that to be all mouse to the west, or maybe down the middle, somewhere in that zone, but Tornado's not going to play the typically expected strategy, and it looks like NSS is picking up on that.
Yeah.
They're picking up, because it's 4 mouse, a Batchat, and 2 Batchat APs. That's not normal. Usually you'd see something else mixed in. 113s, you know, you'd usually see something else to say.
4 mouse is quite a lot on Muravanka, really.
Yeah.
It's not going to give you much opportunity to be rotating backwards and forwards across the map, which we do see a lot of the time on Muravanka, actually. Teams will sometimes, they'll look at the 2 flag, they'll see what they can spot, maybe blind fire some bushes to try and find the scout tank. And if that doesn't work, they rotate back up to the 1 flag and try and push in there. But that's not really an option for Tornado. They need to get somewhere, they need to commit to somewhere, because it's going to take them far too long to be rotating backwards and forwards across the map.
Yeah, and then taking a moment just to highlight again what NSS is bringing in contrast. Because there's those 4 mouse, there's 17k hit points, but look, you've got only 1 mouse, the only heavy tank on the side of Not So Serious. The rest are all mediums and a tank destroyer. So this is going to be a situation that could unfold similarly to what we've seen numerous times before, where you bring a fast mobile lineup on an open map, but you run yourselves straight into a bunch of heavy tanks, and it doesn't matter. Batchats don't put out enough damage against the mouse, just mouse pack to really be effective. And we'll see if that's going to work out here, if the positions Tornado have taken are going to be strong enough as Just Cause and Coca-Cola begin focusing on Applewoww.
Applewoww has been caught out here, but these 2 Batchats, they need to make sure that they pen pretty much all of their shots, because they just about have enough damage between them to get the kill onto Applewoww, and they do manage to do that with their last shot available. Both the Batchats now on reload, and this is going to be the time for Tornado to try and bring things back in their favor. They have got a moment of opportunity, and they are going to take it. The Batchat AP starting to push forward here. Lowo under a lot of pressure. Also, Shotnik, he's not taking the damage at the moment. They're focusing on the Batchat, but he's going to be next. And for the moment, it's actually favoring NSS. As I say that, though, another kill goes the way of Tornado. It's 5 versus 5.
But look at this. Coca-Cola on reload, indeed on reload. Shotnik in the STB1 is now down. That's a consistent fire tank off the battlefield. And where is Beowulf? He hasn't gotten to do almost anything. He's outside of the fight, and that's exactly what Tornado wanted. They wanted the Batchats to run in, just waste their shells, and once they wasted them all on Applewoww, bring in your own fast mediums, clean it up, move on. Now, look at it. You've got 1 big heavy versus 3 big heavies. You've traded out a lot of lighter tanks on either side. That's what Tornado's been going for. NSS understood the risk. I'm we're gonna have to see if it pays off. That's really where we're at right now. It's hard to read. Hit points, Tornado's got it. I'm just trying to figure out where else do we see the separation?
One positive advantage here as well for Tornado is that they have 4 tier 10s as opposed to 3. NSS, of course, have the UDES still alive as opposed to one of their other tier 10 tanks. But the good thing for NSS themselves is that they have 2 Batchats available for them. So they have the outplay potential on these Mouses. Griffin does take down Coca-Cola there, so now they only have a single Batchat available to them.
All right, but with small numbers like this, it is only 1 Batchat. But 1 Batchat can do quite a lot here.
Yep.
Unfortunately, of course, the cards are still stacked against Nadine to be able to perform well, because here's the thing, Batchats against Mouse, you can do well, especially if you can close the distance, but you can't dependably, as we saw highlighted by our wonderful analysis just before the match, you can't just depend on penetrating a Mouse all the time. It's tricky, it's difficult. Yes, you can know all of the weak points and how the dynamics work, but functionally making that work is of course always harder than it looks. So, jumping back in, Nuclear, little blind fire, and a little bit of a reset, a lull in the match for going to reload.
I think Tornado at this point are just slowly trying to push forward, get a little bit of control across the map. They do have a lot of time to play with here, so it's not like we need to see any sort of rash decision-making coming out, no quick pushes, nothing crazy out of the ordinary.
Yeah, don't hobble yourselves, don't wear anyone out, don't string yourselves out. Just straightforward, good tanking should win the day here for Tornado.
And I like this from Tornado as well. They're going to get a couple of tanks, maybe even 3 even, onto that flag. At least Server and Diodor will be jumping on there, and that is going to force some sort of a response here from NSS. But Nadine in a very, very good spot over there to get some resets in that Batchat.
Yeah, that might be Tornado walking into a situation that works out against them instead of for them. Nadine's cut a good 30 seconds to a minute out of the normal response time to this kind of cap pressure. It actually looks like he's not going to go for flank fire from the east. He's actually going to move back to the south. That says that Not So Serious isn't confident on the support fire and tank presence in the south, and also probably the tell that Nadine would give away by firing.
I think they're a little bit worried as well that if he gets spotted or if he fires a shot and is giving away his position, that they're just going to push right onto Beowulf, and that's exactly what's going to happen here for Tornado. They don't even have the information of where Nadine is. Well, now they do, I suppose, but they're going to push in anyway. Beowulf is going to probably go down here. It's just going to be a question of how much damage Nadine can get done. He needs to take down his opposite number in the Batchat, and he will be able to do that. Actually saves his teammate as well. Beowulf, not for too long though, as Server will be able to drop him. So now 2 versus 3, but it's 3 Mouses here for Tornado, and they could all be outplayed by a Batchat and a UDES, but the key is Nadine surviving. That is an amazing tracking shot though.
That was perfect. Almost sinking a win right there, but Nadine has managed to save the hopes for Not So Serious with that play. He decided, I know they're going to push south. If they spot me, if I fire, I'm going to tell them, or I can just go. They're going to bank on it without necessarily understanding where I am. I can come in to support. So Nadine has to have a lot of props here.
Yeah.
For
well, this is all on Nadine right now. As soon as he comes off that reload in 4 seconds or so, he needs to get the reset because Monty's not going to get there in time. And I'm not sure Nadine is going to have an easy time with this. He does spot out those tanks and he will fire the shot. It does connect. It does get the reset. I think it was only a tracking shot there, though. I don't think he did any damage with it. And he's fired off 2 shots already with no damage done. 3 seconds on the reset timer here. Nadine having a real trouble, and he actually goes down there as well. I think that's going to be that. Tornado should be able to close it out here, and I believe they have just managed to cap that one out. And there you go, 7-2 is the victory for Tornado over NSS. They're going to be putting themselves through to the grand finals against Ding.
And in stunning fashion, I don't think I've seen a team like Tornado just run away, just catch momentum and just take that all the way to victory like a team like this. Tornado did that previously with Na'Vi, losing 3 of the first battles, but then immediately taking that and stringing together 7 wins. And then here today, first battle was a loss. All right, on Ghost Town, a back and forth, 1-1. But then they managed to string 2 maps together where they just dominate Proc and Mines. Ruinberg, yes, a little shaky, and Murrow. Murrow was close, and it showed that NSS might have had a chance to come back here, but that Tornado did not lose focus.
Tornado definitely did not lose focus, and I tell you who also probably has not lost focus. That's our analyst desk. We'll see what they have to say about that match.
Thanks very much for that, Elfish and Rukil. Just actually talking amongst ourselves here, that is both of the semi-finals finishing up 7-2. Very dominating performances by both teams, but let's keep things focused here on Tornado Energy. NSS didn't really do much wrong there. Tornado are just so strong.
Ruinberg 1-1. Aggressive play from both teams, I must say. I must admit, NSS did try to put up a fight after this break. It just didn't work out. They managed to pick up their defense, which was expected, but not an offense. And it broke down to Moravanka. And James has something to say about that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, we have post-match stats coming in here. Look at how much damage Coca-Cola did there. 3,500 damage. It played so good.
It was really okay because they pushed with butt shots over that side and they did a lot of damage on the stranded
onto the mouse.
on the mouse, if you remember.
That was all part of the plan, though, which we'll go over in a second once we get to the telestrator. So he does put up a lot of damage. However, it's almost meaningless damage.
Yeah, I mean, going into the break, we were sitting on 5-1. It looked like it was still potentially recoverable. NSS did actually take a round back, but then Moravanka actually was a really outstanding play from Tornado. The way they, I mean, you wanted to talk about specifically the start of the match and the positioning there, Rockstar.
Yeah, so when we get the telestrator up, I'll break it down in a second and just show.
Oh yes, actually, so, my bad, we do have an interview right now with the winning team, so let's jump over with Matt Andrews.
Thanks very much, guys. Great work again. Great work near you. Right, we have our final lineup then. We got an EU team in it. We expected at least one CIS team, and we always thought before this tournament Tornado would be one of them, and maybe there'd be another. It's you versus Ding. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your support, all. Thank you.
Good win for you guys, and with real momentum, as our analysts and casters were saying. You really got the wind in your sails and just sort of kept going. Was it an easier game than you expected?
It's easy game for us because of our moral that we support each other, and people who know us know that we support each other player. We just play as a team, and if we lose every battle, we just fight as a lion in next battle. That's why we can come back, and that's why we can rise and fight again.
4 mouses, though, in that final round. That's not something we've seen all weekend. That's a little unusual.
It's unusual for us to be the third time in final of the grand final. But as you know, in 2016 we lose because of the problem with Stone and Apollo. And that's why we lose the champion of the grand final 2016.
Okay, so yeah, let's address that. You have the chance now to retain that. You won it in 2015 as Hellraisers. Yeah, we had some fun in the grand final last year. Okay, some interesting things we hadn't seen. Great performance from Ding, though, throughout this weekend and making it to the final. We expected you in the final. People weren't predicting Ding would be your opponents. So that's going to be a tough game, but a game you're confident in?
Yeah, sure. We need to be confident to have a chance fight with them and have a chance to win this grand final. Also, Dink is so super performance comment because of their win against Na'Vi and the win against other American and European team. That's why we need to be really aggressive and really strong to beat them.
Okay, we're expecting a really aggressive final then. One more thing from you, Niyu. You are getting a lot of support here in the VTB Ice Palace. Great cheers from this amazing crowd who've joined us today, who are celebrating. But for everybody who couldn't be here and your fans in other regions, is there anything you want to say to them?
I can say that you're amazing. Thank you for your support. Just watch this grand final and we can do what you want. We can win this grand final, and I really hope that we win it.
Of course you do. Congratulations, Niyu. Do what the man said. Don't go anywhere. The grand final between them and Ding, and that is well worth a look.
Niyu looking to get his hands back on that title. It was with Na'Vi last season. It's only one more match away from him this season. Now, as we were saying earlier on, the players are participating in all the action up on stage. You guys at home can also participate in a little bit of fun by joining in our quest system. Simply go to your local World of Tanks portal, follow the instructions there, and that will allow you to participate in the fun where you can potentially win some tanks. If you're on social media, you can also join in. Send us a hashtag with using WOTGF2017 or hashtag #WatchPlayWin. Send us any funny pictures. Send us your predictions as well. It's always interesting to hear what people are expecting to win. Now, we're going to have a short break to get things set up for the final match. When we come back, we won't actually be going straight into the finals. I'll be joined here up on the desk by two special guests from Wargaming to talk about the patch we've just had and the main things added into it, and also looking ahead to the future and some interesting content I'm sure you guys are going to be excited about. So, very interesting segment coming back after the break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. I am joined here by two special guests from Wargaming. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves.
Sure. I'm Thane Lyman, the product director for World of Tanks PC.
Hi guys, my name is Miloš Jeřábek and I'm the development director in World of Tanks PC.
So rather than me try and pronounce Miloš's surname there, I thought it'd be easier to let these guys introduce themselves. Now, World of Tanks has gone through a heck of a lot of changes, especially this past year. A lot more kind of refinement rather than lots of more stuff added, a lot more kind of sharpening what we have already and improving on it.
Yeah, it did. So we've put out 5 major updates in 2016. We feel pretty good about where we've been going. We've tried to really change the way that we've developed things, making more improvements and efficiency to the team itself and the structure, and the way that we interact with everybody out there, with the team, with the community, with the players. Ryan, I'll tell you just really briefly. I mean, this isn't something we always get perfectly right.
Yeah,
I got to admit that, and I think that the folks who know what I'm talking about. But it's something that matters to us a lot, and I hope that people can realize that we're doing a lot better now than we were a year and a half ago than when we started.
Yeah.
But it's really been, look, in 16 we got out anything from, a physics update, a major sound update, a lot of UI changes, the spotting and visibility system that Miloš, you can talk about a bit, holiday, New Year's event, Swedish Tree. I mean, it was a big year for us.
It was pretty busy. We started by looking into the mod community and looking into what are the most popular mods that we could actually bring to the game, so players actually have the best possible experience from the get-go. So I think we actually introduced quite important ones. For example, the damage lock was one of the most popular mod. Of course, the spotting changes, Stein said, that was a big one. It actually started us really tiny optimization feature on the server side, and then when the guys actually showed us what it did, that was actually huge for us because it changed the gameplay quite a bit.
Yep.
It was pretty significant.
The way that we do the updates as well, testing is a big change for us. In 16 we introduced the concept of a sandbox because we wanted to make sure we were getting player feedback early at a time that we could actually do something with it. The old way of common test, super test, all that, it gave us about a month, really, from the time that we started going into test to when we were out. And with only a month, you can't really make any significant changes. You're really doing, triage and damage control kind of stuff mostly. So getting the sandbox in allows us to really start taking on player feedback at a time that it's way, way back early in the development process and make that stuff real and relevant for us.
Yeah, I mean, I myself, many people watching this might know or might not know, I used to work with Wargaming, and I was there when the sandbox was announced. So to me, that was a huge thing. It's like, whoa, like they're really opening up the testing, and with what you're saying, it changed a lot of the way that feedback was gathered, a lot of the way that interactions were done, and especially touching on that, there is kind of, a hot topic in the community right now that has been addressed in a separate video, which can be found on the World of Tanks Facebook. We're not going to go into too much detail on that because it has been covered already. There's no point in continuing to go over old ground, but a lot of the interactions between company and player, it's not like in the past people maybe thought that it wasn't so open, but certainly now it's a lot more open, and you guys here talking to the players, giving us more information and stuff like that, it's exactly what people want, and there's a heck of a lot to talk about, and especially going back to, for example, the patch we've just had, 9.18, that's been a huge change to the game realistically with the new stuff being added in.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, honestly, when you look at 9.18, when you make a change to what I've called the unholy trinity,
yes,
right? The things that players were complaining about for years, literally years before last year. Maps, Matchmaker, SPG. That's always the big three, right? And in 9.18, we made changes to, not only did we introduce light tanks that go now to tier 10, and that makes changes and that helps with some of the matchmaking frustration, especially around scout matchmaking for lights. But we made changes in the matchmaker itself, which hits the matchmaker piece, but also hit one of the major complaints about maps.
Yeah.
It's not all the complaints, but the complaint about repetition, right? geez, I've been playing and I'm on Himmelsdorf and I'm on Himmelsdorf again and I'm on Himmelsdorf again and I love Himmelsdorf. Oh, look, Winter Himmelsdorf.
Yes.
Great. You know, making that change helps out with that. And then obviously the SPGs, you know, a huge thing. So yeah, it's probably the most significant update that we've ever done, really.
I believe so. And, you know, it started many months ago, and it went through, like, when we were first time doing the sandbox on the first iteration, we had to actually take many things away because players actually clearly said, this is not for us, this is actually not something that we want. From that moment onwards, we actually started focusing more on the PCs and actually spread it instead of actually doing massive rebalance of everything. We ended up by basically rebalancing 2 of 5 classes anyway.
Yeah, so. and with that, I mean, going back to Sandbox as well, I mean, the first thing that we can really talk about here, 9.18, is artillery. That came in the Sandbox, big changes to it, big reactions from the crowd, huge knee-jerk reactions from the community. You guys were very vocal about some of that stuff, but I have to say, I think personally that what we've got now is a really nice system.
Yeah, and you know, look, this is, to your point, I mean, this was on Sandbox last July, right?
Last July was the first iteration.
Yeah. And we went through a lot of rounds of iteration to try to do this. I mean, it's a huge change to the class. It's not like just tuning and tweaking. It's a fundamental structural change to what it's supposed to do. Moving it away from being this, you know, this sort of occasional, mostly missing, but occasional one-shot death machine that doesn't make anybody feel good.
Yeah, or maybe the arty player.
Well, no, because, you know, again, most times you're missing, right? So, you know, as an arty guy, you go, you wait, 90 minutes later, you get to, you know, you reload, you get to shoot, and then you miss, and you go, fuck! And then, you know, and then if you're the guy on the other side, you know, you're driving along, you're minding your business, you know, you peek out and it's time to go back to the garage.
Yeah.
So it managed to frustrate both sides. Now you've got something that does a different job, right? That is a support class. It allows arty players to be a little more consistent with what it does. You're not going to one-shot nuke a bunch of dudes, but you're going to be able to use that stun effect to whittle the guys down. And then if you're working well with your team, if they see that a guy's stunned and they come, you know, rushing in at a clip, it can be a short work for the, you know, for the enemy at that point.
Yeah, and with the changes to artillery, I mean, it wasn't just simply, like, if you like, dumbing down or toning down the damage, was it, Milos? There's lots of other stuff changed with it as well.
Exactly, that was impossible. You know, like, as soon as you give something away, you actually need to give up on the other side. So, of course, the alpha was the first thing we had to actually tune and go down quite significantly. But then we actually look into how to improve the accuracy. So now you can actually shoot a little bit more precisely. It's not that every single, like you have to shoot 3 or 4 times to be finally able to hit something. The aiming time actually reduced, so you can be way more reactive on different situations on the battlefield. Because previous, like, you were really hoping that the guys will actually come from this corner, because if I have to actually aim on all the way on the other side, oh my, I'm definitely gonna wait for that one.
Yeah, it's almost like playing a heavy where you kind of have to pick a line, you know, which one are you going to play?
Well, it's your T95 going to the battlefield on Malinovka. Like, you will take a while.
Pick your route at the start. Also the aim mode as well, the alternative view's been a big change as well, how to lob the shells.
As I said, we were looking into the mods overall, and this was actually one of the things that we recognized, like, hey, we definitely want to get there. And now when the artist role is not actually picking one target, but more likely about hitting group of targets.
Clumping.
Exactly, clumping. The new alternative mode is much better for situations when you actually need to really take care of the battlefield, not from the, you know, bird eye or general mode, but actually really look into the obstacles and what the reaction will be around.
Okay, and then another big change that came in 9.18, which was another kind of, you know, long-term coming thing, if you like, for a lot of players, was changing to the matchmaker and the way the vehicles are kind of matched up against each other and balanced, if you like.
Yeah. So there's a lot of benefits, I think, to what's gone on in the matchmaker. I mean, look, the old matchmaker, you had a lot of problems, and I mean, I don't have to tell that to the community, but because they certainly told us. But you know, things like, for example, really occasionally really bizarre distributions. You know, you get, you know, there's a ton of TDs on one side and, you know, and almost none on the other. Really bad tier setups, you know, occasionally, especially again when you combine it with like the scout matchmaking stuff. If you're the one poor soul who's a tier 4 light and you're facing, and then the rest of the match is basically a bunch of tier 7s. You know, that's like, those are the matches that I used to call the go get a sandwich matches, you know?
Yeah,
like,
we're talking about earlier, yeah.
Yeah, like I guess I'm gonna. Not a lot I can do here. You know, it's almost like they sort of pat you on the head and go, "Hey, listen, why don't you just sit in a bush?"
Yeah, you're okay. The other team's got a tier 4. Go find them.
Yeah. Good luck, right? It's only surrounded by all the tier 7s. So, you know, doing away with that, I think, was a big advantage for us. Moving to a system that had more predictability around it. You know, Milos, you can talk more about some of the specifics in it.
Sure thing. So the system is template based. So it means that we have the template we would like to see, 3, 5, 7. What it means is that, you know, 3 top tiers versus 7 bottom tiers, they still can actually get down to 3 guys. It's not like if it's opposite, then it's a problem, because the poor 3 guys will be actually bottom tier. So we set up actually a level of different templates, because of course we would love if every single battle will be like this, but then you will be waiting for quite long. So especially in cases that when actually there's not so many players, or the tier is actually not so popular. So what we are doing is that we are looking into different setups, different templates, depends on the activity, and then we are trying to mix and match the quality versus the time that you are waiting in the queue.
Yeah.
But the main idea is that it should never be that the guys on top are too strong. They always need to have actually the bottom actually fighting them well enough, so they have actually chance to really do something in the field.
It balances out, right? Because then if you're the low tier guy, you've got something to do, right? Like you're going to have a role, you're going to have a purpose, you're going to have some kind of effectiveness. I mean, with very few top tiers, of course, if you're top tier, you look around, you're like, tasty gazelles. Yeah, great, right? But it turns out that apparently in this particular jungle, if there's a horde of gazelles, it won't work out that well for the lion, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, there's an opportunity, right? Everybody gets to do something, and I think that's the best part of the new matchmakers. You don't just end up going like, I got no way to affect this battle.
Yeah, I mean, and tying in with that as well, I mean, you said earlier, Milos, that you tackled 2 of the 5 classes, and we saw some big changes to light tanks as well. I mean, certainly we're seeing it here in the tournament. We're seeing a lot of the high-tier light tanks being used for different positions, and that's been quite a big change. I mean, are you happy with how they've turned out?
For sure. So when we started, you know, we knew that the matchmaker for LTs wasn't ideal. You know, it's great if you have actually one thing, one system, and then you are playing with your friend, you take actually your LT and a medium, and boom, you are playing +3 tier. Like, why? What's going on? So we knew that we have to fix it. At the same time, we knew that there is actually one more significant problem. Tier 7 LT versus tier 10 just didn't work out. As Stein said, sandwich time. Like, you know that you will be sitting in your bush and waiting, and hoping that the one RT that is on the other side is going to be yours at the end, because otherwise you cannot do actually much. So we knew that we have to actually rebalance them.
And that was another example as well of actually listening and looking at how things were, because on initial, you know, iterations of the tanks, some were quite stand out above and beyond other ones, weren't they? For example, like the T100.
For sure, and that was one of the things where I know that players had really emotional reaction about like, why are you changing this? This is great. Well, yeah, it was a little bit too great.
Yeah.
Basically, the line between mediums and LT was basically diminishing. It was going completely away, and we knew that we have to actually do something. You know, for LTs, damage dealt shouldn't be the major thing. Spotting should be the thing. And when we looked actually how players are playing and on the statistics, we found out that players are actually setting up the LTs, and they can actually easily set up the LTs in the contest 1 by just go rammer and go damage first. That wasn't something we wanted to. So we actually started, again, splitting them a little bit apart. So we kept the mobility and we kept the ability for spotting. We decreased it a little, so you actually have to go with binos. If you want to spot, you actually have to go with optics. But at the same time, we kept some of the combat abilities. So if you get actually on the top tier in, let's say, tier 10, in the T100 or in the WZ, in the Chinese one, you will have actually a lovely time.
Okay, and is it fair to say, Thane, that, I mean, with 9.18, that's not just done and dusted with 9.18, is it?
No.
You know?
Yeah, no, look, so, you know, when you make these kinds of changes, any one of these things would be a significant change, right? A thing that you could really hang a whole update around. When you do all of these together, you know, this many changes, these significant of a set of changes, you're going to have to make a lot of adjustments. And it's not like you can just go, well, 7 days in, here's how it's playing. You know, especially with the SPGs, like this is a major, major change, right? So what you need is to be able to look at that and see how the players are playing when they've kind of had a chance to digest it, you know, and really understand. So 30 days, 60 days, 90 days in, I mean, we're going to keep making updates and changes on this. Look, overall, we're really happy with where the patch has landed. We're really happy with how it's came out. But there's a ton of work that we know that we have to do. We know already we have to do, and then we're going to have to keeping really tight on the stats and on the data over those time periods.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to make the immediate knee-jerk reaction, do you? You want to do it incremental, see how it affects it, incremental again, and then you can have the better picture. And I think 9.18's been a really awesome change to the game. I certainly think that it's improved a lot of things for the game, and it certainly has been one of my favourite patches, to be honest. It adds a lot of changes to the game, and already you guys are hard at work on 9.19.
Yeah,
about to go out.
Yep. Yeah. So first week of June, you know, we'll get 9.19 out. It's.
Are you sure about that timescale there? Just to be clear.
Yes.
Milos, you're with me here. It was Stain that said that, not me, not Milos.
Now, even Milos can actually confirm that it's gonna be in the first week of June.
Okay, I just don't want anything out there saying Ektar said that. You know.
Right.
Wash your hands.
No. So and it's all about ranked battles. I mean, that's not the only feature, obviously, in 9.19, but the kind of the star of the show, right? With all this balance work behind us now, at least in terms of getting it out there. Now it's time to get into some feature development again, right, and get something out for players. And ranked battles really is about being able to give end game content, you know, for our tier 10s, and address a segment of the community, you know, our most competitive players who have been telling us for the longest time they want to face off against the other best players out there to prove where they stand, right, prove where they lie.
Yeah, me and Milos were talking about this earlier on, and you know, you want to measure up against your fellow player. You want to be the one to come in the office and say, "What's your rank? You know, I'm better than you, mate."
Of course, like we are playing this game because we are competitive. We want to compete the others. We want to show our friends, like, "Hey, I'm better than you in this thing," and it's really important for us to actually support this idea.
Yeah.
And specifically with regards to the mechanics, how does it work in ranked? I mean, is there an opportunity to join in as a group, or is it always going to be something you join in as a solo player?
So this is solo players only, so no platoons. It's tier 10 only. So you have actually now finally a chance to actually bring your tier 10 into the game for something serious. The main model is that you have a season that is 4 weeks, and it contains from 4 parts. Each of the part is 7 days long. And you have 5 ranks that you actually can go all the way up during each of these sessions, each of these 7 day cycles.
I was going to say, like, yeah, so advancement, so how does that work? I mean, at the start, it's going to be, I guess, quite chaotic as everyone kind of defines their level of play.
Yeah, and so, look, the way that you rank up, right, is through success in battle. Now, pretty quickly, because the ranks, especially at the low ranks, you can kind of blow through them, you know, faster. You get to the mid, and then it's harder to get to the top. The players who are really good, probably you guys.
Definitely not me.
Right?
Like right now, anyone who knows me is going to be like, this guy's the clan called. I'm clan commander of a clan called Tomato. I mean, like,
oh, God.
I like your name.
Totally, it's just not going to happen, you know.
All right, then maybe you and I can be playing together in the ranks.
We'll try and beat each other.
Yeah, the guys who are quick, though, right? The guys who are good, what's going to happen is they're going to rank up pretty quickly, and they're going to get to those high-tier matches, right? And then for the guys who are more the average players, you know, for us, it's going to be about, can we get ourselves up into the middle, you know, and maybe get some level of lucky. But the thing is, it's not just your own, it's not just win-lose, right? I mean, it's about, if you finish top 12 in a winning side, then you'll get sort of you'll get a notch on your belt, right?
Okay.
You'll get a chevron, that'll move you towards the next rank.
Okay.
You get enough of them, you get to the next rank. But if you're in the bottom 3 of a winning team, you don't get that because, you know, you kind of got carried, right?
Yeah, you didn't really control. I mean, okay, everyone can have a bad game, but you're not really helping the team win realistically, are
exactly.
you? You know?
Yeah. And on the other side, though, if you're bottom 3 of the losing team, or sorry, if you're top 3 of the losing team, you're still going to be able to get that notch on your belt. You'll get your chevron because, you know, you did a great job, and it would not be fair, right, in that instance to punish you for, for what is overall a team failure maybe, even though you had a good individual performance. Because the goal of this, again, is not just to compare who's got a better win rate, it's who's the actual better player.
Yeah, who had the individual performance. And with the weighting of the 3 best losers and the top 12 winners, they count as the same, don't they? It's not like the winners get a higher or a better notch or extra notch.
That's right. Yeah, if you go up, you go up.
So you can actually be highly ranked by just losing all your battles but being a good player.
Well,
it is all about your skill level, you as the individual.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be a real surprise. It'd be a hell of a horrible time if the guy just lost over and over and over again, but was constantly top 3 of the losing team. But it could happen.
It could happen, indeed. It could happen. And now, with this new rank system, we have a different type of reward that's going to be coming into game as well from that, aren't we?
Yes. So we are bringing new rewards. There are 2: Equipment Plus and something we call directives. For these, there will be new currency in a game called bonds, and you will be actually giving the bonds after bought each of the ranks that you will go, and then actually big amount at the end, based of course on the leaderboards or where you ended. And you will be able to actually choose from these on your own. It's basically a shop where you can actually buy it. The Equipment Plus, it's the old traditional equipment that you all know, and we have them actually all, like Rammer or Reaper Kit.
Okay.
And these will be a little bit better. They are not going crazy, but they will actually improve your stats of your vehicles. You will get actually some competitive advantage. And for the directives, there's actually a system that can improve either your crew or your equipment. In the crew, one of my favorite ones is that occasionally when you actually start playing new tank, you have a problem with your Sixth Sense.
Okay, yeah.
Problem meaning that it doesn't exist.
You don't have it.
The amount of times you go into battle, you think you've got Sixth Sense, you don't get Sixth Sense, you go, how was I spotted? And you realise that it was because you didn't have Sixth Sense.
Right. Yeah. So you can actually use the directive that works really similar as the personal reserve.
Okay.
So you will activate it. It's only for one use only.
Okay.
And for the one battle, in case of the Sixth Sense directive, you will actually get a perk, Sixth Sense, for your crew member, for your commander.
Kind of like a skill consumable in a way.
Exactly.
Yep.
So
Okay.
you will be able to have this, and even in case that, for example, your commander does have the Sixth Sense, it will improve his skill. It will be a little bit faster, a little bit more edgier. So you will be able to, in your LT, for example, from 919, you will be able to react a bit faster.
That's going to be really desirable. It's going to be really desirable.
I hope so.
And we were talking earlier on about how there's a kind of measuring up against each other, and that means that we're going to have. I mean, we're getting changed to the Hall of Fame that we currently have. I mean,
yes. So when I joined Wargaming and World of Tanks team 1 year ago, it was pretty funny because one of the meetings, one of the first ones, was actually talk about the Hall of Fame and the changes into it. And my first question was like, guys, could you explain what's Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
After the 6 years of playing the game, after being there from the beta times, with almost 14,000 medals, I didn't know about the Hall of Fame. I didn't even know. And in that moment, I was like, yeah, this is actually a good thing to fix, because I think I should know about it. So we'll be reworking it completely. We'll be focusing way more on what really matters for you as a player. It's not cool if you actually see, okay, so I'm 100,050 in the leaderboard. That's not something.
It doesn't bear any relevance for you.
No, and at the same time, not every single vehicle has the same stats that should be actually showed. Is really necessary to show with Batchat damage blocked? Well, if you get damage blocked on Batchat, really good stuff. It's probably not going to happen for a while.
Yeah, you're not going to have someone going, guess how much damage I've got blocked in my Batchat. You're like, mate, tell me how much damage you've got blocked in your mouse as an average, then we can talk.
So we will be not only actually building the Hall of Fame for you, so it's going to be actually looking into which tanks you are playing, which tank is your best, what are the best stats on your best tank, and then we will be looking into the things that really matters to you. Like in mouse, it's going to be damage blocked. With Batchat, it's going to be the damage dealt. Or for LTs, it's going to be the spotting. So we will really show you the numbers that matters, and actually then compare you towards the others based on these data.
Yeah. Okay. And look, the important thing again is that think about the old rating system, think about the old Hall of Fame, right? I mean, nobody they're not very understandable, right? And they're not really things that allow you to engage with content that's relevant to you, right? So the idea behind all this is to let you kind of pick what it is you want to focus on, and give yourself the ability, right, to pay attention to the stats that matter to you and to your vehicles that matter to you and so on.
And that's another thing that we are actually changing, the new rating. So the old rating didn't mean anything to players. You know, everyone was using win rate or win rate if they want to do something outside of the game. We acknowledge that, and we started building our own system together with the mod makers from the most important ones. And
okay, like tying in with like what you said with the artillery aim point, you know, you're taking the features that the community like, or the features that you tend to get used to a lot, and thinking how can we make more use of that in game if everyone's using it.
So we sit down with the best players, with the players who are using the systems, with competitive guys, and actually with mod makers, and look into what are the things. And we even found out that one of the things we need to do is actually comparing not type by type, not tier by tier, but even tank by tank. Because again, does it really matter for butt shot, the block damage? No. So for that, there needs to be something else. On the other hand, in mouse, the spotting is not the most important part, so there is no reason for having that in.
Yeah, and that shouldn't fundamentally affect your rating in a positive way, right?
Well,
I mean,
another way to look at it as well is that you're saying that in old systems, perhaps people could artificially inflate it by playing certain tanks or certain tiers. Now, this rank system is going to be something extremely awesome, because it's coming something, you know, very soon, and it's something that a lot of people have been, you know, looking forward to, measure up against each other. But also, like, long term, like, for example, we have Frontline, which we can get into in a minute, the bigger battles, the 30 on 30. But I've also heard something about Soviet tanks.
Yeah.
Changes to Soviet tanks.
Yeah, so if you look, last year, last setup, we started off with making changes to the German tree, right? As we made a more consistent view for what the mouse is, right? You know, because what it had been was you kind of played something that didn't really bear a lot of resemblance to the mouse, and then you played another one, and then now you've got this thing that's the sort of the super blocker, you know, holding the mega shield. Kind of the most pure example of the super heavy defender in the game. And so the idea was to create a more consistent experience on the way up, right? So that as you're tiering up, you're kind of mastering a play style,
right?
That is then expressed at tier 10 as sort of the, you know, the avatar of that play style. And then you'll see something similar with a lot of the other things with a lot of the other tank lines in the game over the course of time. And of course, you know, you go with the ones that are very popular, and so the Soviets are one of the first.
And one of the oldest, actually.
Yeah, one of the most in need of it. Yeah.
So we have actual needs, and we cannot go much to the details about like what's gonna change. What I can say is that these changes will definitely look into the top tiers. So IS-7 will definitely get some positive changes. Object 100, 40, and then of course the old premium tanks. You know, KV-5, T-55.
Okay, so there's going to be potential changes to premium tanks as well then?
Yes.
Okay, so
yeah, the
tanks,
old ones...
It's quite important that they're not untouchable, are they then? Because that's always something that the community's thought.
So we can actually improve them, and we are, okay, like Leve was a good example, you know. It was my first premium tank that I bought actually 5.5 years ago. Was I using it lately? No, there was no reason, because as the other tanks actually were coming up, Leve just lost the competitive edge.
Okay.
Yeah. So look, taking a thing that somebody's bought and reducing its quality, that's not something you want to do, right? But taking something that somebody paid for and then saying, hey, we want to make it better, especially when like Milos is describing, where it's a scenario where maybe it was good back then, but because of all the other things that have gone on in the game, it's really just not all that good. You know, we're trying to kind of restore some former glory, or just bring it up competitively to what other things are in the game now. That's a good thing for us to do. We did a lot of that actually over the course of the last year.
We did.
And now it's kind of hitting some of the ones that were maybe but had some issues, were bad, but weren't like at the bottom of the heap, right?
Okay, so the kind of main idea then is to look to a restructure of the tech tree so that it's just a familiarity with the playstyle as you're going there. So medium, middle turret, or back turret, or front turret, or a heavy armor. You stick with the heavy armor. It's not like suddenly you go from a medium armor to a heavy armor, or a medium to a heavy, then to a heavy again, or something.
Yeah, at the very least, the playstyle evolution should be consistent.
Exactly. Like there could be some small subtle changes, or shift shifts at some point, but
Okay.
it shouldn't be that you are jumping like back and forth. You know,
Okay.
The case with the mouse was the best example ever because there were actually huge changes between. You have the Tiger P, then you were going to VKs, then you were going to the rear turret VK, and then you actually jump into mouse. There were actually massive changes from.
Yeah, for the playstyle there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the British TD line is a great example of it, right? You know, you're hopping along on this, sort of a plotter, and then
That's
suddenly
what I'm trying to work my way through that right now. And
you get the Electo, and you're whoop, 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 and then all of a sudden it's the ATs, and you're Jason from Friday the 13th, right? Plotting
the gun on one side, and it's great if you get a rock on this side, but if the rock's on that side, you're having to go all the way around. Yeah.
So that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, so it's a lot of that.
Okay, that's good to know that. I mean, it's really interesting to know that that this change is potentially coming to the tech trees and stuff. Now, also, we've seen a lot of frontline testing right now on the sandbox server, the 30 versus 30 mode.
Yes.
That's getting a lot of attention as well because people have been asking for a long time for bigger maps, and maps is something you talked about earlier on. How's that going right now?
It's, overall it's going really well. We've gotten a ton of really great feedback from the community that's been helping us out and test. I mean, it's remarkably positive overall in terms of what we're being told. And so we feel really good about moving forward with that. That's one that we're working with, with this collaboration with Bongfish. You guys have heard about that before. Studio based in Austria. And that's been really exciting. I think the other thing that's been cool is that not only have we seen Frontline kind of working, but that we've also said, kind of through the test said, we could do something with 30 on 30, but in random battles as well, right? And be able to make something out of that.
So we were basically trying two things. One was this completely separate mode. That was the Frontline.
Okay.
The second one was bigger maps with more people on it and few experiments. Like one of them was pretty crazy, and it was actually one of my favorite ones because it was crazy in a good and bad way occasionally as well. And we were testing: is it fun? Is it something that would be actually interesting for players? Is it something that we can actually build? Maybe some of the later tiers like tier 8, 9, 10 around, and give it as another option for the random, being still part of the matchmaker, but giving an option to player to actually play that.
Because it's something that you want to be inclusive. You don't want it something that like the slow tanks are completely left out of it, and the mediums and lights become dominant. It has to be relevant, so that involves everyone, and it's fun for everyone still at the end of the day.
It's really tricky because bigger map means more space, means more traveling. So mediums are a bit better, lights as well, but you need to actually build it so all the different vehicles or the different classes and types of vehicles will still have fun.
And that's also why you've got the objective-based system in it as well. It gives some people something to do rather than just sit in a bush and farm damage. Farm damage all the time. Now, another thing, I mean, this is something I already know about because I've already saw it, and you guys are about to get more information about it as well, is the beautiful new maps that we're starting to see teased out recently.
Yeah, the client core work, Core 5.0, has been work that's been going on for quite a while. I mean, I think this again was something where a lot of the tech work I was seeing really even in the middle of last year, early middle of last year, and it looks amazing. And the great thing is a lot of the tech work is now really wrapping up. We're really into the optimizations phase on that, making sure that the perf can be good, as low down as it can possibly be. So now the work has kind of shifted from building the system to actually building the content that supports the system, because you have to make changes to the maps, and it's not just make it prettier, it's make it capable of handling technical things that it wasn't able to handle before.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are not holding back. It's not like we're just going to add in a couple of new rocks and some trees. This is like complete map overhauls that we're seeing.
We are completely reworking the maps. So basically almost everything on the map is changing.
Yeah.
And we are keeping the core, we are keeping the gameplay on the map. That's not something we would like to change. So if you knew how to play mines before, you'll be able to play mines afterwards as well. The position will be the same.
Yeah.
What we are changing is the fundamental visuals. From even occasionally we are playing with the mood of the map, a little bit with the setting.
Lighting, time of day.
Exactly, to really make it shine. And there's a lots of really cool things in there. But as you guys said, like it's really key for us to keep the performance. So it's not going to be only for the top guys, but even the guys with the low spec machines will be able to play our game.
We'll some advantage. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not saying it's going to look as it looks, no, but we will make sure that it's not going to be worse. It's still going to look good.
And look, the other you know, so we showed obviously Abby in at WG Fest, right? Then we showed Mines, we showed Cliffs. So now we've got something else that we can show. We should kick over the video because I think we've got Vitaly and Natalia who can tell us about it.
We've talked enough here about it. We're teasing you guys a little bit too much. So let's have a look at that new video with some gorgeous looking new maps.
Hello, I'm the art director for World of Tanks. Today we'll give you a short outline of the map upgrade process. Some time ago we announced the new graphics, and work is in full swing. Many of you may wonder what takes us so long, but actually there's a lot to be done.
The introduction of the new lighting on maps became the starting point for all changes in graphics that are now being implemented in the big tanks. Behind the new lighting is the well-known technology of physically based shading. Now our tanks and objects in a scene on a map will look exactly like they would in real life. Lighting works differently. We've got many real reflections, re-reflections, and reflexes. This photorealistic image will look the same as an object would in real life. Besides lighting, we have a large number of other technological novelties that help us make a really cool picture.
And all this new HD content should work just as well on low-spec PCs. But the main challenge is to actually leave the gameplay unchanged. And doing this takes the lion's share of our time. It's really hard to create an addictive project, stuff it with graphics, add objects, but leave everything generally intact.
We are striving for a higher level of map detail. Therefore, we have an increased number of both large and small objects. They're quite numerous now. They all need to be reworked from geometry to texture atlases. That means a whole lot of work, and everyone is doing their best to deliver high quality in a short time.
The difficulty is that before that you had this rock, this low poly boulder. And now we have to use 10 times more polygons while preserving the lines of fire. Not only should this rock look natural, it should be a photogrammetried stone. Imagine how many rocks like that are scattered across the map and work as a pillar for gameplay. The same for mounds, piles and bushes. Everything should be of exactly the same shape, located in the same places, so everything remains the same.
Besides that, while all our new content needs to be optimized, we really want to strive to keep the FPS untouched, and we work really hard to ensure that it's not just our players, with the maximum graphics presets, who notice a significant increase in visual quality, but also the guys who play on average settings.
It may sound simple, but in reality it means months and months of meticulous work. Sometimes the guys like the result so much, they just wouldn't stop. What can be formulated in one paragraph actually turns into 2 sheets of new technologies. Not to mention the details on how to apply them.
We work very hard and put in a lot of energy and effort to give you a really cool experience.
We have many maps. Delivering state-of-the-art quality while retaining the gameplay is extremely hard, but we're doing our best to give you not only cool gameplay, but also cool graphics. Be patient, the release is coming soon.
Every time I see that, like, I was like, there's the rock that I got all excited about before. The battleship beside Himmelsdorf for the map getting opened up. It's just so stunning. It looks so good. When? Well, I'm not going to put you on the spot and see when. but that looks absolutely fantastic.
Thanks, man. And thanks for having us here. We appreciate it. I mean, it is great to be able to talk to the guys, to be able to tell everybody what we're doing, and especially at an event like this, you know, to really be able to make great use of the time at the Grand Finals. We hope everybody's enjoying the show. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys, for being here and talking about 9.18. I mean, it's a huge change. It's great to have that direct information, and especially on the new stuff, you know, the changes that we're going to be seeing, and the fact that, you know, it's not done and dusted. You're always open for feedback. There's always potential for things to change. Yeah, looking forward to the future and seeing what comes, for sure, definitely. Okay, now we're going to take a short break because right after this we have the grand final match of the grand finals. That is going to be Ding, back-to-back EU season champions, taking on Tornado Energy, the current champions of the CIS region. These teams have both been playing absolutely fantastic throughout this tournament, and well, me as an EU presenter and caster, I'm going to put my vote here into Ding. Do you guys have any predictions for this one?
Oh man, what's the old line? pain.
Pain,
You know?
epic pain.
I think it's going to be a hell of a match.
Okay, looking forward to this one. Please stick around after the break, guys, and we'll be right back with the rest of the show. Thanks for watching.
See you on the battlefield.
evening and welcome back to the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017, and especially a big hello to all the viewing parties taking place right now across Europe, organised by the World of Tanks community. For those not familiar with the setup here, my name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. I'll be your host for the remainder of today's show. Joining me here on the desk is one of my co-hosts for the entire season is Mihailo Still Mojo Jugovic, and then we have from the North America region, James Rockstar Grieve. Gentlemen, how much are you looking forward to this final match?
This is it, man. What we were waiting for entire year, the best match that should be, and it's Europe against Russia. Sorry, James.
Yeah, well, I mean, first time we've had a European team in the finals. It's going to be pretty crazy. Sadly, not Na'Vi versus Tornado, a rematch that everyone wants to see after last year's final. It went 7-6. However, Ding have played fantastic all week long. They're here versus Tornado. Tornado just put on a clinic the round before versus NSS. So I'm really excited to see what happens between these two.
Yeah, it seems to be every time we kind of tip NSS for a bit of glory, it just all comes crumbling down at the end. Tornado Energy coming through to this final, defeating Not So Serious 7-2 in the match we just had before this break. And prior to that, the first match of the day, we had Ding taking on Elevate, with the hopes and dreams of America there sadly being crushed as Ding defeated them 7-2. Both semi-finals, convincing wins for the teams that went through.
But we must commend that that group that gave the birth to NSS and Elevate was actually the only group where two teams passed from. So Elevate definitely did what they needed.
Yep, and we can see on the screen here some of these highlights from the matches. I mean, you can see the anguish in the players' faces today and the excitement, and also the frustration on some of them.
Positive. Well, if he doesn't kill 3 people, it's not enough.
It's never enough damage there for Positive. High fives all round as well, we see coming in a lot of the time there. Almost every single time a team does well, don't they? They all get excited with that, Rockstar.
Yep, some teams, like as Daki pointed out earlier. Oh, that was awesome.
Was Hulkinic not surprised?
Yeah,
not very happy in that situation there.
If he goes green, run.
Okay, now we have a little ceremony here for the introduction of the final match. So if you don't mind, folks, we're just going to sit back and enjoy the show here. Absolutely awesome setup there for the final match here today. You can see there the trophy just appearing out of stage. Just boom, trophy out of nowhere.
Well, here we are, mate. 12 teams, 84 players started this grand finals. Back to 2 teams and 14 left.
Indeed, we started off 12 teams. We had our qualification matches, our playoff matches, if you like, group stages, my bad. On Tuesday and Wednesday there, we dropped down from 12 into 8. Yesterday, those 8 teams played in our quarter-final matches. We had to say goodbye to 4 of them. Then today, those 4 teams went through 2 semi-finals, and now it is the final match. On stage right now, Tornado Energy against Ding. Our hopes and dreams here, James, you know, we're going to go with Ding. What do you think is going to happen in this match?
Tornado looked so good earlier. It's hard to root against them. Now, one thing I do want to say is we've been talking about the 12 teams that have made it here. You have to remember all these teams, they didn't just play through this tournament the last week. They've played for over the last year, through seasons 1 and 2. They put in hundreds of hours of practice, and that is why they're the best. That is why they're here. Sacrifice, hours, time. All they had to do to get here, match after match after match, and now it's down to this.
Of course, now on stage right now we have Near You from Tornado Energy, and also Hulknik here from the European region. Now the crowd here, I guess they're you know, favourites for the Russian teams, but they've been making a lot of noise for Ding as well, Mojo, haven't they?
Of course, Hulknik is always famous person here. And I believe Ding really earned the respect and place here. They fought their way through. They even beat Na'Vi, the people's favorite here. I mean, there is no reason to hold grudge. They'll just cheer for the better games.
These teams couldn't be more focused for this match. Ding, you know, I interviewed Hulknik at the end of last season. It was the end of this season, actually. And I said, you know, do you have any final words for there? And he said, you know what? I hope everyone can see that the European teams have what it takes to take on the Russian teams. Because it's always been that Russian dominance. And I want to show people, you know, that we can do it. We can go toe-to-toe with them. And boy, have they shown that so far in this tournament.
I just think it will be better when all that skill transfers all over the regions, so we have really high competitive scene. And we are getting there. We are really getting there because all the regions progress through the grand finals to the grand finals. Stomps are really hard to achieve now.
Yeah, I mean, we never really had a complete stomping. I think the most we had was 7-2, and even then they always kind of started off on fairly equal terms until the teams got a read of each other. I mean, let's go and talk about the other teams we've had as well here. I mean, not to take anything away from these 2 teams, but for example, Elevate here, Rockstar, they really stepped up their game, didn't they?
Yeah, well, just the roster they put together and the countless hours they put in. They would wake up sometimes on Saturday morning, they would scrim an EU or an RU team in the morning. They'd take a break for a few hours and then go back for another couple hours scrimming an NA team. They just put in hours upon hours upon hours to get there, and they want to improve. They want to be the best. They want to win this eventually. So sadly, not going to be this year, but I guarantee you they're going to stick around. They're going to be back next year.
Come back stronger indeed. I mean, that's something the teams can always take. It's a learning experience. You come here, you get the experience. Some teams really crumble with the pressure, and other ones just step up and they live to it. I mean, we had that with the EU season finals, Mojo. We talked to the teams there for the first time, like Gohard was saying, what do you guys think? And they were like, you know, it wasn't that bad.
I mean, some of the guys here that from Ding already actually played in the finals of the grand finals, but not in this team. They were in Virtus. Grand finals 1 against Na'Vi, Koritz and Break were already there. They know the feeling. This is new set of friends here. Maybe they will make it this time.
Yep, maybe indeed. Now, the first thing to get underway and get sorted for this matchup, this clash of these 2 titans, is which 2 maps are going to be banned out and we will not be seeing today. Tornado Energy banning out Steps, which is the map that they showed new fancy tactics on. That's surprising to me.
Not too surprising, considering that was one of their regular bans, I believe, during the last regular season. So it's not too surprising.
My bad. I'm thinking about Not So Serious.
Yeah, you're thinking of NSS. This was one of their regular bans that the map they're not really that comfortable on, so that's not surprising at all. Muravanka getting banned for Ding. Muravanka is a map that tends to go 1-1, so it's kind of a surprising ban for Ding.
It's just the worst map for both.
Yeah.
Ding absolutely plays it horrible and has a low win rate, and Tornado was just banning Steps entire season, so no practice whatsoever on that.
Now here's an immediate interesting thing as well. Steps and Muravanka out, that means we're going to have 3 of the city maps. We're going to get Ghost Time, we're going to get Himmelsdorf, we're going to get Runeberg. Just in which order is going to be quite important as well.
Well, for one, we know Ghost Time is already there.
And after just seeing that previous round, Mines coming up, Tornado just put on a clinic on how to play Mines. And they did it as well yesterday in their match against Na'Vi. So hopefully Ding's been doing their homework and have been watching that to make some changes.
This is really dodgy now because we're coming in a finishing round on Ruinberg and Prokhorovka. That means probably the last one will again be Cliff, the Brawl map, if it comes to it, with big clashes.
Gonna be Cliff second to last.
Ruinberg the last one, who gets the defense, he has a jackpot there.
If it gets that far, I mean, we're going to have a break after the 6th round, so Himmelsdorf is going to be, you know, the time for teams to have a little bit of a rest and relaxation and come back strong, and God knows what the score is going to be. Ruinberg is also interesting as well, because Tornado is starting on the defense, and you said earlier, Mojo, Ding have an absolutely rubbish attack on Ruinberg.
Yeah, they're definitely not really brilliant there, but they have a good defense. But so far, what we've seen, Tornado has a super aggressive plays from both sides, and I would be worried again if I were Ding, if I'm relying on that part of the game to come back. Like, they need to keep head-to-head all the way.
Okay, now it's time for, you know, the really serious moment. Predictions for the match, Mojo.
Ha! Europe all the way, but I think Tornado will win.
I'm going to go with Ding as well. Rockstar, who are you going for?
I'm going to have to go with Tornado. I think 7-4. I think Ding will stay close for the first couple rounds, but just like Tornado have done through every match they've played for the last couple days, it'll stay close, but once they kind of get into that groove, I think they'll just run away with it.
Okay, well, it is currently 2-1 right now for predictions. That means we need to get the most important prediction of all. It's going to be Tomato the Lobster. Bold choice there from Tomato the Lobster. Bold choice. I think I know what I might be eating tonight, Mojo.
You think you're gonna fish him out before Ducky?
That's actually a fair point. I'm not going to get it before Ducky. I'm surprised actually it's not cut to the camera yet and we've seen Ducky tapping on the glass behind it.
Hey, my little friend.
He said at the start, he's like, I wonder how big that is. He already had his eyes on that word from the start. Sorry, Ducky, I'm sorry, mate, but you said yourself you were going to go for it if it was there, if it was available. Yeah, I mean, Tomato he's been having some off predictions. He's been bang on with some other predictions.
I really think he's kind of listening to us sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna take a turn here.
He's never done a full deceptive, you know, turnabout, but generally, you know.
He's not super focused person.
I still want to know who he's fighting. We don't know the story there. We don't know the story with that other lobster. You know, what's the beef? Is that somebody else who was predicting before Tomato and lost?
Maybe it's his conscience fighting with him. Do not go that way.
But I will say a blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while, so you know he hasn't been right every time.
That is correct. I've to be honest, I stopped comparing each other. You know, I stopped seeing how I stood compared to Tomato. I'm pretty sure Tomato has out-predicted me for this entire series.
Not hard to believe.
Generally happens. There's either two things that happen when I try and predict a score. It never happens. It's like usually I'm the kiss of death for the team, or I nail it spot on. You know, so I never get a middle ground really.
The ground doesn't exist, man.
Let's be completely honest here. The Killzor, as much as it pains me to say this, is actually pretty damn spot on with a lot of his predictions, to be honest. I think he's got everything right so far that he's predicted.
I don't know. The dodgy ones he was not saying.
No. He said L over Elevate.
Okay.
There's one.
Hey, that was a fair one to go to be fair. That was a fair. He generally, I think the thing is he just generally every single time picks favourites. He never goes with the region loyalty. He always just goes with favourites. Daki said that before, you know. No favouritism, I think, you know. CIS all the way. He had that for Champions Rumble.
Well, mate, I am Europe all the way and I wish Ding all the luck, but after seeing Tornado dismantling NSS in a previous game, I'm like, wow, this is another level of the game, man.
Okay, so we're currently 2 for 2 for predictions. We're not going to be talking all the way through this match. It is going to be two casters
3-1,
with
right?
us.
You're the solely
3-1. Hey, no, I'm going with Ding as well. I actually really want to hear what the casters are going to predict. It is going to be the Killzor and Elfish Guy in for this final match, so let's hear what they have to say.
Cheers, Ryan. Yes, what an amazing moment to be a part of here at the World of Tanks Grand Finals 2017. We've got two amazing teams making it through here. And Daki, I noticed you've got a bit of a change to your wardrobe. What's going on here?
I just gotta support, you know, the EU region. I'm going with Ding. I'm supporting them. It's not even biased. It's just, you know, supporting your region, being with them. I believe they can do it if they bring everything they've got, but it's going to be have to be on the top of their game because Tornado looks like a force that doesn't want to stop.
Definitely, and obviously you've given us the prediction with your heart. Give me the prediction with your head.
7-4 Tornado.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to stick to the Tornado as well. I think they're the stronger team here at the moment, but going to have to hand it back to our analysts, and then soon we'll be underway with the match.
Okay, so Dekilzor and Jordan, or Dekilzor and Elfish Sky. Okay, Jordy and Jordan, Team JJ, as they like to be called, they are potentially looking into releasing a music single later on, I'm pretty sure.
Ducky actually found a head that can cover his head.
Here we go, actually. If you guys are following on social media, send us, use the hashtag WOTGF2017 or use the hashtag WatchPlayWin. Let us know what you thought was on the other side of Daki's hat. It had big on one side. What would it be on the other one? Because we never quite saw that. I'm interested to hear everyone's predictions for that, and I'm pretty sure Daki would too. Daki, good to see him, Mojo. He's going 100% region loyalty.
Well, he did play with the Ding guys, so he has a reason to support, definitely. I mean, that's his former team in one moment. A lot of friends, teammates there. I mean, they would probably stomp him to death if he would say anything else. So that's kind of a one-way choice.
He was kind of stuck either way. He knows a lot of players from Tornado, I believe, as well. Okay, now let's actually look at this from the very start. Like, going all the way back to the start here, going all the way back into the group stages. A lot of people thought that Ding wouldn't even perhaps get this far because they first had to go through Navi in their group stage.
That's correct, and in that case, if Navi actually won, they would play Tornado now. So, I mean, they would play Tornado in quarterfinals, and everyone thought that that would end that way. But Destiny is a bit different, and they managed to beat Navi. Navi was taken out and dismantled in similar fashion as NSS. That's why I'm so biased here, because I really want them guys to win. I really support them. I like how they play. But I still think Tornado is on another level than anyone else at the moment.
Yeah, well, if you look at it, you know, a lot of people thought this would be a Navi versus Tornado final. Those are the #1 and #2 teams left in the world right now. So the fact that Ding passed through them during the group stages and rather handily did so does give me a little bit of hope that they can take Tornado down today.
And the thing is, as well as we said, you think you get an advantage against Tornado, and it just never lasts. They come right back into it. Okay, now our teams are ready to get everything started, which means it's time for us to stop talking and it's time for the action to happen on stage. There is no more rooms for pretenders. It is time to see who is going to be champions. Let's take it away with Dekilzor and Elfish.
Thanks, Ryan, and well, here we go, Ding and Tornado. Did you really expect to see these two teams in the final, or is this a bit of a surprise to you?
This is a surprise. Everything in the beginning said it was going to be a Tornado Navi final, a rematch of finals we've seen so many times coming out, but then Navi, when they lost in groups to Ding, this put Ding in the ideal situation. Just looking at it objectively, you know, that kind of a bracket with EL Gaming, Elevate, and Oops, it is arguably...
These are all teams that they should beat.
It's teams they should beat and can beat. The other side was much, much harder. I'd say NSS, Tornado in there, Navi as well. It's just a really hard side of a bracket. So this is an ideal situation from Ding. They need to be prepared though, because Tornado have looked dominant throughout these finals. They have looked so good. They, not just tactic-wise, I'd say that tactics are sometimes behind of other teams, but just shooting, individual skill, and those team brawls are... They do it amazing.
They really have looked impeccable, haven't they? They sort of struggled initially against Na'Vi, going down 3-0, but something switched, some sort of flip was turned over, and they just turned on and came back with 7-0. And then a very similar sort of a scoreline up against NSS earlier on today, picking that one up 7-2. Again, very, very dominant, but it's time to go up against Ding, who could potentially be their undoing. We'll have to find out. Ding did manage to have a very, very good game against Na'Vi earlier on in the group stages where they did defeat them.
Less pressure though than this. I mean,
definitely.
This team has been to a lot of LAN finals, but some of them have not been to this grand final of the grand finals, right? This is the one match, it decides everything. In groups, you know, if they lost, they'd still get another chance, right? But now they don't. This is it. They don't perform here, that's them, down and out. History only remembers champions.
Exactly, and give me in your eyes what the sort of chance here for Ding is. Give me a percentage. How likely is it that Ding can actually upset Tornado?
I'd say it's like 75-25. Okay. Tornado needs to be off. Ding needs to be able to counterplay their tactics very, very well. And I just don't know if it's really going to happen. The Tornado just looked so strong. Ding needs really to start off really strong, Navi-esque, and not give it away.
Well, Ghost Town looking like it's going to be the first map coming out here. And having a look at the tank lineups, there's nothing crazy out there at this point. Nothing really giving anything away, at least for me. A couple of WZ 111s for Ding. You can kind of get an indication as to what they do or want to do when they have those two tanks. But here we go. It is going to be the first round of the Grand Finals. Tornado Energy starting off on the defensive side. Ding on the attack, and we are on Ghost Town. Ding starting to push forward.
Look at his super aggressive play here from Ding. Shokic, Goritz going forwards. Huknik is with them as well, with Positive. They want to catch off Nesqui and push from two sides. This is not good for Tornado, actually.
No, not too good, but at the moment, Nesqui, he's trying to get as much damage out before he goes down as possible, but it is not going to be a matter of if, it's going to be a matter of when. Nesqui eventually is going to be dropped, and Tornado, they lose the first blood of the Grand Final, so to speak, losing the first tank. And Tornado in a bit of a difficult position right now. They need to trade some damage back. Huknik takes a big chunk of damage, and Diodor absolutely wrecking him in that T57 heavy, but now it's Nuclear that's under the pressure.
Yeah, too far over extension from Huknik in that WZ, costing him his life, but it's not over yet for Ding. Huknik going down, though, is a big blow towards that team. The WZ is a big part. They've lost Positive now as well. Nuclear, probably the best heavy tank player across all servers, still holding on. That's the kind of player you put in those positions. And near you in that batch shot, he's going to be trouble in their side. Server pushing forward as well.
Yeah, this is a bit of a hanging in the balance at the moment, but it definitely feels as though Tornado have been able to bring things back. They've pulled it back, and now the advantage is rested on their shoulders. Elian trying to back up, do some damage here to Server, who will eventually take down Goritz, and this is putting even more nails in the coffin of Ding at this point.
Yeah, at this point in time, the other also coming from behind is starting to unload on towards Meritorious, who's going to be left on a one-shot, 278 HP, and Amorak. Shokic goes down in the meantime, and those small individual mistakes are costing Ding, and it's losing them the first round.
It is definitely losing them the first round. Only two tanks left alive, Elian and Breakneck, and I think this is not a salvageable situation for them. Griffin is a one-shot here for Elian in the mouse, but that's going to be the best possible scenario for him. Eventually, he is going to be dropped here. Diodor, full clip loaded, comes around from behind, and there's no worries about that one for him. Tornado, a pretty good performance there early on here on Ghost Town, but again, I feel as though you were right in your prediction there where you said that Ding, they have the strategies, but Tornado, they've got the mechanics, they've got the skill to be able to take it here to Ding, and it is going to be starting off with Tornado, the first round there on Ghost Town.
Yeah, that individual play coming out well. Individual mistakes even from Ding, if you want to put it like that. Huknik really sitting in the open there for not just one, but two T57 heavies, and that's just really what cost him that round almost. If Huknik's alive with all that HP, Nesqui was dead for sure. The mouse was coming from the side. There was no way he was going to survive that one. Huknik needed to stay alive because when he went down, it was not just that, right? He had a lot of HP, a full HP WZ. But when he goes down, you have the fact that near you can come in from behind and actually fully clip. Now, if there's three tanks there, it's not going to be that easy, and they're going to have more HP to share as well.
Yeah, have a look at that as well here from Tornado. Both of the T57 heavies up towards the top of the damage charts, both above 3,000 damage. That is exactly what you want to be seeing when you pick up those tanks. They're there to do the damage, and that is exactly what they did. Things looking a little bit worse there for Ding, as a lot of their players down towards the bottom half of the damage charts. But in saying that, it is only the first round. Ghost Town can definitely go both ways. It is a map that's fairly common, right? A lot of teams know how to play this, and Ding should be fairly comfortable on it as well.
Yeah, but this comes back down to the player skill that we were talking about, where Tornado should have the upper hand against the side of Ding. That's just that individual skill, which is really in favor of Ding, if you want to put it like that. I mean, Tornado have shown throughout this tournament that they have the best all-round skilled lineup across any region, across any team. They made it work against Na'Vi, they made it work against NSS as well. There was a lot of situations in those games where there was a tank left on 1 or 2 shot of HP, exactly in this match as well. Nuclear, Griffon, Apoel, Diodor, they're all not looking very healthy, right? And Ding, they could have done it, but you can't lose the guns against Tornado because they're going to keep every single one of them in the game. They need to do the same thing.
Exactly. Tornado just so good at keeping those guns alive. Like you said, being able to just swap the aggression, swap who's taking the damage and keep those guys alive. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Ding is down and out just yet. Only down for the moment, but only by 1 round. And if it's anything to play for, I mean, really, we have seen throughout this Grand Finals, a lot of these first couple of maps do tend to go one apiece. but I have to question if Tornado do get off to a 2-0 start here. Is that even going to be too much for Ding to start to come back? Or do you think that Ding has to stay neck and neck with them?
To answer your question, it depends. Really just depends on how Ding is feeling, how they're coming in towards this matchup as well. But I think looking at these maps, I'd say they would lose this one 2-0 to begin with. Ghost Town is just such a hard map to play. And they dominated against NSS on it, that being Tornado.
Yeah.
They dominated NSS on it. They dominated Na'Vi on it. Now, I don't expect Ding to be of equal caliber of those teams in terms of player skill.
No.
And Ghost Town is just that kind of map where you need to win those trades, and it's just not happening.
Yeah. When Tornado and NSS did go up against each other, NSS actually did win on their own attacking side, which is the side that Tornado Energy was on the defense, naturally. And that's what we've just seen them pick up as well. So Tornado Energy, they've just won the defensive side. They're moving over to the attacking side, which is the one that they also won against NSS. And, you know, Chain Logic coming out here a little bit, but does make me think they're going to be putting themselves in a fairly decent position to potentially turn this into a 2-0.
I'm not sure about that one. I mean, maybe. We'll have to see, right?
It's always hypothetical.
Ghost Town is that one kind of the maps where you could say, yeah, okay, they won this side last time, so they should win it again this time, but it just doesn't always work out in that regard. Because we talked about Ghost Town being our favorite map, even with Randall as well, and we talked about those small differences can make a completely different game. One or two different positions can completely change the game. One shot missed, and you have a different round completely. Therefore, you can't really draw correlations between winning a round one time and winning it the next time, because there might be one mistake that changes everything.
We're about to find out, Daki. 5 seconds or so before the round is going to be underway here. And just having a look at the tank lineups before we do get into it. Again, very, very similar sort of a lineup coming out here from both of the teams. And Object 416 again here from Tornado. That's what we saw up against NSS when they were playing in their last match in the semi-final. Immediately, they went straight for that 2 flag here on the attack. When they did have that tank, they tried to get the cap pressure on early. So I wonder if Tornado is going to do that again, or if they have something else in mind here, because it does feel as though if they go for some similar strategies maybe that Ding has already seen, that could be putting themselves at a disadvantageous position, because Ding will know what's coming.
Typical Tornado to bring those mouses. They play very well in them. They always bring a ton of them on almost every single map, including we have seen them bring it on Mines, to 4 of them, where they beat NSS with as well. It's just such a good tank for the players of Tornado. Talking about it, it has good DPM, it has good gun, it has everything. They can make their armor work, they can make the gun work. It's just so good for them. And Ding, again, knowing that playing standard against Tornado isn't going to work, are changing it up. They've played aggressive over there. Alien already peeks out, gives Near You a shot. Near You takes another one from Meritorious. And this is the aggressive Ding I want to see.
And also the important thing here for Ding at the moment is that both of those T57 heavies are, as of yet, unspotted. And those guys can peek around the corner here, really come in, sting like a bee, disappear, and become a very, very potent threat to the side of Tornado Energy. A bit of trades coming backwards and forwards at the moment. Meritorious taking some damage, Server taking some damage as well. But Tornado, they do seem to have managed to get their way into that 2 flag relatively unscathed in the grand scheme of things, but Near You a 1-shot now, and this is crucial for Ding. They need to be able to close him out, because this is the difference between Tornado and Ding. What we saw in the last round is Ding was not able to close out those low HP tanks.
Well, right now, Ding needs to push right in again, because Meritorious is going to go down, and they have only one moment, one overmatch, and they need to take it right now.
Meritorious going down there to Diador, and it's now 6 versus 6. Ding pushing in here. The T57 heavies, both of them have full shots loaded. Surely Server goes down here. Eventually he should. There we go. Positive. Picking that one up. Tornado trying to push the advantage as well. Apple Wow and Griffin in both of the mouses pushing forward here. Hulknik must die right now for Tornado. Such a key moment of the map. Nuclear does manage to find Alien, but the kills are coming across here for Tornado once again.
Yeah, Tornado just showing that individual skill again, taking the good trades. Hulknik there could have done more in this T57 heavy, but Positive is the crucial player right now together with Diador from the side of Tornado. It is this still even. Positive with one clip can make this HP deficit disappear. Griffon should be going down here towards Shockish, but they need to take down Nuclear or Apua. One of those two isolate that T57 and the 416.
At the moment, Tornado still have the health advantage. 4 versus 4 though, so it's still hanging in the balance. Karutz in the AMX 30. Looks like he might be under a bit of pressure here, Diador. Surely more than enough damage in his clip to be able to take down Karutz, particularly with the shot coming out there from Nesqui. And that's a free kill essentially for Tornado. They haven't traded any health for that.
Yeah, Karutz just staying there for too long. Gossadim is live. Breakneck got away on time, because obviously he's a quicker tank, but Korea should never have been there. Losing that tank is probably the end again for Ding in this round. Again, those small individual mistakes are costing them time and
Breakneck's
time
going to roll
again.
around the corner here. Nesqui unspotted. Breakneck, he thinks better of it. He is not a one-shot for that Object 416, so he could turn this corner, take some shots in on Nesqui, but it's difficult to sort of imagine that he's actually going to be able to clip him out without Nesqui at least being able to fall back there. Breakneck decides better of it though, and the cap 1 minute gone, or 1 minute to go even for Tornado. It's not a major threat right now for Ding, but it is something that they have to keep in the back of their minds.
Breakneck taking a bounce there even from Applewhite. He should be able to pick it up. He needs 2 shots actually to kill him. Positive in the meantime clips out as well. He takes 1 shot of damage, takes 2. That's the 3rd one for Diador in this round again. They didn't get the kills they need, and I think he might go down here against Nesqui.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain he's going to eventually go down, whether or not it's now, whether or not it is later. But in my mind now, this round is well and truly in the favor of Tornado. It's really just a matter of time before they clean things up here and turn it into a 2-0. It's going to have to be a mammoth effort from these remaining Ding players if they're going to turn this into a round win. And Shockish and Breakneck, I'm not sure they have it in them.
Nuclear now pushing forward, closely followed up by Diador. They want to take down that last remaining mouse for the side of Ding. Diador doesn't connect on the first, will do so on the second, hopefully. Still, no Shockish alive. Diador getting on his side. There we go. 4 kills for this man in this round, really shutting down the side of Ding. And Nesqui looks to pick up Breakneck with his final kill. Tornado, again, coming out on top.
Yeah, and again, it was a round that was still hanging in the balance. There was a lot of times where Ding would have been able to pull ahead or could have pulled ahead against a lesser team, but Tornado Energy just far too strong at the moment. 2-0 after the first map of Ghost Town. It's not a good start here for Ding. It's not what they would have wanted, and it's perhaps not what they needed. They would have needed that 2-0 here to be very, very competitive. In saying that, though, it is only 2 rounds, and we know how quickly this game can change and turn around. Looking at the post-battle stats there, Shockish on Ding. He'd survived quite a long time. That's why he's up the top there. Really, what you want to look at, Griffin and Diador doing the damage for Tornado.
Breakneck, 7 shots throughout this round, 0 damage. Hooknick as well in the T57 Heavy. We saw his fight from very, very close, and we saw he did not get the connections that are needed from those T57 Heavies. On Ghost Town, they are probably the most important tank. They're the tank that are supposed to make these mouses afraid, and he didn't do that whatsoever. I also feel here, Hooknick Positive are kind of slow. They could have done much more damage to those mouses driving in.
Again, it comes down to that same thing that you were talking about, where Tornado is just that little bit better at the mechanics of the game. They're going to be hitting more shots, they're going to be penetrating more shots, they'll be bouncing more shots on their own tanks as well. And that is coming to the fore at the moment, where Ding is, some of their players are not getting the damage out that they needed. The T57 Heavies and the Batchats, they are there to do maximum damage, and they just weren't able to do that. When 2 of your tanks do 0 damage, how do you expect to win the round?
They got very close to it even, but then yeah, you need at least one of those 2 players to show up and perform, preferably Hooknick even, because he just has that higher expected damage even from that T57. We don't see bad shots with the time it takes to really carry. But now, moving forward, thinking about Mines, this is just another map where a 1-1 is usually in order because of the defensive nature of the map and also the strength that Tornado has shown on their defensive side.
Yeah, it's a difficult task ahead here for Ding, because if that 1-1 does come to the fore, which we expect is going to happen potentially, 3-1, it doesn't make the situation any better here for Ding. They need to get a 2-0 on any map that's coming up in the pool to be able to pull it back, and even that is only going to pull it back. It's not going to put them at a lead, which is where they'd obviously want to be at this point, but they are going to be heading into Mines with the 2-0 advantage to Tornado. And looking at the tank lineups there, I do see a GW Tiger for Meritorious. So there is an artillery coming out for Ding.
Again, Tornado going with that lineup of theirs. An Object 416, a double bat, and 4 houses. But nice damage to Nearyu on the crossing there from the side of Ding. That helps them out just a little bit. Nesqui takes some as well. I wanted to talk about the initial start here coming out from both teams. So this time around, Tornado is sending 2 bad shots across. This is something they didn't do before. Against NSS, it was only the 416 and they didn't get the punish, but now they definitely did.
Yeah, Nearyu taking a shot from the artillery there as well. You can see he's got a dead commander, a big deal in a Batchat. I'm not sure if he does have a medkit available to him, but I suspect not.
Breakneck is going to climb the 0 line right now in that Batchat. Once he gets up, this kind of breaks the tactic from Tornado. It's he'll be able to crossfire the middle very effectively. There you can see the man is up already. He's going on to the second stage. He might take 1 shot from Nesqui here. Should take one shot.
Nope.
Nesquik not in position to do so. So he's going to be fairly... That's actually really good.
Really, really good for Ding. And
really good.
they started off very well. I mean, Near You is near a one-shot, depending on which tank it is. A Mouse can one-shot him, maybe not a Bat Chat, but they've got the artillery there as well, doing work onto Server. He gets another shot in. They've got the Bat Chat up on the boost for free, essentially. Good map control coming out for Ding at the moment, but Tornado have immediately responded. They've pushed into the hill now, and they're going to try and force the issue onto Ding. This is what Tornado does that not many other teams do. They push on the defensive side. They take the fight on their own terms.
Yeah, Hookney there on the TVP, trying to make some magic happen. He does not connect his shots though. He's obviously playing against Diator Nuclear, two of the best players on the Russian server. They have taken the hill. Now, the straights here, Ding needs to win them, or they go for a solid counter push, right? There's two options. They go for a solid counter push, but realistically, they got to make this artillery piece work. And Server going there, going against Positive, I think this might be the end of him, honestly.
Have to keep an eye on that. Could be dangerous for Ding, but with Tornado in the position that they're in, I find it hard to believe that Ding's going to have an easy time of actually making this work. You said you thought that the artillery had to be the key part here for Ding, but also that player up on the boost needs to get involved. Positive doing a very, very good job here onto Server. He almost would have been able to take him down. He's got another chance for a shot, but these pixel shots not working out in his favor. Server needs to keep peaking if Positive wants to find this kill, and I think that Server's well aware that he does not want to go down here, so he's decided not to peek. Baits Positive in forward a little bit, so Positive does take a bit of damage there, and Server will get out alive unless Positive decides to push forward and try and take him down, but the gun depression on the Bat Chat, not quite enough for him, and so Tornado survived with 7 tanks alive, but Ding are doing a good amount of damage right now.
Ooh, Positive just about missing, getting 2 shots towards him, none of those connecting, so a little bit lucky there. Those pixel shots, yeah, he had to take them to try and make the difference.
Well, that could have been the straw that breaks the camel's back for Tornado. If he had been able to kill that Bad Chat, opens up the 1-2 line a bit.
They still have something that nobody else had against Tornado, and they push the middle like this. They have Breakneck on that climb, and he needs to be the man that does a lot of damage from there.
Yep.
The angles he can work are significant. So if we want to see Ding, first of all, they need to balance this HP they have because they're down. You can't push into mouses when you're below HP of your opponent. So they're going to have to balance that out, right? That's step number 1. This is RT's territory, though. I mean, if Ding gets the right spots.
Near You down to 45 HP, another shot coming out from the Artie. And a dead commander on both of the Bat Chats now for Tornado. Also a dead driver for Server. That's not going to be a fun time if you're in a Bat Chat when you have 2 or 1 dead crew members.
Well, they both have dead commanders,
Yeah.
so that kind of means they can't spot anything. They won't know when they're spotted either. Obviously, dead commander means no 6th sense available towards these 2 tanks. Now, this means Nesquik is going to have to be spotting, and Server and Near You are going to have to be very careful, because if they get spotted, they obviously won't know, and that will give Ding a lot of time to finish them off. Like, Near You is spotted right now. He doesn't know.
Oh, Positive gets the kill there as well. It's an opening now for Ding. They've got the player advantage. Server's also a one-shot, so this is a very, very real winnable round for Ding, and the important thing is that they're also on the attack. If they win this round, moving on to the defensive side, maybe a little easier time for them, and they can turn this into a 2-0, but that's all hypotheticals at this point. Meritorious with the GW Tiger P gets the kill onto the Bat Chat, and now 2 players advantage for Ding. 2 more guns in the game, a lot more damage available to them, and they just need to close this one out. They cannot allow a round like this to go back over to Tornado when they've got the advantage that they do.
The coordination should be there now between Breakneck and Elian. There we go, a bounce coming out from that Bat Chat even on top of the hill. Breakneck should be able to finish off Nesquik without much harm. I don't know if he has view range all the way up onto there, if he can see him, but obviously with RD, with Elian, they should be able to coordinate the shots to take him down if he gets spotted again. But this is good for Ding. This is down in HP, but once they gather up the guns and go for a decisive push, they'll have 2 extra.
4 minutes and 42 seconds left on the clock. Ding, it's not time yet for them to push in, but they need to be well aware of that time, because 4 minutes can very, very quickly turn into 3 minutes or 2 minutes, and at that point, that's when you're starting to scramble for positioning, scramble for kills on the attacking side. You know that you need to make something happen, and they do need to make sure that that is not going to be an issue for them, because for now, they have the time, but if they get in a position where they have to push forward quickly, that's when mistakes start to creep into the gameplay, and that's when Tornado, with their superior experience, with their superior skill, are going to start to pull ahead.
You can see Hulknik though starting to move up in that TVP. Needs to make sure he doesn't take too much damage to get into the base, but if he can get there, if he takes that J6, J7 area, it'd be disastrous for Tornado, because look at their positions, all 4 of them on the hill. When Hulknik takes that position, he will be able to shoot them from behind. He will take the initial damage, right, for crossing over, but he has more than enough left to make it work.
He is going to be a real issue here for Tornado as well. Breakneck, have a look at the shot he's got here. The angle is perfect for him. He just needs to make sure that these shots are going to connect. One does go in. I don't think that was from him, though. But regardless, Tornado, they've been crossfire now. They're completely surrounded, and Ding, it's only a matter of time before they start to get the damage across. Here it comes, Griffin down very, very quickly to 751 HP. He's a little bit worse for wear right now. Theodore starting to take some damage as well, as the mouse is now pushing forward for Ding. Should be enough here to close things out in the favor of the Europeans.
Yeah, there we go. Positive in the meantime cleans up Nesquik. This only leaves these 4 mouses. They are pushing forward because it's their last resort, their last attempt to win this game. But look at Ding. They're going to be coming from behind. They're going to coming from everywhere. Hooknick should make his move now together with Positive from behind. They need to get there quickly though before these mouses die, but they should be in full
I
control.
think it doesn't really matter at this point, even if the mouses go down for Ding. They have enough health on the pool, they have enough bat chance available, they have the TVP there as well, and Tornado have 3 very, very unhealthy mouses, and then Apple Wow as well, not looking too hot at the moment either. This should be the first round for Ding, and at least they're going to be able to keep this one competitive. Karitz, he's a one-shot now. Shokish and Karitz have been doing a good job of just juggling that aggro and making sure neither of them does go down. Breakneck will push forward, take a couple of shots from both of the mouses up there on the hill, but in reality, what does it matter as we see the multi-kill coming out for Positive? Breakneck, he needs just one more shot here into Nuclear, and he will be able to take him down, maybe 2, if the roll is not favorable for him. There we go, and that is going to be Ding taking out round number 1 here on Mines. 2-1, still the advantage over in the favor of Tornado Energy, but Ding, they claw one back.
Yeah, Ding very well played there. You could see Meritorious had a real effect on with that RT play coming out from him. I mean, getting the kill, removing those commanders from those bad shots was very crucial. That bad shot couldn't spawn. Near You was trying to make a dash for it back into the base because they know they left an opening. What they probably wanted to do with Near You, if you wonder why he was crossing, he probably wanted to go back and do the climb from their side. That would block off Breakneck for most of the game.
Looking at the post-battle stats here, Positive doing a lot of damage there. The GW Tiger P also making an entrance quite high up the scoreboard. Generally, you don't see an artillery doing that much damage, but he definitely had an impact in that one. Really was a key part of that lineup for Ding, and good to see them being able to pull that round off, and now hopefully that's going to settle the nerves just a little bit here for Ding. Get them into that feeling like, okay, we can win this game, now let's do it.
Yeah, that first round, very important for, well, the first round for them on the scoreboard.
Ding, yeah.
Picking it up at 7 players alive as well, which is good. It's good for the morale, it's good for the motivation. And we said Mines is going to be a 1-1 map. Defense has become arguably harder throughout this tournament. Maybe Ding can make it happen, though. That's the question.
Potentially. When we say a 1-1 map, I, in my mind, envision a 1-1 on the defensive side wins, not a 1-1 on the attacking side wins. So it's a good start there for Ding to be able to get that first one. Tornado Energy, though, when they did play Mines against NSS, that was a 2-0 in their favor. So lends credence to the fact that perhaps Tornado Energy can pull this one back, but that wasn't very, very close there in the first round of Mines. And so it seems as though guys on Ding are relatively comfortable on that map.
It was like Jenga, right? You know, the pieces fall, which was the 2 bad shots, and after that they had a lot of HP, but 4 mouses by themselves really can't do that much.
Yeah, exactly. So have a look and see how these tank lineups are shaping up for round 2 on Mines. And again, we will be seeing Meritorious in an M4043. No artillery on the side of Tornado. Fairly similar lineups again out of both teams, but a Type 5 Heavy coming out here as well for Ding.
Yeah, the Type 5 Heavy, probably going to be played by Positive. He's been playing it throughout this tournament to put him under the hill to make sure they can shoot if somebody tries to drive up on zero line. Now for Tornado, they are doing something like Ding did, sending Near You into the water to spot out Breakneck, trying to find that early damage, but I don't think they're going to be getting any towards him.
Yeah, quick entry into the hill there from Tornado. That's what you want to be seeing out of the attacking side, particularly when they've got 2 bad chats at TVP. You need to be taking control of that hill against this lineup of Ding, who is very, very slow, admittedly, and can't really contest that. But what they need to be aware of is that M4043. If anyone from Tornado does get spotted out here, you can bet that there's going to be an artillery shell headed in their direction. And that was really the undoing for them in that first round. The artillery did so much work, and Tornado will be hoping that they're not going to allow that to happen again. But have a look at this setup for Tornado. This is not something that you see very often.
Yep, this is, well, they're playing a little bit more, they're playing their setup though with the EMX 5100. They have played it on Mines. We don't see a lot from it from other teams, that's
Yes,
right.
yes.
But Tornado themselves, they like that 5100. It's a pick we've been seeing more and more from teams, also on Runeberg, such as NSS plays it there on the defense. It is in essence a good tank as Server loses his commander
again.
once more. I don't think he has a medkit available, otherwise he would have used it.
He would have used it last round as well if he had one.
Yeah, he would have used it last round if he had it. He doesn't, so back to the 5100 discussion, right? It has a good gun. It has nice penetration for a tier 8. It used to be a very popular tank back in 754, 742. The 6-shot autoloader allows you to do a lot of damage before you go down. Obviously, Lucanus HP 1400 makes him a 4-shot for Mouses. They can't kill him. Well, I mean, if they slightly high roll, they can kill him in 3 shots, right? Because of the Mouse Alpha. But generally, he should be a 4-shot? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, on paper. Tornado taking, you know, the worst of the trade so far. It hasn't really been a trade, has it? Because the only damage that has come out has been from that artillery. But what are your thoughts here on Banchats taking, or not taking, the med pack? Because it seems to be something that we've actually seen quite a lot throughout this Grand Finals, where the commanders have actually been going down quite a lot on the Batchat.
We see a lot of teams play with a medkit because of that. I generally thought as well that the meta would be to bring that medkit. Now, apparently Tornado doesn't feel like that, because we have seen the side of Ding do that time and time again. But, you know, it's a risk you take because it's not just artillery, right? If you go on towards the 0 line with a Batchat, you are generally only poking with what, Jordan? You're only poking with what on the 0 line of mines? The turret, right? You're only peeking with the turret, which means that you get hit rather often in that, which means the commander dies, or the gunner for that matter. So you kind of need that medkit. Now, both Server and Near You not using it is surprising to me. You can see there the setup from Near You is coffee, repairs, and an automatic fire extinguisher.
I'm interested that they've got the fire extinguisher there, to be honest, because I think that...
Also, I'd like to correct myself. A 5100 is a 3-shot, not a 4-shot. I knew my math was off. I'm very sorry, Twitch chat. I apologize. Obviously, 490 alpha times 3 is 1470. So it should be a 4-shot only if they low roll.
Yeah.
Before I get corrected on that one.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to correct you, mate.
I know, but Twitch chat is critical, you know. So I'm making sure that I correct
It's a love-hate
myself.
relationship,
You know, I'm
isn't it?
supposed to be the expert. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're supposed to be, but sometimes you fall a bit short. It's all right, mate. We understand. But again, I really have to question how these Batchats set up. I mean, I'm seeing these commanders dying a lot more than I'm seeing Batchats get set on fire. So anyway, I think that's a discussion that's been talked to death about for now. It is hurting Tornado at this point. 5 minutes and 58 left on the clock here. Still enough time for Tornado to play with, but they haven't really been able to do anything at this point. They don't have that much map control, with the exception of that hill that they had early on in the piece. But aside from that, nothing has happened here for Tornado. They haven't gained anything in the last few minutes.
They're going to go back to their usual strategy, though, if you're looking at it. This is something they did as well against NSS, pushing 2 Mouses down the 1-2 line, trying to overload the defender, because they have to shoot the Mouses, kind of, but then they have to shoot the Batchats as well. But last time, they tried to cross with 2 Batchats, this time only with 1. This might have something to do with Breakneck not getting spotted on the crossing, but they should know there's somebody there.
This is very similar to what we saw Tornado doing against NSS when they did play Mines. Taking those players all along the 1-2 line. The Mouses, we'll see where they jump off this 1-2 line. If they drop off the side of the hill here where Applewwow is, I think Ding is going to be expecting this. You can see it. They've already got some shots into Applewwow. He's getting lower and lower, but not low just yet. Nuclear a little bit behind. So the synergy at the moment between the Mouses is not quite there. They're very, very split up.
Yeah, they are split up. Applewwow is going by himself. Server got a little bit blocked there, even by Near You, and I don't think he's going to make it across. He's going to be very low.
Oh dear. Breakneck takes down Server, and he's still got a couple of shots. Even 3 left in this clip here, so if he wants to take some shots at that Mouse on the cross, he can certainly do that. But perhaps even a better idea just to peek around the back here and get some shots into the side of Applewwow, who surely will be going down after this. He is very low on HP. 1 more shot from Breakneck will be enough. And there you go. 2 tank advantage now for Ding. Once more, they're looking very, very strong on Mines.
Yeah, And a little bit of blocking there on towards server, but Aloni, he was never going to make it across anyways. In the meantime, Ding is doing what they're supposed to do, pushing up into the middle, negating Near You's position on that zero line. Tornado, this break has worked for them multiple times, but perhaps third time's not a charm in their case.
Potentially not. Ding starting to really force the issue now, pushing forward into that hill. They want to take this fight, and you can see Positive, he's getting an eagle eye onto that Bat Chat on the boost, seeing if he can perhaps find a lucky shot with the big HE gun that is on the Type 5 Heavy. Do a lot of damage into a Bat Chat. Shockish taking some shells from behind, but he's alive for the moment, and Griffin is under pressure. Shockish fires a shot off there. That's going to give Griffin an opportunity here to peek out, but the TVP, sometimes it can have difficulty penetrating the front of the mouse. It is a low penetration tank, and those first two shots not penetrating Shockish. Now it's a 1-for-1. Either of those two are a one shot, but Positive comes around from the back, and Griffin does get dropped. Nuclear trades one back, but still, it's not going to be enough here for Tornado. Ding have got the guns in the game and the health to play with.
Yeah, but Nesquik's going to pick up Breakneck, and he goes down, but it's now down to a 4v4, and it kind of feels like Ding's throwing the game here. Look at Elian, he's dropping very low in his mouse.
Nuclear very, very low. Meritorious in the artillery here. This shot could be crucial. 269 HP on the mouse. It doesn't have enough damage to take him down. He's down to 83 HP, but still a tank in the game there for Tornado. Ding, you said that looks like they might have thrown this round, and it does seem as though that may be the case. Nuclear, the guy on 83 HP, takes out a kill, and that's what you want to be seeing here if you're Tornado. I see a little bit of a shake of your head there. Ding, what went wrong?
Going a little bit over eager even, but yeah, Breakneck had to go forwards as he was going to get focused. Positive there, trying to do the damage towards Diador, who gets one shot on the way out. He might drop off at any given moment in time. Reeds does a nice connection there together with I think Hooknick in the E4 actually. Positive was still on reload, so it's not over just yet, but Near You is the bane to their existence. That Batshot is full HP. He can come off that hill and get behind any of them at any given moment in time.
Yeah, I see the only possible situation that Ding is going to be able to win this is if the Type 5 Heavy or Positive is able to get a big shot into that Bad Chat, drop him down to a one shot. I don't know. But at this point, it's looking so tough for Ding. They may be able to take down Diador here, but he's still going to get at least one more shot off before he does go down. It's crucial HP that Ding is losing in that fight. But a kill is a kill, and they'll have to take it at this point. The cap has been started as well by Tornado, so there is a lot to do. Oh my goodness, Hooknick! He set him on fire, Near You! Oh my god, he's down to a one shot now for the T110E4, but it shouldn't be a problem. Near You should close out this kill, and he will do just that. Now it's a 2 versus 3, but Nuclear's on a one shot, Near You's a two shot, Nesqui's a two shot. Unless there's a big roll from that Type 5 Heavy, it's a possibility.
Need to reset right now, though. Positive needs to kill Nuclear because otherwise he's going to go down. That Type 5 does finish him off. Near You is still on reload, and now Nesqui is left alone with Near You. That penetration from Hooknick on that Batchat could be the savior of this round. Nesqui pushing forward.
Nesqui is pushing forward. He's got a full clip loaded, and now the IS-4, the focus of fire. Positive is going to be off the reload very shortly. He will take down Nesqui, and now it's just Near You coming off the reload. He's going to have 5 shells. He will take down Positive. He is not a one shot for Karitz, who will do his best, but at this point it looks like Tornado will take it, and that is going to be it. 3-1 after the second round there on Mines, but that was down to the wire.
That was over the wire, if you want to look at it like that. Ding, they seemed so far ahead. Tornado against the ropes, but coming back once more. I think Elian going down there was the crucial factor. That mouse, he had so much HP, but then Hooknick almost brought it back. That penetration from the E4 with HE ammunition, it almost changed it all, but I think Ding took so long to kill Nuclear. I really feel like he should have died. He was in the open of the cap. I think Positive missed the shot because obviously the cap debris was still there. You obviously have that little bit of stuff in the middle of the cap. I think he missed because of it, and Nuclear needed to be finished by Positive then, who then didn't have a shot ready quickly enough for Nesqui, who did 2 shots of damage towards Karitz. That made him a one shot for Near You.
Yeah, very, very good work there as well from Hooknick in the T110E4. Almost 5k damage coming out from him, but sadly for Ding, not quite enough. And it will put Tornado at 3-1 the advantage. So we do actually see the 1-1 coming out on Mines. Maybe not the fashion in which we expected, but it was a very, very exciting round coming out there, the second one on Mines. And puts them at still a disadvantage here, Ding, heading into the third map, which is going to be Himmelsdorf. But this final is definitely delivering.
Look at that damage Hooknick did, though. He did 5k in that last round, just going back on towards that subject. Almost bringing it back for his team, but then you have the likes of Near You, Nuclear, and Diador that really brought their team, carried them through this round. Diador, I don't think he missed a single shot when they were pushing on him in the later stage of the game. I just feel Ding, they could have won that, and they got very close even because of maybe some misplays from them. They should have arguably won that game.
It was very close. It could have been winnable. Well, it was winnable, really, at that point. It definitely was around, I think, that Ding should win. I agree with you on that one. But they sadly do not, and it's going to cost them. It cost them 1 round, but it is only 1 round. And again, there's still quite a long story to be told here. The book is only maybe through the first chapter in this grand final between Tornado Energy and Ding. Heading on to map number 3, it is Himmelsdorf. Tornado Energy at a 3-1 advantage. Looking at the tank lineups here, is there anything spotted out here for you that's really causing an issue, or anything that's maybe unexpected?
Well, Ding has switched away from that E50M on the attack. We saw them use that against Elevate, that E50 they were using to get towards that J2, J3 position to shoot the crossing. Tornado obviously bringing their object 416 because he can cross 1-2 line very effectively without getting shot by that E50M. Now Ding, with this bad shot, what kind of play they're going to go for? Because obviously Himmelsdorf, that kind of map where you need to track your opponent around the two caps that are available to you. What Tornado doesn't have, though, which we have seen from a lot of teams, is Breakneck didn't actually spot near you. Nesquik takes a big shot there, though. But what Tornado doesn't have is that RT, which Ding also had. A GW Tiger P that can reset. This kind of, again, puts number 2 base a little bit more viable as an option.
Yeah, so now that these arty changes have come out, would you say that you're a fan of having an artillery on Himmelsdorf? Do you think it lends itself to the arty, or do you think the meta is still going to be no arty?
On attack, I wouldn't bring it. I didn't really see so much effective shots coming out from them. But on the defense, though, they've been very, very good. They've been able to shoot the tanks crossing K-line, reset the base, and it's a general nuisance towards the attacker.
Well, Tornado losing a bit of HP early on in the piece here. Nesquik has been dropped down to 406. So he's in a spot of bother, and Ding starting to push forward now towards the rail tracks. They've got a lot of tanks headed in that direction, and none of them yet spotted, though Shokish eventually does get spotted, but near you. He's in the AMX-50B here. On the reload, could he get caught out by Ding, or is he in a relatively safe position there?
I think they might just about catch him if they keep pushing. They're going to take a lot of damage on this crossing, though. A truck don't even. The server, the other Nesquik Griffon are waiting for this.
Oh dear, Meritorious. He is the focus of fire right now for Tornado, and we do know that they are very, very good at that focus fire as well. 1200 HP is all that is left on him in that mouse, but it does at least mean that, for the most part, his teammates are untouched. Shokish does take 1 shot here on the cross, but overall, actually, I don't think that's been too bad here for Ding. Oh, as I say that, though, Ilian, he gets dropped very quickly, now down to 810 HP near you. He absolutely must go down here for Ding to make this worthwhile, but it doesn't seem as though that's going to be the case, at least for now. Shokish on the reload. Eventually, there we go. Near you does get dropped. Nesquik down to 24 HP. He's a possibility of going down, and again, Ding do find the first 2 kills of the round, but have they paid too much of the price for those 2 kills?
I think they can make it work, though, because they have that side scraping potential now from those buildings, which make it very hard for the Tornado Energy tanks to make those connections on towards them. Positive, though, takes a big shot from that E3. Koritz comes around the corner, not sure what he's shooting at, but he should try and find an angle to flank, or at least put some cap pressure on towards Tornado, because they're just gone safe. They know that they don't need to do anything other than defend.
Yeah, massive health advantage at the moment for Tornado. Koritz taking a shot as well. In the meanwhile, is going to drop Ding just that ever so lower. Koritz just getting around the corner there quickly before Server gets a shot into his back. But this is a tough position now for Ding to play out from. They need Positive in the AMX-50B to come up with something big here. Breakneck in the bat chat. These 2 guys are going to be the playmakers for Ding, and Breakneck already has been tagged up a little bit by Nuclear there in the T110 E3, taking a shot.
Yeah, that bad shot is not going to be happy about that one. Getting shot by E3 removes most of your, well, it removes a big chunk of his HP. Positive tries to make a connection there on towards Appleboy. He should keep his shots, because I think they're going to try and find Nuclear. But Nuclear, the player that he is, a player of his caliber, realizing there's the potential there for a play on towards him. He's going to pull back around the corner. This will not leave an overmatch on towards his position. And yes, Tornado, they have only 5 guns left, but Ding needs to start utilizing the 7 guns they have.
Volknick's going to have a bit of a peek around the corner here. He does spot out Griffin, but he has not spotted out the other mouse that is lurking down that alleyway. Wisely deciding not to peek at this point. Ding, you can see them starting to gain control of the map now, though. Tornado forcing back, or being forced back even towards the northern part of the map, towards their own spawn. Is Ding going to be able to use this map control to their advantage, or really are they just walking into Tornado and the guns that are waiting for them?
I see Shokic starting to push up over here, trying to find an angle, trying to find something that they can work with. He needs to be careful though, because Diador in that E3 is waiting in that C2-3 position. We saw him have a monstrous game against Eclipse where he did the most damage on this Grand Finals. I think it was around 6,300, so it's not a man you want to go head-to-head with.
No, certainly not. 5 minutes left on the clock here for Ding. Again, it's not a position at the moment where they're really forced into anything, but it is something in the back of their minds. They've used up half the time that they have allotted to them, and their one advantage is that they have those extra tanks in the game, but Positive, he takes a free shot there, and at this point, Ding cannot be giving up free shots. They need to, at the very least, be trading 1-for-1, because Tornado has such a health advantage, and even if they don't have the guns in the game, maybe just that health is going to be enough to pull them through here.
Well, Server is doing an amazing job so far in Smiles. Meritorious and Alien are going to start pushing up towards him. The worry for me is that Server has enough HP where he could actually 2v1 these guys. I mean, combined they have about the same as he does. So, well, much less actually. So combined they have less HP than he does, and if he plays it well, he could actually kill both of them.
Server just watching down the angle. Meritorious trying to play with him, trying to bait out that shot, angling the armor on the turret of the mouse there, but Server well aware that he's never ever going to pen a shot like that. So he's holding on to it. And this is, again, just wasting a little bit more of that time of Ding. Eventually, the trigger has to be pulled by Ding. They have to make their move.
Well, with 4 minutes left, they have sent Breakneck towards that A0 position. In that bad shot, he could get maybe some flank shots on towards Applewhite, but all Applewhite has to do is to sit safe. Server does take some damage. That was HE even. But it's not going to... No, it was not HE, I'm sorry. It was Koritz shooting him from the side in that WZ. But they need more than this. There's still so much HP down that they need to make find a solid opening on towards Tornado. And what they're bunching up here is for a 1-2 line overmatch. This could work, but there's a lot of HP there still. Double E3. Diador will be a non-factor because obviously he's in that C2, C3 position. But he will just drive out of that, deliver a shot on towards the side, and that's 1,500 alpha from just those E3s.
We can start to see Ding now grouping up a little bit on that D-line. They have a death ball of Mouses, 50B in there as well, a 113 for Hulknik, and they have to push around this corner. They have to try and do something, but they're going to be walking into the crossfire that Tornado has set up. Griffin is there. The E3 of Nuclear is there. There's going to be so much damage coming out from Tornado here. I'm not sure this is going to be a wise decision for Ding, but they've committed to it. They have to make it work. Positive in the 50B. He's got 3 shots left. What can he do with them? Not a lot, apparently, because there's going to be the first kill going the way of Tornado. Diador very low on HP, but Nuclear finds Positive. A massive shot coming out from him, and now Ding well and truly in control of this round. The E3 of Diador will get taken down by Shokic, but I think it's too little too late right now for Ding. Both of the Mouses very low on HP for them now, and it's going to be Nuclear taking down Meritorious. 2 minutes and 26 left on the clock here. Tornado should be closing this out from this point.
Yeah, but Applewhite in the meantime is getting focused by Breakneck and Koritz. Breakneck is on reload, so Applewhite going to survive for a little bit more. Koritz is going to try to do the damage towards him. If they could have found a kill there, it would have been an opening. Shokic in the meantime trying to help out. Alien gets picked up by Nuclear. Triple kill for him. And this is the Tornado that we know that individual skill. Nuclear not missing any of these shots, and that's what we were worried about for Ding.
Yeah, 3 players left alive for Ding, but only 1,000 HP between them. Not a lot to play with here. And Applewhite, he's gone searching. He's trying to find Koritz there. In the end, Server is actually going to be able to take down Shokic in the mouse. It's just Breakneck in the bat chat now, and Koritz in the WZ-132. Really, all hope of a win here for Ding in at least the first round of Himmelsdorf has gone down the gutter.
Yeah, now Breakneck pushing forward on towards Applewhite. I'm not even sure he'll get him on time. He needs 3 shots to take him down, and that IS-4 Applewhite is about 2 seconds off of reload. Breakneck doesn't connect the shot. Applewhite picks it up, and again, Tornado closing out a round which seemed close. And it's just, they're not winning the close rounds, Ding.
No, absolutely not. They're not even making those close rounds close. I mean, we're calling them close rounds, but realistically speaking, a lot of these rounds, they start off close, but Tornado Energy is able to close them out fairly comfortably. That one didn't even look close. And so Tornado Energy, they now go 4-1 up. This is starting to look like it could be a bit of a whitewash almost.
Let's not go that far yet, Jordan. It's the grand finals. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
You know, we gotta keep faith. We gotta keep hope in Ding. They are looking promising. I think they need to change it up slightly, a little bit less individual misplays. I've seen a lot of peaks here and there, which are costing them HP. Breakneck, for example.
Yeah, we saw that a lot there in the, the mid stages of that Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, those tanks that just keep taking one shot here, one shot there, it just puts them down in such an HP deficit that it's very hard to come back from it.
Yeah, exactly. And Tornado Energy, we haven't seen any of that really at all from them. They have barely been taking any free shots. Every time they take a shot, they trade something back at least. But having a look at the replay of that last round, it was never going to be possible really for Ding. When they got in this position, they had to push into Tornadoes, and double E3 pushing into that.
This push here, I think it would have almost been more worth it. Yeah, Shokish was on that 1-2 line. I think it was almost more worth it to pull him back, push him maybe with the others, and then have Positive in K1 or K2 in his 50B. If Diodor then drives out of that railway station, which he was positioned in, Positive would be making him one shot before he even gets close to the fire.
Yeah, but that was not the case there for Ding, and so now they have to go and scrounge for some rounds. This is the last one before the sort of mid-series break, so there is a potential for a reset here to come out for Ding. If things are becoming a bit of a problem internally, they can take some time away from the game, take 5 minutes to calm down a little bit, but they do need to get through this round, and I've got to say, I think if they do go down here 5-1 in the first 6 rounds, I think that's going to be too much for them to come back from. But 4-2, that leaves a little bit more of an opening for them. So I'm really, really interested to see how this final round on Himmelsdorf does go. Getting into the tank lineups, though, nothing too crazy coming out on the board there.
Yeah, nothing too crazy from Ding, but I liked what they did in the beginning first rounds. Now on this last round on Himmelsdorf, going back to that standard, I don't like it. That's why they should mix it up again. Go for an aggressive stance. They've just played very defensive. I think now they kind of need to take it to Tornado, because when you play standard against a team like this, they've trained against this for weeks and weeks, and they have the individual skill and the tactical knowledge, know-how individually to know what they're supposed to do as just one tank to position themselves, but also as a team. They move very well in between each other as a coordinated unit. They don't need that much coordination. They're those kind of players. They can make the move without actually being told. Of course, somebody might be telling we should do this and this, but the players will already be like, yeah, I know, be somewhere in the middle of the move. That's what separates them from the rest. They kind of do. They just, you know, when you see them, it seems so smooth, so in the moment. They always react almost instantly to anything that's happening. You know, you push this side, okay, they've already pushed on the other flank.
Tornado on the attack this time. We'll see whether or not that experience as a unit is going to come off and pay dividends for them here.
Let's find out, though. I mean, Tornado, it is still Himmelsdorf. They still have to attack, but they've already done some early damage on towards Positive. This positions here, the more information you give towards the side of Ding, towards the side of Tornado, the more they're going to work with that. This IS-4 position from Meritorious, I've never been a fan of that. That IS-4 there, he's gone down more often than he's made it work. We've seen a lot of teams catch him out during the regular season of the WLEU, where teams push 8-line and 5-line at the same time and catch this IS-4. And if you're not in position to counter-push, it's really just a free kill.
And Ding is not in a position to counter-push at all. They've got a lot of those tanks down on the 1-2 line. So if Tornado do push into that 2 flag, it's going to take a long time for Ding to push back and rotate back towards the northern part of the map. Still, Tornado at this point don't seem particularly interested in the 2 flag. They are still holding strong, holding steady in their default setup. They've got control of the hill, so they have that option available to them. They can push down the banana here as well. There's not a huge crossfire there for Ding that is going to punish them when they do cross the banana, but Tornado, as of yet, haven't decided what they want to do here.
Positive gets spotted out again. Diodor trying to make a connection, won't find it. And it's going to be Nesqui, I think, spotting him out now. Positive sees Server, though, so he gets some information from that position where he is. There's a little bit of gaps in between the buildings, which means you can shoot, but also you can spot, right? From that position, he can spot out the 8-line rotation coming out from Tornado. If they drive those tanks down there, they can spot it, and Hupnik might get a shot or two.
Here comes the push as well from Tornado. Does seem as though they are going to be committing to the banana line. Nesqui leading the charge in the Bat Chat 12 tweet, the baby bat, as we've started naming it. Hasn't been spotted out just yet, and Tornado, it looked like they actually wanted to push down the banana, but it seems as though they may have thought better of it.
But they're just waiting. They want to cross it without taking too much damage. Pushing back Huknik is the way towards that, you know, that mouse over there. You don't want to take early damage. We saw what happened to Ding when they did. Any shot you give up can cost you in the end. So they're going to try and push back Huknik from his position. Alien here, the reason why he's not peeking is because he's afraid. They know Diador most likely is going to be on the hill in that E3. Blind shot there on towards Nesquik though. So, I mean, yeah, but if you want to take damage.
I don't mind that, actually. Yeah. I don't mind Nesquik taking that shot for one of his tier 10 tanks. That's fair enough. Tornado, they've actually managed to cross this quite successfully. As long as they get across this second gap okay, which it does seem as though they will, that's very successful here for Tornado. They've managed to get a lot of map control for very little trade back.
Yep, now comes the question though, how is Tornado going to deal with that meritorious situation? A lot of teams try to deal with it with HE, but they don't have that Japanese heavy tank with the big derp that can deliver massive HE blows. Obviously, Mouses have nice HE as well, it's just going to take them longer, and Ding is not going to sit around and wait for that play to come out. You can see them already bunching up in A4, A5. If Tornado starts shooting HE, Ding will move rather quickly towards that corner to make sure to not let Meritorious die. He cannot die in this situation. If Ding lets Meritorious go down, then the round is over. So that's why they're pulling back everybody towards that area.
But that's a very, very good early rotation here from Ding. They have not been caught off guard. They're reading the play relatively well here. And again, it's going to come down to the individual fighting from Ding. It's not going to come down to the decision-making right now. It is coming down to those shots that they hit, those shots that they pen. They need to do that better than Tornado, because at the moment, they're in a good position here to potentially be able to pick up a win. They've put themselves in a winnable position. Now it just comes out to the execution.
Here we go. This is Ding pushing up. That's HE being shot. Nuclear might still have another HE. He did. And now Ding will push around the corner. Let's see what damage they can do, though.
Big death ball of tanks coming around the corner here from Ding. Hulknik taking the majority of the damage at the moment, but there is a good spread across those Ding tanks. But, oh dear, Hulknik down to 730. He gets tracked there as well. Repairs it very, very quickly. But I think Ding have maybe sacrificed a little bit too much HP with that push than what they would have wanted, because they have got a lot of tanks very, very low now. Meritorious is a one-shot. Hulknik is a two-shot, and really all they have to show for it is a bit of damage over to Tornado, but Tornado definitely looking much, much more healthier after that one than Ding is.
Yeah, that push from Ding was never really going to work out with those 250Bs in position for Tornado. Could see Hulknik. The issue with pushing across that gap is that you cannot get your guns in front of each other. Like Hulknik was around the corner, nobody was able to shield him. You could see him trying to desperately try to get back around that corner, and that's the issue. You can't fit too many tanks through that gap. Tornado has the better position to focus fire.
One thing I want to mention here at the moment is Breakneck rotating around through the southern part of the map. Unfortunately for him, he's been spotted out, and Griffin seems to be chasing him down, or at least keeping him at bay. So that could have been maybe a winning play here for Ding if Breakneck can get through, but Griffin's going to spot him once more if he decides to cross through that church courtyard and potentially even get some shots into him. Here we go, down on the southern part of the map. There is going to be a bit of a confrontation. Breakneck does get across, only taking one shot worth of damage. Karitz has been dropped down to 375 HP, and Ding, they're floundering at the moment here on Himmelsdorf. Tornado really looking like the better team right now.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of an opportunity here for the side of Ding. Positive is holding down Diador. Needs to be careful because that Diador shot is going to hurt if the Positive peeks too far. But right now, he's just trying to keep him spotted, but the damage comes out. 686. Karitz now peeking out as well, trying to make a shot towards him. But Breakneck is flanking him. In the meantime, Diador should be dead right here, no matter what.
Should be.
Should be, hopefully.
I don't know if he's going to be at the moment. He's still relatively healthy. Griffin gets away scot-free. Shockish missing that shot. Near you crosses as well. Tornado, a very, very fast rotation over to the one flag. And Ding, they're caught in all sorts of trouble right now. They're going to have to rotate across in 30 seconds to get a reset. And I just don't know if they're going to be able to do that. It's going to be down to Shockish.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen. A very, very quick rotation from Tornado Energy. Shockish now in trouble as well. Apowow, he's taking the damage because he wants to shield the cap. 17 seconds left. The tanks from Ding will not get there on time. Those Mouses won't make it. And Apowow just blocking Shockish with his tank.
Shockish can literally not do anything. He cannot push past the IS-4. Now he's taking damage. 5 seconds left on that cap timer. And Ding, I don't believe they're going to get there in time. It doesn't seem as though that's going to be the case. I think that this is going to be the cap out here from Tornado, and it is. It's going to be 5-1 up. The advantage for Tornado at the end of the first 3 maps.
Ding, ever so close, ever so far. I mean, it looks close, but in essence, it's not. That's what you said as well. They seem to be getting close rounds, but at one point they just fall off. Here, yet again, it was close, but not enough.
Yeah, and that's been a very, very interesting first passage of play. I'm sure that our lovely friends on the analyst desk are going to have a lot to say about that, so we'll hand it back over to Ryan.
There, Elfish Guy. Well, this is turning into a bit of a slugfest between these two teams. Any kind of advantage that Ding can bring back into this game, Tornado just slap it down almost instantly.
This has been a pretty rocky road for Ding because honestly the coordination between Tornado guys is almost on animal instinct level. I mean, I thought really 1,000,000% this is it, Ding is coming back in a game on a mines, but no, and then Niryu has to have the best streak in a game like that in the end.
Diodor in the E3, no surprise to see him absolutely in command on Hammersdorf. This man is a monster when he's in that tank and on this map, absolutely monster. Now our first map started off on Ghost Town, it ended up being 2-0 to Tornado, and during that, Mojo, you were saying, watching the match, oh my god, look at the map control coming out from Tornado.
Yeah, it was really unbelievable because any angle that Ding was actually trying to play, it was really covered by Tornado. Even in the first map, it was really, really bad. But look at this. This is the mines we were talking about. This is the push that is practically recycled here by Tornado. This was a game 4. This is pretty much a groundbreaking game in my eyes because Ding knew what they're doing. They were camping. They were trenched up. But look at this. Even with server dead, Apple Wow on brink of death and so on, they are managing to somehow come back in a game. How? Why is this going on? 4,000-5,000 HP advantage.
Yeah, Albert, that was an extremely close game, and it was just Niryu at the last second that managed to clean that up. It could have gone either way, but Ding just a little bit sloppy in a couple different places where they just couldn't focus fire and take out tanks quickly enough.
5,000 damage advantage.
Yep, exactly, and just thrown away.
And it was the thing is around just before this it was exactly what Ding needed. Ding just won the first round on maps 7. Oh, they didn't lose a single tank. They took down everyone off Tornado, and then in the next round they just couldn't seal out. And Mojo, all three of us were screaming at this moment for it to end for Ding. We wanted them to win so hard here.
Yeah, but they are lining up the play, the personal play is so well done by Tornado. The selection of targets, sacrifice of HP when needed. I mean, this is done to the second. They're timing the reload of Niryu together with sacrifice of 50, 100. They knew when with the positive have the shot, they knew what will happen. And Niryu knew he has exactly chance when he finishes positive to take one shot from Koritz and finish the game. Prior to that, he finished an E4 on the top of the hill with his very last shell. If he missed it, they would actually lose the round. That's how close it got.
196 HP being all that was left on Niryu at the end. You can't ask for really a closer situation. And I mean, from when they looked like they were coming back into it, then we went into Himmelsdorf, and again it just seemed like a bit of an uphill struggle. But I mean, tactically here on mines, they were just outplayed, weren't they?
I mean, you should better actually watch on the map what happened here, because that will explain quite more. That's why I was so shocked why they didn't lose. I mean, guys, come on, look at this. This is really already established. They knew from the previous match that they will push a mouse. This was not even well synced. One mouse went this way, one little here. Butchert was annihilated on the way there, completely. Only advantage they really had is this Butchert, who could roam, climb up and play from the back if he wanted and do whatever they want. And let's unfold this a bit. IS-4, ready to shoot in this direction. E4, ready to shoot. Butchert, ready to clip. These guys from the base can shoot both up here and in the water. Entire team is ready for this. They're supposed to win. Everything is lined up. How did it end up this way?
Just
unbelievable. Look at this already. 2 tanks gone. This is supposed to be a checkmate. But only difference is these guys play like really on animal instincts. This guy here, this guy here, this guy here. Coordination all over the map, and they're turning it.
You have to remember what I said earlier about this, because getting hung up in that area is it does not work out, because one, this Batchat, you already pointed out, has shots onto the hill entrance right here. This mouse down here, after he takes out the Batchat, he has clean shots onto the back here, and that's where they really started to bleed HP as well, along with this 5100 who had shots through this direction. So with all those different angles, and Ding just with the big, slow, heavy tanks could not get out of there fast enough.
We are talking about 1 tier 8 tank and 4 tier 10s taking on entire team who is practically unscratched except Breakneck, who is maybe on 50% HP. This is really unbelievable how this game actually went. And how did they lose so much HP? I don't know. What do you need to do to Tornado to make them lose the game easily? Like, you need to go strike, and then you need to keep your eyes on them and kill like 3 or 4 members, and then, okay, we are doing it.
And one other thing to point out here is after we just watched like another minute go by with all that, and look where these tanks are still sitting, still bleeding HP.
It's not like they can move anywhere, you know. Well, they are pretty much stuck because they're getting shot in the back, they're slow, they managed to kill the TVP, but there is mouse and so on.
They realize that they're surrounded at this point. What you do when you're surrounded, you have to pick a direction and go.
Go for it, yep, indeed. It seems like, I mean, we were talking about this earlier on, whenever you kind of take a round from Tornado, let's be honest, all you kind of do with Tornado is you annoy them, you kind of piss them off, to be a bit honest here. Like, it's like we were joking about earlier on, James. It's like, you know, if you're in a sparring match with a professional boxer and you kind of give him a bloody nose a bit, the guy's going to be like, whoa, like, I'm going to show you how to really actually swing a hit. And it's a bold move. I mean, every team that's...
It's like a bee. You know, you kind of flick at it, it gets mad, and just comes back and stings you.
Every team that's taken rounds off Tornado or looked like they were going to go on ahead of them, Tornado just shut the door on them hard. And going into Himmelsdorf, I mean, the brawls we had on Himmelsdorf, Mojo, you said here on the rail tracks, you went, oh my God, pretty much everyone is shooting at them right now.
This is because there was a pure recycle. Ding actually recycled the tactic they already used, same as Tornado, but with much less success, as we saw. Look at the fire coming in these mouse tanks. I mean, they're getting annihilated. Mary is already on 3rd HP, and the rest will not do much better, while with sacrifice only of HP of a light tank. Yes, they knew they will lose at 50B. He's in a dire position down there, but they sacrificed him literally intentionally. I think they really knew what will Ding do. They read them right there and then. They sacrificed one tank they thought they will not happen, and they made advantage of 3000 HP.
Me and Randall talked about it a lot last season, where it comes down to what we call paying a toll, giving up HP to get in position to try to maybe make something of it. And in this case, they give up 4,000 to 5,000 HP, and they couldn't really make anything of it. Yes, they got the 50B down, but every day of the week, Tornado's going to say, yes, we will take that money every single time.
Yeah, I mean, and the way it worked as well is Ding got the first 2 kills, but then the focus fire coming back out in Tornado was insane. We talk about guns in the game so many times, but guns in the game is only effective when you also have the HP. If the enemy team has the HP, you can't use that.
If you think about mines, that's actually not the truth, because they didn't have guns nor HP, but they won. Effectively, this they could do because it's a map that you can control both caps from and litter surfers covering each other. That's what won them the game.
Okay, now the action is still going on here on stage. It is still a hell of a lot to play for Ding, but it's also a hell of a lot of struggle. Don't forget, you guys can still participate in the quest system. You have the potential to win premium tanks by doing so. Just simply go to your local World of Tanks portal, and that will have all the instructions there for you to follow. You can also join in on social media. You can use the hashtags WOTGF2017, or you can use the hashtag WatchPlayWin. Send your predictions in for the match. If you're here in the audience, send us a picture. Just sit back and enjoy the show, guys. We still have more rounds to go, so it's time to go over to Dekilzor and Elfish.
Cheers, Ryan. More rounds to go. I wonder how many more. That's the real question for me.
Come on, Jordan. You can't do that to me. We think it is going... Well, I think it's going the distance at least. You already seem to have lost faith in Ding. Well, I'm not about to give up that quickly. Prokhorovka coming out, solid 2-0 map for Ding, then another 2-0, and another 2-0 to finish it off. 6 straight rounds, I believe, and so should you.
I do believe now. You filled me with confidence here. I think the momentum's going to be strong enough for Ding, but in reality, I don't believe. I don't believe that it's going to be a 2-0 and a 2-0 and a 2-0, and we're going to see Ding back.
How can you fail?
I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see this go all the way, but honestly, the way that Tornado Energy is playing right now, I think that they're just going to be far too strong for Ding, and I think this is going to be closed out.
If they win this, I'll still dye my hair blonde, Jordan, so you better hope.
Your hair already is blonde.
No, it's not. How is it blonde, Jordan? How does this work out exactly?
You have blonde hair, mate.
What are you talking about, Jordan? What are you... Okay. Back on track here.
How blonde do you want? Like white?
That's not blonde, that's white, Jordan.
Whatever.
But now back on track. Prokhorovka coming out between Ding and Tornado. We saw Tornado on Prokhorovka against NSS. A fairly solid performance, if you want to call it like that. That 2-0 close rounds in essence, but again, that player skill from Tornado just came out ahead of the skill from NSS. Now, I'd say arguably Ding has maybe a little bit less than that of NSS or an equal level. Will they be able to make it? I don't know. Looking at these lineups, it's very, very standard from Tornado. Heavy as always. They just love those heavy tanks.
Yeah, and they do a good job in them as well. So, a couple of 113s, in fact 3 113s coming out here on Prokhorovka, WZ111s as well. That is a very, very heavy lineup. Like you say, only 2 Bat Chats on a map like Prokhorovka. Is that going to give them enough mobility, or is that going to be maybe their undoing here?
Well, their typical Tornado style, they're going to go towards the middle with everybody. Ding is doing the same thing, so we're going to have an old-fashioned brawl here in the middle, Jordan. It's going to kick off rather soon, rather quick, and we will see if Ding's player skill can finally win against Tornado.
Breakneck going for the scouting run there. Does take 1 shot for his trouble, but not really nothing to be too worried about. Hulknick, he gets absolutely wrecked in that Bat Chat. He's lost his commander as well, so his impact on this game is potentially going to be down and out already. Karit's being focused now as well by Tornado. What a fight coming out here between the 2 teams. Breakneck does drop Applewell, but that's a tier 9 tank here for Tornado, and 2 kills come quickly in response for Tornado Energy. Ding, this does not look good at all. 4 tanks against the 6 that Tornado has still alive. Now Shockish the focus of fire, and you can just see the difference in skill level between these 2 teams. As I say that though, Ding do find a couple of quick kills, but is it going to be enough here? Because Tornado, they seem to be 1 step ahead of Ding right now.
It's not going to be enough, because look at Tornado. They still have 3 of those single shooters alive. Hulknick not surviving in the beginning is the downfall for this team now. The autoloaders are out. Breakneck positive, they're trying to run away, so they lose Meritorious, and this leaves Tornado with 4 tanks left standing. Yes, Nesquik is low, but they're all single shooters. They'll chase these Bat Chats down.
Yeah, there's going to be no problems at all here for Tornado to end this one out. A cheeky little ram coming out there from Griffin as well. Positive, he is off the reload, but at the end of the day, it is going to be too little too late for him. He does get the kill on Nesquik at this point of the game, though. What does it really matter? Breakneck 1v3, 2 113s to deal with, and a Bat Chat. It's not possible.
It is impossible for Breakneck. He's just going in again. Ding just ever so slightly making more mistakes than Tornado, who pick up that round, and that will be match point for Tornado Energy. And let's just hope for everybody here, everybody watching at home, and everybody in the audience, that Ding could show us more than what they've done so far, because it's not looking good. And let's go back at it, Jordan. Let's think about it. Hulknick, a Bat Chat, 5 shots, does only 1. Griffon, near you, come in, deliver 5 shots to the side of Ding. They remove those single shooters quickly. They don't even care about Positive and Breakneck. They just focus down the single shooters from Ding, remove them from the game, and then you're left with Bat Chats.
Have a look at here at the post-battle stats. 113s, Bat Chats there, all up the top for Tornado. Positive, he got some damage done, but this is the other side of the story. Hulknick and Karitz, 0 damage
How
done.
did Karitz do 0 damage? That's another question. He didn't even shoot.
I don't know. You tell me. But I think the Russian fans here in the arena are going to be pretty pleased with how this one has turned out. Now, Daki, you were fairly confident before that round came out. I want to ask you again.
Ding is playing with their food. You know, you bring your opponent ever so closely to victory.
Are you sure it's not Tornado that's playing with their food?
It's like arm wrestling, you know? You let your opponent get ever so close to winning, and then when he looks at your arm, is the moment you turn it around and beat him. That's what Ding's going to do.
I wish I could share your confidence at this point, mate, but I'm unfortunately going to have to be siding with Tornado Energy on this one. I think this is going to be well and truly wrapped up. Maybe not this round, maybe not the next round, but I don't see Ding coming back from a deficit that is 6-1. Would be a miracle run for them if they were able to do it, and we'll find out if they can, but we're heading shortly on to the second round of Prokhorovka. What we just saw from Tornado Energy, though, that was an awesome performance of individual skill, teamwork as well, focus fire. Everything seems to be working like clockwork right now for Tornado.
Yeah, man, that's scary. It's very scary when a lineup like this dominates throughout an entire grand finals, but it's not over until the last tank of Ding dies in this round. And that is gonna be hopefully what Ding does, survive throughout this game or kill everybody from Tornado. I believe they're bringing this Yak Panzer. Again, it's worked for them before. Not the Yak Panzer itself, but the scare factor of that tank coming out. He did 1 shot of damage last time they played it, but the scare factor was enough to scare Na'Vi away from the original strategy.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to scare away Tornado Energy at this point. I think they're going to be rolling in with as much confidence as they need. It doesn't really matter what you throw at them. I'm predicting Tornado Energy to come out of it with a win. near you. Just going for a bit of a spotting run here, pushing forward in the bat chat in the bush. Very, very good for spotting some tanks out. Now, Karitz, did he go unlit before he went in that bush?
He was lit it when he drove into that bush, but I don't think it's going to matter much. The Tornado seems to be rolling in the deep, and Ding could have it all available towards them here.
Could be Tornado just walking into the trap here that Ding have set, but I don't know. I always feel like Tornado's one step ahead. Some shots coming out now, though. Tornado taking a lot of damage, but immediately Karitz gets dropped to a one-shot. He's not dead yet, and that's what's important for Ding. He's still a bit of the focus of the fire right now for Tornado. Eventually, he does get dropped. It's a good start there for Ding in the fact that they've got the damage out, but they do lose the first tank.
Well, Meritorious is just about to reload it in that Jagdpanzer, and he removes Nesquik in that WZ. That's that heat ammunition. 420 penetration coming out. Nesquik didn't even have to be set on fire. He just went down, and this is not a good push for Tornado.
Yeah, but they're going to try and make it work. They have no other option. They have to continue the push forward, and they need to turn things around. Meritorious very nearly off the reload here. He's down very low on HP, but he will get at least one more shot off. A big one right into the face of Nuclear, who is now down to a one-shot and now dead, as Hulknik will clean him up. Tornado, this is a failed push. This is a failed round. Ding should be able to pull this one through at least and hang on for at least one more round.
Ding showing us how that Jagdpanzer strategy is supposed to work. Meritorious removing gun after gun from the side of Tornado. The initial damage was there with Breakneck clipping out as well. Yes, Karitz went down for that, but sacrificing the raid for killing 2 tanks pretty much is going to be worth it. And Ding, they look hungry. They look to close out this round in quick succession, and the next 5.
The next 5 as well. Well, let's hope so, at least, that they can pull it through to a more close result here. But 2 rounds now for Ding. Well, when they clean this one up, it's better than nothing, and it could be the start of something.
Well, let's bring ourselves down a little bit. I know it's exciting.
I'm already down. I think you're the one that needs to be brought down
Jordan,
a bit.
Please. You're making my heart burn here.
I'm the realist, not the dreamer.
I thought we had something going as Positive picks up the final kill of the first round on Prokhorovka. Will make it 6-2. But Jordan, you're hurting my heart, honestly. I thought throughout the event we grew to be a unit. 2 people that have bonded together, synced, grown towards each other, become a unit.
Yeah.
A team, even if you want to put it like that, and it feels like you've just separated yourself.
I still remember all those times you bullied me about the APAC team, so now it's time
Well,
for
I
me
don't
to
see
bully
any APAC teams in the finals.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be seeing a Ding team in the final for much longer either.
Well, at least they got to the final, right?
Well, if you're not winning, you're losing.
Well, I don't remember any APAC team in the semifinals, even for that matter.
Oh, see, I feel like we've taken a turn for the worse now. Maybe Ding's going to be taking a turn for the worse as well next round. Prokhorovka is done and dusted. It's one apiece there, but Tornado Energy, they're still sitting at a 6-2 lead. Very, very difficult for Ding to come back from this one.
Yeah, but mines between these 2 is going to be an interesting one. Tornado obviously has Cliff coming out. Excuse me on that one. Cliff. They just look the same. No, they don't. But Cliff coming out between these 2, with Tornado going to be attacking first. Now, there is an opportunity for Ding to pick up at least one more round on the defensive side. But again, Cliff is one of those high-skill individual maps. Those bat shots, you need to hit every single shot, because if you don't, then you just get out-traded.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty excited to actually see Cliff coming out here, because that aggressive push that we saw there on Prokhorovka from both of those teams makes me think that they both want to go for a bit of a fight. And Cliff, it sometimes does lend itself to that kind of a round. If both teams have the inkling that they do just want to run in there with a bunch of bat chats and take a brawl, they can definitely do that.
Yeah, they definitely can, Jordan. I was just enjoying the reaction to your to the APAC discussion we had.
Yeah.
Feels like you definitely got the worst out of that.
Oh, rubbish.
But yeah, Ding coming out on Cliff. Against Oops, they had a decent showing on it, I'd say. I mean, they got kind of lucky on their attack with Insane flipping himself in the bat chat, so I don't think Tornado Energy is going to be doing that. While Apoa is rhetorical. It's known for getting stuck, not flipping himself though, and I think they've removed all those areas where he could possibly get stuck, so I think Tornado should be fine.
Maybe he'll find a way.
Apoa always finds a way.
Potentially, he may find a way to win the Grand Finals 2017 as well. Tornado Energy, they just need one more round. That's what they need, 7. They're on 6, so it's still just one round away, but
I feel
how
like
much longer is it going to last like that?
Will always be just out of reach. When Ding comes back, takes round after round, brings them to tiebreaker and they bring the trophy home, then Jordan, then we'll have seen everything. And I don't believe in it, actually.
I was going to say,
that's so unlikely.
I love the optimism, but in all honesty, being realistic, Tornado's definitely in a driver's seat right now. That's not to say it's impossible here for Ding, but how does Ding actually go on Cliff, generally speaking?
Well, they've tried a lot of aggressive style against Oops, but that might have something to do with the fact that the teams played against each other so often, so they didn't bring their standard tactics. Now, against Tornado, they might be falling back into more of a standard. They do like that German light. Positive been playing it very well, and that HE ammunition really does the job as well. We do, especially against bad shots.
Lorraine 40T as well here by the looks of things for Koritz. Just about to get underway on the first round of Cliff. We will show you the tank lineups. Here we go into what could be the last round, could also not be the last round. But nothing super out of the ordinary there. Nuclear has picked up something a little interesting, though.
Yeah, the latest addition to the German heavy tank tree. Yeah. That it's a good heavy. I mean, I kind of like it in essence. It has a good gun. We saw Na'Vi play it as well on Morovanka. It can work. Its armor is also very hard to punch through, especially for bad shots. A lower plate is almost impossible to get through. He needs to be pretty much facing towards you to get those penetrations. So when he gets into the fight, it's going to be a struggle bus for Ding. So I feel like they might be trying to do the initial damage towards Tornado.
Potentially. Nesqui going for a cross. Not going to be punished for it at all. No damage coming out just yet from either of these two teams. And having a look at the initial setups, the initial positions from both of them, I don't think either of them have really won the day at this point. They're both looking fairly standard across the board, though Tornado, there is a bit of movement coming out from them here.
Yeah, initial damage, though, from Ding on towards Griffon. Server took some too. Shokic has taken that 1-2 land control, and we can usually see him playing over there with maybe binos. Not this time, though. Sometimes bad shots on that side have binoculars available towards them to spot that climb that a lot of teams go for, but Shokic is not going to be having those on this round. You can see already the reaction from Tornado is going to be going a little bit around that eastern hill, but they need to be careful because Ding could have taken the hill while they weren't watching.
Ding has pretty much taken the hill as well. Not quite yet, but it's a very, very quick run up there, and they should be able to do it if need be. Tornado, though, starting to gain control along the eastern coast of the map. Griffin and Server pushing forward. Breakneck, unsurprisingly, he's climbed up at the back of the map in the TVP. Always such a dangerous position for the attackers. They really need to sniff him out and figure out where he is, be it a TVP, be it an STRV that's in this position, or be it the Grill 15 back in the old meta. Always such a key tank.
Alien there takes one shot from Griffon from that position, but he will be fine for now. Near you and near you and Server, actually. Theodore is a little bit further behind. Are starting to make their way up on that hill to the backside. You can see that near you in the TVP over there, and Server in the matchup.
It's a really good position there that Alien is in as well. Can cover off that 2 flag very, very safely from pretty much everywhere else on the map. So he's going to be an important player here for Ding as well. That's just another piece of the puzzle that Tornado need to dislodge.
Hulknig took a shot there from Griffon. Obviously, he was unspotted. And look at that, Jordan. Hulknig has lost his commander. Now in a position like this where you're supposed to be spotting, he's not going to be doing a lot of that, is he?
No, certainly not. And Tornado now going for the climb up the back of the lighthouse, and they will take control of the hill. I feel as though Tornado slowly but steadily are gaining control of the areas of the map that they need. But still yet to actually commit to any sort of a push. They need to find the damage onto Breakneck in the TVP. There's a blind shot that does actually connect with him, but the other 3 from near you don't go anywhere near him.
Some more damage being done, though, now on towards Positive in that German tier 10 life. Shokic takes a shot as well. This is going well for the side of Tornado so far. They have traded back everything they took and more.
Ding a little bit worse for wear. Not in the worst possible situation. It's not like this is anywhere near over just yet. Ding have got a lot of HP to play with still. Near you gets spotted out, takes a shot for his trouble. But again, he just backs off. So it's been a trade of damage, but nothing too crazy.
Look at that HP. Look at it. Just because of that German tier 10 heavy tank. Oh, Nesqui.
Oh, Nesqui. That's not good for him at all. 341 HP. I'm not sure what's going on there, but he's gotten absolutely wrecked. And now this could be potentially the opening that Ding need to secure another round. If they can push forward there, take him down. They don't know that Nuclear is there covering him off, but they have to suspect that someone is going to be there to give him a bit of a hand and not give up that tank for free.
Yeah, great play there from Shokish in that bad shot, catching him out, doing the damage towards him. I think Helion came in with a shot as well from that middle position, peeking over. Obviously, it has great angles, but look at that. It's Apoab, Diator, and Griffon. Nuclear is there as well. It's the big rotation coming out from Tornado, but Breakneck has relocated as well. Kuritz is there. Will Ding have enough to hold on? No, that is the question. If that German tier 10 goes first, Breakneck needs to make sure not to clip on towards him. He needs to keep the shots for the bad shots that are going to come behind him. Same for Shokish, actually.
Yeah, Shokish is going to be a key player here as well. Still, the Tornado tanks not yet spotted, but now comes Nuclear, and the shots still not yet let loose by Ding. So they're playing this one smartly. The patience is potentially going to pay off for them, but as of yet, the kills not coming across. The damage, though, is coming across for Tornado. Kuritz, he is down to a one shot. Now he's dead. Not sure why he stuck around for that long. Breakneck does trade one out onto Griffin. Overall, favorable there for Ding, but they do lose another tank, and that might just be a little bit too much for them to deal with now. Server down to 32 HP. All the control of the map in the favor of Tornado. They've got control of the hill. They've got control of the 1-2 line, and now just a matter of time before they clean up Ding.
Well, Alien is pushing in though with a fully reloaded Batcha. This is what they need. Take down Nuclear, take down that heavy tank that they would not be able to deal with otherwise. They have the timing right now. Alien, there a nice connection on towards that gunman, but it is a reach box for that tank. He picks him up, and this puts it back into a 4v5, and still in the favor of Ding, I'd say, though, because of the HP.
Perhaps I spoke too soon. Ding definitely not looking like in the worst position right now. I thought that Tornado was going to close it out then and there, 7-2, but Ding, they still survive for the moment. But this has been the difference between the two teams. Right now, when the going gets tough, when it comes down to those clutch situations, when every shot matters, that's where Tornado goes one better over Ding.
Yeah, but right now, I'd say for once, Ding is actually in a much, much better position because of defending. 4 minutes left. I think Breakneck should be doing the rotation right here from that TVP. He's no longer needed in that 1-2 line. He should be going back towards the likes of A5, A6, somewhere around there to cover off Hooknik because they are defending. And Tornado no longer has... Whoa, positive. Risky peek, but picks up Server. Great play there.
Worth it. Can't fault him for that.
Yeah, but what I was talking about is that they have to attack with less HP on towards the defender. On Cliff, it just generally doesn't work.
Potentially can work still here for Ding. Now 4 versus 4 with that kill coming out. Tornado at a health deficit, albeit a very, very slight one. Across the board, it's 4 tier 10s against 2 tier 10s and 2 tier 9s for Tornado. And Ding on the defensive side, you mentioned that earlier, it is very, very good for them that they're on the defensive side. It means that they have a bit more of a relaxed time here. They can allow Tornado to come to them. They don't need to take those risky peaks. It's up to Tornado to win this one for themselves.
Apoab is now starting to flank around though. He needs to be careful because Breakneck is in A5. There's nobody right now from Tornado that is in position to punish that. Usually we see tanks on top of the hill that can do the damage towards the likes of Breakneck. But Near You is so far back, Hooknik is not going to let him shoot on towards his team.
Ooh, Near You takes a shot there from Hooknik, I think it was. Hooknik, he's in a bit of a difficult position here. The pixel shot's coming out from Applewell. He doesn't really have much of another option. And he's hitting them. Hooknik now down to a one-shot. Needs only one more, does Applewell, but he's going to fall back. Still a lot of big damage coming out from Applewell there in the Batchat AP.
Yeah, Applewell doing great in that Batchat AP actually.
Oh, another shot.
Ooh, he has one more available. Near You has 3. I don't know about Ding. I don't know if Positive going there is going to be the best option for them. I think Breakneck right now should be going to help them because they're in trouble.
This is what I like as well about the Batchat AP. You can take shots like that and hit them as well. Positive, the only player left alive up on that hill now as we see an exchange of kills coming across. 2 versus 2. Alien is down to a one-shot. Breakneck needs to do the job here for Ding, but there's 2 minutes left for Tornado to work with. They've got a Batchat and a Batchat AP. The Batchat AP on the reload, the Batchat with only 2 shots left in the clip. And this is really coming down to the wire once more. Alien's a one-shot Diodor. He really wants to come in and get this frag. Maybe he's going to Goomba stomp him, and he won't need just that because the shot does come out. But is he going to trade his life for it? More than likely, the answer will be yes here because Breakneck comes in for the trade.
Breakneck needs to run away right now and get despotted because Applewell's going to come on the chase. Breakneck has enough ammunition to kill him once he comes off reload, but Applewell needs 3 shots just about to kill him. So Apoel versus Breakneck, but Breakneck technically is in the better situation. If Apoel catches him first though, that's it, that's done and dusted.
It could really come down to who gets the first shot out here. Applewell, I think he's just gone a little bit too late. The timing so crucial here right now for Breakneck. He may just survive. Still 1 minute left on the clock here for Applewell, and he can catch that TVP if he scurries around the corner here, but it's really going to come down to the final seconds of this last round.
Breakneck now back over around the corner. Apoel still trying to chase, but Breakneck is in the advantage now. He's been D-spotted for a while. Apoel does not know where he is. Apoel, when he peeks over there though, Breakneck needs to be the first one to react.
Applewell, he spots him out. Breakneck looking in the correct direction. Applewell now takes a shot.
Apoel needs only 1 shot.
Won a shot. 38 seconds to work with here for Applewell. He's got enough HP to take a shot. It's a low roll. It's a low roll. Breakneck survives for 1 more shot, and Applewell still has 30 seconds.
Breakneck's on reload right now. 25 seconds left. Breakneck.
Does Applewell know it?
No, he doesn't. Apoel needs to come off though. He's gonna come around the corner. He should have this. It's gonna be Tornado.
Tornado should close it out here. Applewell, he cleans it up. That's going to be that. Tornado Energy 7-2 over Ding in the final, and that will mean that Tornado Energy are the winners of the World of Tanks 2017 Grand Finals.
Tornado, they deserve this. They have worked an entire year towards this moment, and once more, they have shown everybody what kind of a dominant team they are. They've had the hardest road throughout this tournament, beating the likes of NSS, beating the likes of Na'Vi as well. Everything they got, they deserve. They deserve to be in this final, and they deserve to be the grand champion as well.
They certainly did look like the best team throughout this tournament. They have looked very strong throughout the past year as well. This competition, it's been tough for Ding, but they have to hold their hands and hold their heads high as well after that one. But really, it is today the day of Tornado Energy.
Yeah, I can hear on the other side the Russian commentator very happy about this one. Obviously, we would have liked to see Ding win it, right? But Tornado just show what a masterclass team they are on every map. They just... It's not even tactics, it's just the individual skill coming out from these players, not just as individuals, but as a unit as well. The way they play together, it's just so good, it's so on point, and they just make it work no matter what position they're in.
Fitting as well that it is Applewell to close that one out for Tornado Energy. But once again, congratulations to Tornado Energy. They had the most difficult run through to the final there as well, and they were able to close it out. So you've heard from us. Now I think it's time to hand it back over to our analysts and hear from them.
Thanks very much there, Elfish Guy. As you were just saying there yourself, what a fitting end to the tournament. Apoel last season, heartbreak on Cliff when he got himself stuck. It cost his team the grand finals. This time round, he is vindicated. He wins the final round for his team. He takes home the trophy.
I would say the karma definitely spins some wheels here. I mean, how coincidental is it that Applewell, of all the players there, is left one-on-one to decide the round on Cliff no more. I noticed one thing on these tactics here. They attacked everywhere except the hill where he got stuck last time.
They were avoiding it like wildfire, but here's the thing as well.
That part doesn't exist.
Right below the area as well, right below his hill. Unbelievable, wasn't it, Rockstar?
Yeah, definitely. The one round that really sticks out to me was the first round on Prokhorovka, where Tornado just said, we are going to show you how dominant we are. We don't care. We know we're up. We are going to go straight up and over into you. They took the brawl and they won it decisively. There was no hesitating. There was no sitting around missing shots. They said, we know we are the better team. And they just went for it, and they took that round handily. And from then on, it was smooth sailing.
I'll be 100% honest. I was screaming for that game for Ding to come back into it. It's like, Mojo, they can do this. They can just get through Cliff. It's going to happen. But
I really thought that Break actually has it. I thought he needs to just hug the wall and wait for Applewell to come down and clip him, because TVP shoots so fast. But evidently he missed some shots. What can you do? Even happens even to the best.
And he was playing so great as well for Ding. I mean, everyone in Ding, let's take nothing away from what Ding have accomplished here. Getting through to the grand finals. Hulknick said it at the season finals, this is what we want to do. Now look at this. Coming up on stage right now, it is our season champions. Coming out first there as Tornado Energy. The other teams out on stage, so we're going to bring out all 12 teams, I believe, who have participated in this tournament. It has been absolutely fantastic. A lot of teams came here with you know, something to show that they are, you know, not just a flash in the pan. And I think we've definitely seen that this tournament, haven't we, gentlemen?
They're boys from NSS. This was a week-long event. Teams best from the world, what we have gathered up here. We saw a lot of new things, how this patch works. It will give a lot of ideas to players how to play. They can take this as a role model and think on what will be the next.
And then you guys keep saying how this is just a week-long event. This has been a year-long event for most of these guys. Multiple seasons, hours of practice, all leading down to this. And once again, congrats to Tornado Energy. A very fitting end.
Some of them definitely look like they need to sleep.
Yep, we see Team Efficiency on stage. Now we're looking at Eclipse, the second American team on stage. Master people there with these arms still bandaged. Teams are filling out this. I mean, I don't even know if we have enough space on stage now.
I think they're going to squeeze.
It looks like perhaps as Elevate coming out next, I think. Can't really see from this distant view. Short sleeve, dark tops.
That does look like an American name, but this is Brainstorm.
Oh, it's Brainstorm, of course, yes.
And this is their manager, Trix.
Wasn't actually sure of the Brainstorm team logo. They were looking at Oops, the Tough Giraffes right now, going back to Eclipse. They've been up in their room watching it. You can see, you know, Dark God Sim there in the middle. They're going back. NSS coming across here as well. Elevate in front of them. Ding, see Sheesh at the end there. I mean, Ding, those guys, you can just look at the draining on their face. Look at Breakneck's face, that's so heartbreaking.
Ah, dude, he's gonna be okay tomorrow and willing to play. You know how it goes. Well, these guys are really happy, and it did look like he had a lot of fun on this tournament, man, no matter what happened.
And what a hell of a season they've had. We were talking about it earlier on, weren't we, Rockstar? What a hell of a season Tornado Energy have been. So dominant against everyone they've played here.
Yep, they struggled a little bit during the last Russian season, but they showed up to their season finals. They won that. They show up here. They don't miss a beat the whole time. Na'Vi slipped up. They sensed the weakness. They capitalized on it. Played Ding here in the finals, and they made it look easier than it should have.
Okay, this is really interesting. We have Mo Fado, head of competitive gaming at here with Wargaming. He's going to present the MVP trophy award. It goes to Breakneck here from Ding. So Europe does get to take something home there. We had the best player.
Well, the shiny plate is ours, and we are not giving it away.
Yes, we're going to keep that. We're going to take hold of it. I'm sure Breakneck will be extremely happy with that, but sadly, it just wasn't enough. But hey,
I'm sure he would gladly trade 10 of those for one of those big ones in the middle.
Yeah, indeed. Now you can see Tornado Energy eyeing up that trophy. You look at near you, staring at it, locked in. You're mine.
Well, he definitely deserved it. And this is the second one for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, and it just stays between these two teams, Tornado and Na'Vi. They pretty much just rotate. I wonder if they have an agreement. Okay, boys, you can have it next year, you know?
Yeah, well, after last year, you have to wonder, because what a game that was.
Yeah.
And, you know, going forward, we'll have to keep an eye on Na'Vi as well, see what they do during the off-season. Going forward, maybe some changes have to come in there.
Okay, now to award the winners' medals, we have Thane and, well, Anton Pankov, Thane Lyman. Anton Pankov, known to many people as Evily, executive publishing producer for World of Tanks, presenting the, I believe it looks like the medals for the various teams. Well, we're going to go through every single team. So Elevate currently getting their medals right now. Thane Lyman, World of Tanks product director, was speaking to him earlier on, you know, interesting talk from him.
A lot of fun stuff in the works for World of Tanks. It's not over here.
And new maps coming as well. I mean, they look really interesting.
Ranked battles, a lot of exciting stuff still coming.
And the thing is about the new maps is they get complete overhaul for the terrain as well. So various places you can go to, can't get to, going to be totally different. Open up the maps and new avenues.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what happens to the boost though, because we may lose a lot of those, but just the same, it's going to change the meta and a lot of options for these teams in the league going forward.
Now, there's Oxmanthus walking away. He was an exceptional player for Elevate, wasn't he?
Definitely, he's one of their top damage dealers all season long, and he played out of his mind through this tournament, especially in the group stages. He had some games even where his team was losing. I recall one game he did over 5,000 damage on a loss. Just such a fantastic player, very instinctual. Just unfortunate that they couldn't get past the semifinal.
Canadian Impact, last one to get the medal there on the unfortunate end of a ram incident from an E50M there on Himmelsdorf. And Elevate put up a hell of a fight during this tournament. Up next, NSS. I mean, we had them potentially tipped for greatness, but in the end it just proved, I mean, it was, at the end they can always say we got put out by the champions, can't they?
Yep, but they finished higher than Na'Vi did. They're going to take home 3rd, 4th place, tied with Elevate. So I don't think they'll be too disappointed. Obviously, everyone wants to take first, but in this case, I think they'll be happy with what they accomplished.
Mojo, your thoughts on Not So Serious this tournament?
Well, you get what you deserve and you keep what you win. They came that far and they deserved it by far. But they definitely met an, I would say, unmovable object. That would be Tornado.
I mean, how, looking at this from like an objective point of view, looking at this from
unstoppable, actually.
How do you do that? What, in your opinion, what do you think would work against Tornado to try and, you know, try and get advantage on them, try and get ahead of them, hold that advantage?
This is their time. They are young enough, they are eager enough, they are skillful enough, they invested enough time. All of those components are there here gathered in one team that can play so explosive with minimum requirements of tactics. Yes, they read the map perfect, they have initial tactics, but most of it relies how will they cooperate with each other. That's the basis of it, and this is the best tanks you can imagine.
Yeah, what it comes down to is it's not just the fact that there's no one thing that's going to make another team come and take them over. They do so many things well. Their tactics, their individual skill, their eagerness, how they work together. It's a lot of different things. So until another team comes around and can challenge them on every single front, will they be toppled, right? Not one thing is going to suddenly make it so they're suddenly number 2.
Ding currently collecting their runners-up medal. You can see how drained poor Hulknik is. He was the one saying, you know, I think we can do it. Mary as well, doing outstanding there on artillery. The changes from artillery having a big impact there. He was stunning various vehicles, just picking up kills occasionally. Alien still with a slightly happy smile. He certainly has enjoyed the moment.
I think actually he's the most devastated here. I'm pretty sure he desires this grand finals more than anyone.
Positive as well, someone we've seen in the past. And look at this, Sheesh, collecting his medal. I mean, he's been a key factor in Ding's life this season, hasn't he, Mojo?
He is the animal.
Sheesh coming in to replace Vimpo throughout the season. We saw him do the interviews during the season finals. He's been there as the extra man for Ding, the encouraging moment, and he's been the mem master for them as well.
And the winners, Tornado. Tornado deserved 1.
It's the crowd cheering on them. Tornado champ. I think we're going to give a moment of silence for them to lift the trophy and let them kind of, you know, enjoy their moment here.
Some of these guys won already.
Okay, looks like first we're going to do a medal ceremony, then we'll sit back and let Tornado enjoy their trophy moments. That must be so tempting on stage, so teasing on stage to, you know, just, oh, not lift it yet, boys, not lift it yet.
Some of these boys already won the Grand Finals, Grand Final 2 against Na'Vi, Nirju, Nesqui and Diador. You can see them here. This is not their first trophy. On the next Grand Final, they're so close, 1 game away, and that cursed hill got in the way of Applewell.
The smile from Applewell there, holding the gold medal, thinking, hey,
finally,
this is a lot different from the silver one I got last season.
Nuclear, Applewell, Griffon were the guys who played with them in the last Grand Final, and the only person who didn't is Server. First Grand Final, first gold medal.
So this is the player awards, so they get their individual copies of the trophy.
Oh, that looks so cool.
That's so awesome. I wonder how they're going to go and lift the actual main trophy after collecting their individual trophies. They're going to put them down now, or they're just going to have one person lift it?
I'm pretty sure someone will find a way. Diador looks big enough, he can do it like both. One in one hand, other in the other.
They're happy. This is Tornado's moment. 2017 World of Tanks Grand Final champions. Just look at the sides of those smiles. Those guys are super happy. Rockstar, your final, well, not your final thoughts. We still got a little time here to kill, but I mean, your thoughts on this tournament as a whole?
Just fantastic World of Tanks all week long. Just the crazy amount of matches from the group stage all the way through. Even the teams that got eliminated first put up some great fights. Teams like Yato surprised us out of nowhere. It was just fantastic World of Tanks all week long.
awesome moment. Awesome picture of all the teams there on stage, everyone spread out. And Neil, you said, I mean, that was he said, he wanted, you know, this is it, we want to do this for the home fans. You know, we want to take the trophy home, and we were talking during this match, you know, what an upset it would be, you know. Coming to Moscow, first time grand finals here in the CIS region. Could have been, as we always say, Mojo, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda goes for Ding and the rest of the teams, but for these guys it goes just yes way.
It looks like this is going to be their trophy moment. Are they just going to get a picture beside the trophy? Running off here, the Russian broadcast, obviously everything here for the home crowds. Actually, now that I remember, it is going to be Slava Makarov on stage. He's going to be the one that presents the trophy to the team. I think perhaps it'll be a good moment for us to stay quiet and just enjoy this moment for them to lift the trophy. Trophy there, didn't it, Mojo?
Looks really awesome, honestly. Nicely polished. It's gonna make a great paperweight.
Great paperweight. They've got those individual trophies as well, don't they, Rockstar?
Yeah, definitely. Really, well, I said it earlier in the tournament, but I'll say it again. I think it's just so awesome. New trophy every year, redesigned. It just makes it unique every single year, unlike the other sports where you recycle the same trophy year after year.
You can see she's lifting it, you can see the, you know, look, he's got under his face, even bringing it down. It's like solid metal. This is their moment. I mean, they've certainly earned it. What a fantastic season. Perfect way to round off a fantastic season for Tornado Energy in front of a home crowd here. And, well, boy, have they deserved it.
Yep, I can't agree more. They beat everyone. You know, no one even took around like a game off them this time. They took on Na'Vi. It's not like they got around any of the tough opponents. They took on everyone that they had to. Na'Vi, Ding just completely established their dominance. Showed why they're the world's best team right now.
I mean, yeah. Let's not make let's not have two bones about it. Nobody really came close to doing anything to them. They were never really riled. Nobody took more than 4 rounds at all of them here. It was simply a masterclass in playing competitive World of Tanks here.
I like what Tornado is bringing to this game now. It's a new style of super aggressive play combined with some tactics, you can say, definitely. And future is bright because these changes will make the game better. It will look better. It will just feel better.
It certainly does open up new avenues for teams to explore. We're seeing new vehicles coming in, new rotations. The first time we saw the Jagdpanzer E100 being used, it was used by 2 different teams here. We saw the new Tier 10s being used. We saw the difference that artillery's been used. Lots of changes here, Rockstar, yeah?
We saw pretty much everything the game can offer now, from the light tanks to artists to the consumables and so on. So let's no debate there. We will see what will the future bring.
Yep, definitely the Swedish tanks as well. The STRV, quite a lethal tank when you throw it into the mix. We saw it used by Tornado a couple times and some other teams. There's so many different little unique nuances that teams are bringing together and putting together to make just these awesome strats, awesome plays. Ding was doing it quite well earlier on, but Tornado at the end of the day showed us, all these different little things they put together. They made them work, and they showed why they're the world's best team.
Another interesting thing as well, something we generally always forget to talk about, because we talk about all the big changes to the vehicles, but the changes to the consumables had a fair impact as well during the tournament, didn't they? We were questioning a lot of time why people weren't taking enough medipacks.
Yeah, I really don't understand that. Playing without commander on button, like, come on, we've seen it so many times. Why are they not taking? They might have even lost some rounds because of that, but that's their decisions. Like, they're going for every inch of performance of the tank, and they're sacrificing everything else to it, I would say, and that's it.
Here we had multiple games where some Batchats are only playing with 2 crew members left alive. One left alive. And as we're talking about, you have that split second. Okay, you take the food rations. It gives you like quicker, slightly better stats. But like, how many times have we said, oh, he won that because of the rations? Or how many times we said, well, he lost that because he didn't have a gunner, or he lost that because he didn't have his commander?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll say is when it comes down to it, if you're planning on not taking any damage, not being shot, and guaranteeing that you're not going to have a dead crew member, by all means, run rations. It makes perfect sense. This is World of Tanks. Tanks shoot each other. Crew members are going to die. It is a fact of World of Tanks. It's going to happen. So I don't necessarily agree with it, especially in a tank like a Batchat.
And
who are we to say anything? They won the championship.
Exactly. We're just here doing all the talk. They're the guys that won it. And from a team that have the team motto of don't just win, do damage, they've certainly done both today, haven't they?
They were not even scared to take some in the process. Their tactics rely on heavy brawl, heavy one-to-one. I mean, this is so good to watch.
Yeah, well, like I said, the first game of Pro, they were fine taking damage. They said, we're going to go brawl, but we know we're the better tankers. We're going to show you right then and there, and they did.
And that one in Prokhorovka as well was interesting, so it was a 1-1-3 that came out top damage, and we talked about that in the past before. If you have these clashes and the Batchats run off and reload, the 1-1-3s can just pick their shots and farm away.
If you bring burst damage, you have to be effective with it. Your shots have to count, and you have to take guns out of the fight quickly. If you don't, the end result is what we saw.
Okay, now we have Matt on stage right now with one of the winners here from Tornado Energy. Let's listen into that happy interview.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and all the analysts and casters who've done such great work this weekend. Talking of great work, the new world champions, the World of Tank Grand finalists, and the winners are you, near you, and Tornado Energy. We've had a couple of chats this weekend. We've been building up to this moment. That's a bigger smile than I've seen all the weekend long. There's been a few. That's a big one.
Yeah, that's the biggest moment of our lives that we twice can be the champions of the Grand Final, especially Grand Final 2017. I hope that is a great show that we can do for our viewers, for our fans, and thank you all for your support.
No doubt, it was a great show, a great performance from everybody, culminating in winning this. This is the brand new Monolith for 2017. Custom made, 3 types of metal, nothing like that else in the world. It might be a bit difficult for you right now because, it's really emotional here that you are now the champions. Can you remember what it was like a year ago at the last Grand Finals when you were the reigning world champions and you didn't win in 2016? Can you remember what that was like compared to how you're feeling now?
We was too sad to fall because of our final, the Grand Final 2016, and we hope in 2017 that we can do it. And we really did it. We really made our team the world champions, and it's really amazing. I can say anything.
Yeah, we understand. It's been such a big year for you to come back from that defeat and win it now in that amazing final. Congratulations to you and your guys, Tornado Energy, the new world champions of World of Tanks.
Thanks very much there for that handoff there, Matt. It was brilliant for you. Now, this has been a brilliant tournament, guys. It's been, 11 months, hard grind. All the teams have put in a heck of a lot of effort. Mojo, your final thoughts of the tournament?
It's been a blast, nothing less expected to my Kazna crew and my Serbian friends. See you all soon.
Rockstar, you came all the way over from North America. How have you enjoyed it?
It's been fantastic. The experience, everything I thought it would be and more. I'm happy for the North American teams to do as well as they did, or Elevate did anyways. So definitely can't wait to see what's in store in the future. But once again, congrats to Tornado Energy. You guys earned it.
Yep, once again, congratulations to Tornado Energy. They are the World of Tanks 2017 Grand Finals. On behalf of me personally, thanks to everyone who's been involved in making this happen, from everyone behind the scenes to everyone on stage in front of the cameras. It's been a fantastic team effort. And also thank you to everyone at home watching. You guys have been awesome. We've seen some fantastic viewer numbers. Thanks for sticking with us the whole day through. That's going to be it for us today. We have another thing to look forward to, which could be, whoever wins the next season. Are Ding going to bounce back? Is it going to be Tornado and Navi at the top? Well, only time will tell. That's it for us this evening here in the VTB Ice Palace in Moscow. You guys have a great evening. Thank you and goodbye.